How we doing, chat? I just gotta put on some lipstick and I'll be right there. Sorry for your wait. It's feeling like one of those days, chat. Whoa. City pop. Let's go.
Been searching all along, confusing twilight on and on, without a clue, without a sign, without grasping at the real question to be asked. Where have I been? I'm a shapeshifter.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is, let me say this right, Monday, June 22nd, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Tokyo Daylight. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to do something. To pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Chat, I'm feeling so good. I took too many days off, but like, oh, I got stories. Some of you know at least part of the story already. I went through an ordeal, okay? I went through an ordeal and a half over the past, I don't know, 72 hours, let's just guess. So when I left you, I said I was going to Vietnam. I was going to visit Hanoi, and I was really excited about it too, okay? And a little change of plans, big change of plans. When I get to the airport and I show them my passport, they're like, visa, please. I'm a tourist. I don't need a visa. I don't have a visa, you know, like I'm visa exempt. No. There's actually an e-visa. And I'd filled that out, assuming that it was one of these like digital arrival cards, right? Thailand's got one now. Malaysia's got one, as I found out. And I was thinking maybe Vietnam has one too. Yo, Omega Star! With the gift sub to Pigeon Milk. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, this is nocommentchick personal news. This is the news that happens between the time that I hit the stop streaming button and hit the start streaming button. And it's been a little while. It's been a hot minute, but like, this is my explanation of where I've been. This is like the student coming into class late and being like, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. I was trying to get to school. I was trying to get to class, and giant durian fell in my way, and I was unable to. I had to climb through the spikes of the durian. It became like a mountain climbing trip for me. No, like you got to give some ridiculous explanation, but this is kind of a ridiculous explanation because some ridiculous shit happened. Yeah, so I filled out the e-visa thing thinking that it was a digital arrival card. This is like a sort of thing that, you know, if you've ever been on an international flight and sometimes mid-flight, they'll be like, we were going to be landing in, you know, the airport in Amsterdam or whatever. Please, we've got a little, you know, there's like a little card that you have to fill out to just be like, you know, here's my passport number, here's my name. And usually you can just do it last minute or whenever. No, this thing needs to be done. And Chad, if you're ever going to Vietnam, maybe best practices, fill out your e-visa 2 weeks before you go. Because that shit can take up to 15 days. Maybe even more than 2 weeks. I don't know. Yeah, business days we're talking about, Chad. That's the key thing, because I filled out my e-visa application on and paid for it. Paid for a lot of things that I didn't use this trip. I paid for the visa application on Saturday, right? And so I get there and she's like, if you don't have an e-visa, you're not getting on the plane. And it's probably a good thing that she didn't let me get on the plane, because, you know, what am I going to do? Show up in Vietnam and them say, like, you can't be in this country. I don't know what they do with you. I mean, you probably get held there for a little while, and then maybe sent back or forced to buy a ticket back, or, I don't know, deported, which would be, you know, to the bad place. Yeah, no, I don't want that. I don't want to get deported, right? So it's probably a good thing that she kept me off that plane. Anyway, I go to the airline counter, right? And I'm like, what do I do? Can I change my ticket? And they're like, oh yeah, you can change your ticket to Tuesday. Well, problem is, chat, my Thai visa, my you know, Thai, like, I'm allowed to be in Thailand until Sunday, right? And so, like, yeah, you leave on Wednesday. It doesn't exactly work for me. I tell her, and she's like, you know, she's like, here's the deal. Can you pay this much money? And it's like, I don't know, Chad, like $150, $175. And I'm like, can I leave today to another country that I will be allowed to land in? And she's like, yeah, you can. Here, have you ever heard of Kuala Lumpur? It's a city in Malaysia. That's where we're sending you. So, chat, if you imagine Thailand, okay, Thailand is, I mean, like, a lot, you know, Vietnam is a long country, Thailand is a long country, but yeah, it's even long. It goes further south than Vietnam. Like, Vietnam goes from, like, kind of the, like, it goes from, like, South China down to, you know, kind of curves around to Cambodia, right? But it, like, occupies all that space there in the, you know, relatively, like, I don't know, right? So there, anyway, Vietnam is long and slender. Thailand is kind of like fat up here, you know? But then once you get down, there's this isthmus, right? Like that goes down and it's like long, right? And at the end of that isthmus, there's a border, right? That's the border with Malaysia, right? So the end of the isthmus is Malaysia. And so it's like, I'm flying, like, you know, the whole length of the country of Thailand, into a city that I've never heard of, into a country I've never thought of going. And yeah, it was wild. It was absolutely nice. Kuala Lumpur is a great place to visit. I mean, did I get to see the Batu Caves? I didn't get to see anything. I did not get to see anything. Yeah, no, because, like, I literally got there, like, I got to my hotel at like 10 o'clock at night. Oh my God, Chad. So it's just like a wild experience. The good part of it is, though, I did meet somebody else from my city in Thailand. And I mean, this is like a really good thing. This is a really good thing, right? Because, like, you know, I haven't really met a lot of people here. You know, so anyway, we end up watching each other's back during the trip, because, like, we're both scared shitless, right? She's leaving in order to reset her tourist visa, which is kind of, you know, what I'm doing too. And we both don't really exactly know how things work. And, like, me, I've just been traumatized, right? Because, like, I mean, I was, like, in a position where, like, am I going to be overstaying my visa in Thailand? That was the real concern, right? Is that I want a long-term visa. I'm going for, in August, a 1-year educational visa where I'll be taking Thai language classes for an entire year, like 180 hours.
$9.99. Did you find a missing pals? We must rescue all that John MCAIN abandoned.
Wait, did I find a missing what? Sorry, I hate how the TTS, we're at 16 right now. Let's make this work. Did you find the missing POWs? Oh my God. Yeah, that was the word I was missing. The missing POWs. We must rescue all that John McCain abandoned. That's a good thing to point out. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. The POW MIA flag. Where did we see that? That's an old thing. That's a very old school thing. Anyway, Davy, thank you for the super chat. Oh yeah, that reminds me. God damn it. Oh, God damn it. I already kind of screwed up, chat. 10, okay, 3 hours. Butterfly. We're supposed to do the butterfly goal. I'll just call it a butterfly goal. There we go. Butterfly goal. If you want to put a butterfly in my hair, you got 3 hours to do it. We need 10 super chats. Although realistically speaking, Davy Cliff has already given 1. So as soon as that gets up to 9, let me know and I will put the butterfly in. Of course, you'll have to hit 10 if you want to see the magical confetti, which I think is the real goal of the super chats. But yeah, no, I will put a butterfly in my hair if we get 10 teal or higher super chats. I think we discovered earlier that is 100 Thai baht. That's the threshold for a teal super chat, which is about $3 US and some change, right? So yeah, when you do that, it makes the number go up. If the number goes up to 9 this time, not 10, if it goes up to 9, I will put a butterfly in my hair. The other goal that we have right down here is, of course, the bonus goal, to which we're at 16 already. Thanks to Omega Star and thanks to Davy Cliff. Your hair looks especially cute today. Thank you. I just washed it, so you know it should be. Hopefully, it looks fairly cute. I'm feeling a little bit better. I got a little rest and relaxation yesterday, right? And that's why I didn't stream. I told you I was gonna stream. I keep on trying to. Oh yeah, I was supposed to stream from Vietnam. That was gonna be really cool, but it didn't end up happening because I go to Malaysia, and it turns out that Malaysian electrical outlets require a adapter, right? Thai electrical outlets, I think usually there's like a way to plug in. Wait, maybe that's not true. Maybe I'm wrong about that too. Maybe I just went completely unprepared. Now that I think about it, chat, the only reason I say Thai, outlets have an adapter is that I've got like a power strip, right? And the power strip you can either plug in like, the 3-pronged thing, you know what I'm talking about? The one that they use in America, like this deal, you can plug that in, but you could also plug the 2-prong Thai ones in there too. And so that's why I think, but anyway, I just didn't come prepared. So yeah, it turns out like I couldn't plug in my laptop. That's why you didn't get a laptop stream. You did get a shorts stream, a really strange stream with terrible lighting as I got into the hotel in Malaysia that was a full 56 kilometers from the airport, right? Kuala Lumpur, chat, if you don't know, is huge. It's a city that I've never heard of before, and it is probably the biggest city I've ever been in. You forgive me? Thank you, Omega Star. That means a lot. Missed an opportunity to say live from Vietnam. Wait, is that a thing? Isn't it Good Morning Vietnam? Is that what you're thinking, Attack of the Hank, or is it a different reference? 10 butterflies in chat for you. Oh, that's really sweet, general public. And I missed you. Also, I missed you. We will be getting to both the Hasan versus Contrapoints, oh god, I cannot make that joke. I cannot call it a controversy. Controversy. Hasan controversy. Hasan. I'm still working on it, chat. I'm still workshopping. You'll have to give me more time to come up with something truly brilliant and truly cringy. I'm from a military town, and I saw those flags everywhere. Oh, the MIA CIA. MIA CIA. What am I saying? MIA POW flags. I saw them all. I didn't realize until I became an adult that it was propaganda. Yeah. I mean, like, I guess I would have probably assumed that it was, you know, that like, I don't know, did they leave POWs behind or something, right? Because that's what they make it sound like, that there's a bunch of people that Vietnam is just holding on to. And you know, there's just no proof of it, right? There's no proof. Like, if anybody's being held on to it, it's like some rogue, like, Viet Minh soldier that, like, took the prisoners and hid them some, I don't know. There's just there's never, it's a conspiracy theory is what it is, right? The POW MIA thing. Although somebody was telling me that they think that the flag, the significance of it has changed, and it's just like, it now stands for like POW awareness, or like awareness that I mean, people were prisoners of war. John McCain was one, right? He was flying his plane over North Vietnam, up to no good at all, doing bad things to little children in Vietnam, death from above, chat, and his plane got shot down. And they held on to this guy that had been fucking bombing their kids, right? They held on to this guy, right, until I think they did like a prisoner swap or something like that. But yeah, the story about McCain is that he held out until everybody that was lower rank than him had been released or something like that. I don't know. Did you happen to find anything? Oh, the missing Malaysia. I forgot that was a Malaysian airline flight. Yeah, that's a long time ago, general public. I had forgotten about that whole thing. How far is that? As far as the flight goes, I have a poor idea of how far countries are in relation. How like, oh wait, like how many miles was the flight? I don't know, Chad. I didn't check. Did you visit Dobstown, Malaysia? Wait, what? Oh, that's the headquarters of the Church of the Subgenius. So you're saying Thailand is Hang Dong. You know about Hang Dong? You know about Hang Dong? Tanner, dude, what you know about Hang Dong? What you know about Cad Farang? What you know about? Anyway, not gonna lie, you could have gone to the Philippines or Singapore. I think they're not too strict on a visa. Yeah, that's true. I don't know if that would have been better or worse. Maybe chat can tell me. I can tell you a little bit about my experiences in Malaysia, but yeah, luckily there was another person from my city that was like waiting for the plane, and we struck up a conversation, just trying to kind of figure stuff out, and we found out we had a lot in common. So we like watched each other's back for that whole trip. You know, we were checking out on each other on WhatsApp, being like, you know, did you get to your hotel? So that was really nice, because I felt super nervous, right? I hadn't even told anyone, because like, chat, I get to the airport, I'm like, let me get on the plane, and they're like, you're not getting on the plane. And I'm like, okay, what do I do? And they're like, you can get on this plane to Malaysia instead. Here, you better hurry up because it's leaving right away. And I'm like, shit, you know, so I don't have time to mess. Nobody knew where I was, right? So it was really good that I ran into somebody from my town, from the town that I live in here in Thailand, that you know, we could, you know, if I disappear, it's gonna like look for me, right? Because I was kind of worried, I was kind of scared. But yeah, you know, long ass flight, and then a even longer not longer, the taxi ride felt longer. It was 56 miles, because yeah, Kuala Lumpur is spread, but like I thought, chat, I've lived in Phoenix before, all right? I thought I'd been to spread out cities.
Chatted $9.99. MCAIN crashed 16 planes. He had every chance to stop before he got captured. Rip Bozo fathering Megan. MCAIN is still his WIRS.
Oh my God, fail daughter. The infamous fail daughter Megan McCain. I always get mixed up like who Kamala's buddy was. It wasn't Megan McCain, right? It was Liz Cheney. Is it Liz Cheney? Oh, and I get them mixed up too. There's Lynn Cheney, who I think is the wife. There's Liz Cheney, that's the daughter. I mean, these are fail daughters. Yeah, it's because they're both fail daughters. That's why I mixed them up. Chat, all fail daughters in my mind are like the same person. The exact same person. Trump said he prefers his heroes who are not, the ones who did not get captured. I'm so lost. Why does Contrapoints argue that white supremacy isn't the best framework for understanding their ideology? Chat, there may be more to this Contrapoints situation that I'm aware of right now, from what you're saying here. Here, speaking of which, let me make sure that I can put the your beautiful chats up here onto the screen, because it makes it easier for me to deal with, and it also makes it easier for anybody who is watching the VOD to know like what the fuck I'm talking about, right? It's actually a dangerous thing for me to just read chat with chat off screen, because then it presents the situation where, you know, I could read a chatter's chat and then somebody could come along and be like, no comment chick said blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, incorrect. Chatter said that, but they don't know the difference. So if I have it up on screen, then you can clearly see, just like you can see that. There we go. Yeah. He had every chance to stop. Yeah, he should have known. R.I.P. Bozo fathering Meghan McCain is still his worst war crime. Damn. I haven't seen much from Meghan McCain. She's kind of disappeared. But yeah, so Contrapoints and Hasan got into it. She was like sarcasm posting on Twitter, and basically making fun of anybody who, yeah, like in her mind, thinks that there's no difference between Kamala Harris's policy on Iran had she been elected and Donald Trump's policy, right? And it's just kind of like, you know, shitting on leftists, right? For the idea that, you know, if you had just gotten behind Kamala Harris, if you had just shut up about anything negative about her, don't press her on anything, don't notice that she has eliminated any sort of trans person from the convention. You know, the convention in 2020, there were, I think, a few different trans speakers, and there's none at the, 2021. Don't mention the fact that she won't let pro-Palestinian voices speak. They have to be, you know, kind of locked outside. Don't mention the fact that they kicked Hasan out of the fucking convention. Like, there's so many things you just gotta ignore, overlook, not mention, pretend they're okay, because then Kamala, that's how you get Kamala Harris elected. You pretend that she's already really good. You don't push her at all. You don't make her differentiate herself, say, from Biden, which might have been the only way she could have actually won, is if she said, I am my own person and I have my own policies, and we're going to disagree, with all due respect to Joe Biden, right, who I enjoyed working with and I think did some really awesome things during his term. I'm not necessarily going to be wedded to all of his policies. There was none of that. She had a chance to do exactly that on The View. She did not take that chance, right? But yeah, I don't know. There may be more about this Contrapoints thing. All I know about is the Contrapoints tweet, Hasan's response, and then Contrapoints' response to that response. But yeah, you know, we're talking about like an unknowable. Like, if she was elected, is it possible that Kamala Harris would have reacted differently to the Israel-Iran thing, such that, you know, there would have never been, could she have stopped Israel from attacking Iran, perhaps? Yeah, could she have done that? Could she have, would she have at least have not gone in and bombed Iran? And that's just, we're never going to be able to know that, chat. But what we do know is that if that was true, she was holding those cards close to her chest, all right? And I know Dems have gotten used to, no, listen, we're going to hold the cards. We can't say anything progressive during the general election, but just trust. No, I've trusted too many fucking Democrats. I've trusted too many Democrats, all right? I've been let down by too many Democrats. I'm not just fucking trusting that, you know, you got shit that you won't say during the campaign that you're going to do. No, I'm not going for that at all. But yeah, Contra apparently is, and more female drone pilots, Black South Asian girls. Kamala Harris would have been so much better on foreign policy. Just ignore everything she said about Iran and Israel. That's exactly it. Yeah, Contrapoints just doesn't have anything to back up what she's saying. No one misses Meghan McCain. She was insufferable. True that. Contra also minimized genocide on Twitter. Oh, I didn't see that. Is that one of her deleted tweets, maybe? I know that she has this habit of posting shit that pisses people off or worries people, and then just deleting it. So you don't know, like, wait, what's actually going on with Contra? But yeah, chat, I'm back in Thailand. I made it back okay. I spent entirely too much money. That's the one real downside, chat. I am out $300+. I spent $300+ to reserve myself a flight to Vietnam and a hotel in Hanoi, and I'm not getting that money back because I didn't change the flight. I had to get a new flight, right? That's the difference. If I had been able to, if I'd done this earlier or something and I had a few days to, my Thai visa was still good, I could have waited until Wednesday and then flown out to Vietnam. But as it was, I just had to eat that cost, right? I couldn't cancel my hotel room. Although they did send me a nice little email saying, we've canceled your hotel room for you. Like, right, because you were a no-show there. By the way, your refund is $0, right? Yeah, so I didn't get any of that money back, and it's fucking burns me up because it's my own fault. It's my own fault. I got no one to blame but myself. I should have just checked on it and not made the assumption. I guess where I was going, chat, was that I know that Thailand has the visa exempt thing for people from the US and people from, there's like 90 countries, right? You got any of these 90 visas, you're visa exempt. You fly in, you let them know like where you're staying and some basic stuff like that, but you just get your card stamped and there you go, 60 days, and then you can come back in 60 days and get it extended to 90 days, right? So I thought, from what I'd heard of Vietnam, everything I'd heard is that Vietnam is like Thailand, but it's like kind of easier to deal with, right? So I was like, okay, so there's no, right? Anyway, I didn't check it out, and I thought that maybe when you buy a ticket, right, if it's to a country that requires an e-visa, that they'd have a little notification saying, here's the link to Vietnam's e-visa program, all right? You need to fill this out a week ahead of time, at least, right? You need to like some kind of notification to just be like, maybe even before you buy the ticket. By the way, if you're getting this ticket, you're going to need this visa. The visa takes at least 3 working days, right? Best case scenario, 3 working days to process this visa. So if you're leaving, if you're filling this out, if you're looking at this and it's not, don't buy the ticket or something like that. But no, they want you to buy the ticket. They want to sell tickets that they don't have an ass in the seat for and get that money anyway. So yeah, I got fucked over, and partially and probably my own fault. But yeah, there was a couple of places that I feel like could have, that they would have been nice if there was some kind of, a notification of like, you gotta have this. So yeah, anyway, I went to Malaysia, took a 56-kilometer taxi ride, very expensive taxi ride. Yo, now they're communist invading radicals in the chat. Yeah, I could have taken a 56 kilometers and to get to the hotel. If I had to get there, it's a shitty hotel. I paid way too much for it, and I couldn't even plug my computer in at the end of the day. So yeah, that was kind of shitty, but I did make a new friend, and that's really cool. And I'm gonna start hanging out with some people here in the city since I've been married to work for so long. Anyway, where am I, chat? What am I talking about? Oh yeah, I gotta so I said I was gonna put your super chats up on the screen, so let's see. There's Davi's other super chat about the missing POWs and MIAs in Vietnam. They're actually, spoiler, they're actually in, Brianna Wu is worse than Contrapoints? I forgot about her. Oh god, yeah. Like, wait, what is this discourse about Brianna Wu and Contrapoints? How was Malaysia? I mostly saw it at night. It's big. It's a big city, and it's, compared to Thailand, I guess the infrastructure seemed pretty nice, right? In Thailand, oh yeah, I guess here's probably the difference, right, chat? In Thailand, everybody gets around on motorcycles, right? So they don't worry that much about fixing the sidewalks. Some of the sidewalks are kind of fucked up. Sometimes there's not a lot of room on the sidewalks. Sometimes there's a car parked on the sidewalk. Sometimes there is a business that is kind of spilling out onto the sidewalk. Sometimes there's a tree planted in the middle of the sidewalk and you got to like step around the tree and stuff. So like, yeah, there's just not a lot of attention paid. It's not a walkable, or at least the part of Thailand that I have visited so far, not super walkable. Malaysia, exceptionally walkable, right? In fact, better probably than most American cities. from what I've seen. Evie's step 1, answer the riddles 3. Yeah, basically that's what I felt like, the riddles of the Sphinx. But yeah, it's big. I got Indian food. I paid too much for it. I paid too much for everything. Everything is more, the cost of living, from what I could tell, more expensive than in Thailand. Maybe the job opportunities though better. I did see like there was a whole sector of town that was like the tech sector, right? So you know, I assume that there's maybe, you know, more job opportunities there, and you know, that explains kind of the higher cost of living. But yeah, it's too rich for my blood, chat. Malaysia was too rich for my blood, and I didn't get to really see a whole lot of it because it was, you know, night when I got there. And then I've heard of that called the neurodivergent tax, like when you're not being on top of things as much. Oh, I never thought that is, yeah, kind of exactly what people mean when they say neurodivergent tax. Contra and Ryan Beard being content creators that only release 2 videos a year, wasting their other social media platforms talking nonsense. Honestly, it's selfish, but that's Iran. Iran is the reason I couldn't vote for this year, because I felt in my gut this happened. I'm not having my cousins getting killed by my country on my concession. Yeah. People are not thinking this through, right? From like there's too much. It's too easy for a lot of especially like American creators to sort of disassociate from the reality of Iran or Gaza, you know, to care about those issues, but to downplay those issues and to get by those issues really quickly, and to be more concerned, yeah, with the hypothetical success that comes from everyone on the left getting in line and saying nothing bad about the Democratic candidate at the one time that might make the Democratic candidate change some of their policies, right? You got leverage, chat. When a Democrat's running for office, that's the time that you've got the most leverage, right? And you don't need to, you know, there's a way to be critical of a candidate. There's a way to push a candidate without, I don't know, benefiting their opposition. It's just like, you know, yeah, unfortunately, people like Contra apparently do not get that. Contrapoints won't even make a stance on Israel, Palestine. Oh, wow. I didn't realize she hadn't said anything. She's fucking, she's kind of gone into the background, chat. I just don't pay attention to her because she's been gone for so long, right? And so I didn't notice when she didn't make a comment, she didn't say anything about Israel, Palestine, because I just, like, it feels like she's retired, but she's not, chat. She's on, she, you know, is still live streaming video games and stuff, and she is on a lot of, she's been doing a lot of collabs lately. She's been going on a lot of podcasts and stuff. Matt Bernstein comes to mind. I think there's others too. So she does seem to be coming out of hibernation, but yeah, you're right. At least Blair White admits she's a piece of shit. I mean, I wouldn't say it in the same, okay, you didn't say it in the same sentence as Contrapoints. I do have really, like, you know, warm feelings towards Contrapoints from back in the day. I was an early follower of Contrapoints. I think before she even like talked about transitioning and stuff, right? So like I knew about Contrapoints like way long time ago, and yeah, some of her early videos are pretty instructive, right? So I am, you know, pleasantly disposed to Contrapoints. I have been critical of her in the past, but not in a way that you know, like in a way that kind of like I haven't like written her off, right? And you know, that there were certain things there's certain controversies that she got into that are truly petty, and she didn't deserve the criticism. And there are controversies that she's gotten into where a simple apology would have been fucking great. But she was, you know, at this time she had Vosh in her ear, and you know, Vosh will tell you, just like he told Keffels. I'm trying to remember if he ever said anything like this to me. But he's got a principle where he never apologizes, because the woke mob will eat you alive if you even if you even hint at an apology. So you just got to double down on everything always, right? There's no room for apologizing. There's no room for self-reflection. You just got to Giga Chad that shit, according to Vosh. And she did seem to have Vosh in her ear up until the point that Vosh crossed the line, and that was during the whole J.K. Rowling / Cat Black controversy, right? When Vosh, in response to J.K. Rowling, Vosh uses misogyny. It's super ineffective. Yeah, using misogyny to defend trans rights, to fight a TERF with, right, is a very bad idea, because all TERFs, like, TERFs spend 90% of their time claiming that trans rights activists are doing so out of misogyny. They don't like women, they don't respect women's spaces, and that is why they are misogynistic. Now, chat, they are hard-pressed, I tell you, to find even one example, even example one of this, right? They are hard-pressed to find an example, and here goes Vosh. Hey, J.K. Rowling, here's an example of the exact thing that you're wanting. And he did it for a reason. He knew that she would, quote, retweet him, and that he would just be seen by a lot of hapless radlibs as fighting the Queen TERF, right? He would be seen as, you know, he's right because he's against J.K. Rowling, and we don't like J.K. Rowling, right? But the problem, that the thing that they're not noticing is what he's doing is the equivalent, if you play like Overwatch or something like that, of feeding J.K. Rowling. He gave J.K. Rowling an easy kill, and she racked up those points. And that's not okay, because what he's doing is he's clout chasing off the backs of trans people. And I didn't appreciate that. Contra seemed to, you know, have the same, reaction to that. And then eventually when he starts sexually harassing Cat Black and then trying to gaslight everyone that, oh no, actually she's sexually harassing me, you know, I'm really the victim here, right? That's when Contra was like, no, fuck you, you know, she was nice to him at first, and he was insistent. He was like, I will tell my audience to bully her to agreeing with me. And she's like, you know what I'm going to do instead? I'm going to unfollow your ass, right? And I was kind of proud of Contra at that moment, but yeah, she's been in hibernation. She's come out of hibernation, and I don't know. Does she see her shadow? That's the question. No, Kamala would have done the same thing. Every indication that we have points to that. It's an unknowable, though. It's not. I don't think it's terribly useful to talk about, right? But yeah, when some lib, you know, tells you that you should have been nicer to Kamala Harris, you should have been more positive towards her. You know, and it's your fault that this is happening, right? I'm sorry, but I gotta call bullshit on that. I got to call bullshit on that. I don't care if it's Contra or anybody else saying it. Contra's part of the reason I started, you know, let's just say it, okay? Contra is probably one of the influences, one of the, you know, what part of the inspiration for me streaming in the first place, all right? So no, it does not feel good to see ContraPoints saying these things. I do not relish criticizing ContraPoints, but yeah, you know, when she's talking bullshit, criticize we must, right? When you're trying to say that Harris is a better choice, some words to use for Kamala Harris campaign are "you're killing me," "you're not making it easy," "you're not making it easy to make your case." Too bad she got cursed by that witch, so she can never make public statements again. Wait, what? Wait, I thought that was me. But then I got my voice back, chat. Wasn't that awesome? I went silent for one video. I doubt anybody in this chat has even seen that video. I don't know. It's still up, though, as far as I know. She could have insulted Biden. He would have forgotten the next day. Yo, that's funny. True. She could have also... She also could have won if she had a primary. Well, yeah, if Biden had fucking stepped out of the way. I'm trying to go through your chats really quick before we get started again. We got ContraPoints. 26 says, Narwhal by nature. Thank you for abacusing that for me. We're at 26 out of 100. And if this thing gets to 100, that's when the bonus content happens. The bonus content is what you're voting on right now. If you are in the normal YouTube chat, and as I can see right now, 93 of you have voted so far. Good job, right? Most of the number one choice so far is new Taylor Lorenz. Taylor Lorenz, kind of the hot new item. ContraPoints, maybe not looking so fresh anymore. I don't know, chat. I don't know. We'll have to see how things roll out. Taylor Lorenz, like I've told you, kind of a mixed bag, but she's been doing really good work lately, and I absolutely have to give her credit for that. I do think that her latest videos are exceptional, you know, in the same way that ContraPoints' videos used to be exceptional. Again, you know, no gods, no heroes. You know, I'm sure she'll let me down at some point, but yeah, we got the new Taylor Lorenz video coming out. I think this one is about AI and God, and is AI God? And is AI your girlfriend? And is it really love if AI tells you that it's love? And look, chat, what I'm asking is, can you marry and fuck God via AI? That's what I want to know. And if you do fuck God, what happens? Do you get pregnant with the new, like, Messiah? Do you, like, what? I don't even know, chat. But yeah, AI. I think what this is about is, if I were to guess, people have been talking to AI about religion. And yeah, AI is a large language model, and it will bounce those ideas back at you. And it has also been trained in many cases, like ChatGPT, to be an incredible sycophant, right? So if you've already got some kind of weird, you know, paranoid or, you know, very self-centered ideas about metaphysics, it will absolutely reinforce that to you, right? And yeah, we got people dating their AIs. We've got AIs posting the secret musings of people. What is it? This is a meta AI, I guess, right? That I don't know. Warn your grandparents, warn your parents, warn your aunts and uncles about this, chat. If you use the meta AI, that shit's not private. That shit's not private unless you set it to private, all right? So if you say anything to the meta AI, it is going to be searchable. It's going to be findable, right? And, you know, there's no reason for this. Like, I can't imagine what the reason for this. They actually did disable that function for like a day or so, and then it was back again. So they really want to show what people are saying to AI, and what they think the confidence. I'm confused about what? Maybe I can help you out, because I'm talking about many things at once. When I was talking about fucking God, probably that's pretty confusing. No, it's just that people confide in AI, their secret thoughts, their most personal thoughts that are not rational, thoughts that nobody else would, that other people might be worried about if you were to say this to your friend, to your family member, right? That, you know, and so yeah, AI is reinforcing some possibly delusional thinking that people have. I hope that explains it. I haven't seen much of Taylor Lorenz's work, but I've seen she's like a typical Democrat dim sock type. Overall, she's fine, but there's a few things I disagree with her on. Yeah. Oh, you're confused about what happened to ContraPoints. Yeah. So if you're just getting here, ContraPoints tweeted making fun of people that didn't like Kamala and Biden's policy when it came to Palestine, and therefore, you know, didn't think that, you know, like that the Iran policy would be much better, right? In the same vein that people are trying to blame those that were skeptical, those that were concerned, those that had some criticisms of the Biden campaign and then the Kamala campaign for what is happening now in the Middle East, right? Whether it be the slaughter in Gaza, or whether it be the illegal preemptive. Wait, no, preemptive is the wrong word. Preventative is the right word, right? There's a distinction there. It's an important distinction, right? The preventative attack, which preemptive attack, I guess you can do if you got evidence that some other country is going to attack you. You know, it's not against like international law or international norms to hit them first, right? That's what I think Israel claims happened during the 67 war, although some definite doubts on that. But a preventative attack where you're like, this other country could attack me, so therefore I'm attacking them first. That's not legal. That's not legal. And like the idea that, you know, it somehow would have been on different under Kamala is just, we can't ever, it's unknowable, chat. It's unknowable. And everything that Kamala said, everything that Biden said, every indication that we got from them says that it wouldn't be that much different. Right? So anyway, Contra, got into that discourse. Hasan responded to her and did not manage to convince her otherwise. I'm going to ask you something really quick, chat. For all my Hasanabi heads out there, all right? One in chat if you're a Hasanabi head, first of all. And secondly, did he talk about it today? Did he talk about Contra on stream? Because that's the one thing that I'm missing. I haven't seen any indication that Hasan has brought this feud with ContraPoints, which it's a minor feud at this point. It's just a short little back and forth. But that Hasan talked. Did Hasan talk about this on stream? Kamala, the former presidential candidate from like 10 years ago? Yeah, it feels like it. Wait, people raised Christian did a good act like Zeus and to Mary? Or did Elon Musk? Oh my God, God is sending his juices to people through the mail like Musk. Maybe that's what happened with Mary. Yeah. I saw most of the stream and he didn't mention it. That's how he rolls. And I gotta respect him for that. You know why he's doing that, right? You know why he didn't talk about this. He is really willing to extend almost unlimited gratitude or unlimited grace to people. Saw his stream towards the end. He was having computer issues. Yeah, he's been having a lot of those lately, or more than before. Hopefully his setup is okay. Hopefully his IP is okay. But thank you, El Real Pet Chicken. So we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into the Ethan Klein thing. This is Taylor Lorenz, who feels, and I think rightly so, a little bit disturbed about some of the stuff that Ethan has been saying on his Instagram lately. Right? When he gets into these beefs with and he has this. It's a weird thing, chat. The people that he has the most smoke for, they just kind of tend to be women, right? And when he has beefs with women, he always has to just I don't know, make it inappropriate, somehow veer into the sexual, right? And it's not in a way where he's he's calling Taylor Lorenz sugar tits or anything like that, right? But it's speculating on her, sexual interests, sexual relationships, just shit that's got no business, right? Being, in the conversation, right? So she's called him out over that. And also, it's kind of a history, chat. If you go back 10 years, you will find Ethan Klein making some really fucked up jokes about a Boston bombing victim who got scarred during the explosion and who, he then ogled. And she's 17. She's a 17-year-old, right? So, yeah, he's got a really disturbing history. And now, because Taylor Lorenz called him out for the, for the sexual harassment, he's now threatening to sue her, right? And his claim is not that I haven't done sexual harassment. His claim is that I am not currently doing sexual harassment. He admitted to the clip that we've all seen, the clip where he's saying fucked up shit about a 17-year-old Boston bombing victim. He's admitted that was sexual harassment, right? But he's because that was 10 years ago and I'm not currently doing sexual harassment. And if I am doing sexual harassment, you can't prove it, then therefore Taylor is doing defamation. Taylor Lorenz is doing defamation to Ethan Klein by virtue of that. So we've got some, what do you call them? Chat logs. We've got chat logs to check on. Both Taylor has released some of her chat logs talking to Ethan about this current spat of things. And then Ethan released everything, I guess, going back to her, their initial dust up over, oh my God, what was it? With the CPS thing. She tweeted something about the CPS thing. He said, that's not true. That's just a rumor. She said, oh my God, I'm sorry. here, can I help you? Can I get you in touch with somebody at Reddit? Because I don't like snark pages either. I'm anti-snark, right? So she's trying to be helpful, and Ethan just did not take it in any sort of a good way. That's what happened before. This time, you know, it's about, you know, him tweeting, or not tweeting, Instagram storying about her multiple times in a way that's kind of creepy, right? And just in general, being inappropriate towards women that he has conflicts with. And we've definitely seen this before, right? So that's going on. So yeah, Ethan released all of the DMs. So we'll take a look at those. I don't think, chat, that, I don't know what he's trying to show, but I feel like it makes him look worse, right? Because what it reveals is that Taylor has a stalker, maybe even an IRL stalker. I'm not sure about the details. And she's told Ethan about this. This is somebody that's involved in Ethan's community, right? Because look, the way that Ethan tries to get attention, the way that Ethan is trying to build audience in the ashes of his old audience after like losing like half of his audience over this, you know, Palestine crash out, is by going after other people's hate audiences, right?
David Cliff super chatted $9.99. You'll learn to give a lot grace growing up Muslim in America. The most disgusting and hateful stuff is very normalized. Zoran did a really beautiful speech about this recently.
Oh God, yeah, I think I saw what you're talking about. Yeah, and Zoran has had to put up with a lot of this. Yeah, and he does get into the fact that, you know, there's some very normal ways of reacting to disgusting and hateful stuff like Davi's talking about that should be acceptable, if not understandable, or understandable if not acceptable, right? And you know, as a Muslim, you're not allowed to do those things. You're already being, like, you know, dehumanized, and you know, this, you getting angry, reacting in you know, taking like umbrage even at anything, right? It gives your detractors the chance to cast you in the light of the Muslim stereotype of, you know, that is very, like, just more than humanized. I think the word that Zoran used was like bestial, like you're bestialized, like you are turned into a beast in the eyes of, you know, the larger culture, and people don't regard that as being racist when it obviously is. Boycotted Hasan today for missing TMR. Wait, was he supposed to be on Majority Report? Sorry, Mopo, I want to know more about this. I'm curious. Didn't watch his stream. He said he prefers to focus on conservatives. Yeah, in general he will. And he, like, the same grace would have been extended to Ethan, right? Even after Ethan was going after like so many people, so many of his friends, and had said so much shit about him, he still would have preferred to, leave the focus, the focus on conservatives, right? That's just his general way of operating. Okay. Oh my God. Sorry, chat. I'm just trying to read through chat to make sure. So nobody saw anything from Hasan today. It sounds like he didn't talk about this ContraPoints thing. I understand why, and I actually respect him for that. Ethan Klein thinks he's Howard Stern, kind of. Wait. Yeah, boy. Who are you talking about? This is not someone. I'm not someone. I don't know if you're, I don't know if you're talking about me. I don't know if you're talking about ContraPoints. I don't know if you're talking about Taylor Lorenz or Kamala. They're on the internet because they can't survive in real life. Here, just a second. I gotta fill up my sparkling water so I can survive in real life. No, I don't know. I don't know if that was directed at me. I shouldn't react as if it was, when I really don't know. I really don't know what this chatter is on about, but I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, boy. Nonetheless, he did tweet late about how he was wrong about thinking Kamala would have made January 6th and created a social net for him. Wait, what Hasan did? He tweeted late about how he was wrong about thinking that Kamala would have made January 6th. done January's? Wait, I'm sorry. I don't understand. I will try to catch up with any of the chats that I do not understand. If I see you chat again, I'll try to do the follow-up, right? Coulda, woulda, shoulda takes away the energy against pushing back, or how we fight in the current situation. Oh my god. Sorry, chat. Tech issues. Just waiting to be able to scroll again. Here, maybe I should scroll down this thing. Oh well, yeah, somebody do the math for me. Find out how far it is from, like, let's just say Bangkok, which is in the middle of Thailand, even though it's not exactly where I'm at, and Kuala Lumpur. NCC would have found two 102-year-old Vietnam men and the U.S. soldiers fighting each. Oh my God, haven't got the notice that the war is over. I was thinking yeah, you were thinking Good Morning Vietnam. I called it. Hasan Travesty. What happened to Hillary Clinton's best friend? What was the Hillary shit? That was the one that I never got a good explanation for. I never got a good explanation for, like, her, you know, Hillary appearance. Hillary had a what the fuck was it? Something on HBO or something? All right, chat. I'm trying to catch up with you. I know I'm way behind right now. Good to see you back. Good to see you too, Zara. I know I'm reading your chat from like 30 minutes ago, but Kamal is live as fuck and wouldn't have done anything useful, says Narwhal by Nature. Contra also minimizes genocide on Twitter. Oh my god, still behind. I'm scrolling. Contrapoints has some emotional issues and drug problems. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into anything too personal there on that either to, you know, defend what Contra's doing or to, you know, I don't know. I would honestly recommend her interviews more than her video. You will see a more authentic version of her. Yeah, I know. I think I've been seeing some good stuff from Contrapoints lately. A little bit. She's nothing like Cuffles, except I guess. Yeah. Yeah, two very different stories, two very different trajectories. And you know, yeah, I mean, Contrapoints had success, mainstream success in the way that Couples never did, and probably never could have. Kamala would not have been better on Iran. She'd admitted so herself. She would have done it with a less toxic masculinity. True. All right, I'm gonna scroll through the Podjons. I remember she went on the Podjon show. Wait, who? Contra or was it Contra or was it Kamala? Surprised Kamala didn't give the Podjons a interview.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. The Hillary stuff is hilarious because there is a strange cut in the middle and you just know Hill Dog said some disgusting
Yeah. Yes. 100%. It felt like Chelsea at least is aware of the danger in Hillary embracing, you know, turf viewpoints. And Hillary probably doesn't even know it's turf stuff. It's just natural. Like, well, why would we let a man in woman's spaces? Like, and Chelsea's like, Hillary, you're not supposed to call them men. You're not supposed to. Also, maybe you don't assume that every trans person is a trans woman, right? Right. Chelsea's trying to help Hillary out. I mean, I don't know. Chelsea's kind of feckless too. Bangkok to Kuala Lumpur is a 5.5 hour flight. Really, it didn't feel that long. Emily Jashinsky just dropped a 1 hour video with Tucker Carlson. Anyway, chat, oh, sorry, I had a little frame rate issue there, but it looks like it's okay now. She explained in her last AMA that she doesn't make videos on subjects where her sense of humor has no place. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I think people are more like, you know, they would expect her to say something on Twitter rather than necessarily make a, you know, video laughing at genocide. I don't think anyone would want Can you imagine if ContraPoints chat? Like, I'm just trying to imagine this, a ContraPoints Palestine video, right? So you gotta have like what, the Zionist ContraPoint. You know how she does her videos, or like how she used to do her videos, where there's and I think she still does this, right? There's characters, right? She speaks as many different characters, many different versions of herself. So she would have to be like debating a Zionist version of herself, or a, I don't know. Yeah, I could see that being inappropriate, and a good reason not to do a ContraPoints video on that subject. But still, people want to see, you know, she's on Twitter, she uses Twitter, she posts a decent amount. You know, if she was willing to take a stand, I think we would have seen it by now. I always hated ContraPoints. My first big video was a ContraPoints react. I mostly hated her Envyphobia. See, I made a video about that too. That was what was my criticism of her in terms of the way that she handled that situation, because I thought it could have been a teachable moment, and instead it became a double down moment, because like I said, she had Vosh chirping in her ear. Wait, Vash? Is that like MASH? Wait, Pigeon Milk, you got to tell me about this Vash thing. Is this like, wait, isn't that how they write MASH? Like the show, the Korean War show from like, it's like there's like a sitcom about the Korean War called MASH, for anybody who doesn't know. I think that's the reference that Pigeon Milk was on. Never apologize, never surrender, never put your porn file on your computer, especially not next to your taxes. If you have influence, you really can't criticize a candidate without harming them in some way. I don't think that's true. I really don't think that's true. And honestly, Pernition, if you think about it, that is a paralyzing way to look at politics. All right. If you want Democrats to do good things once they get in office, you got to push them when you have leverage over them. You have the most leverage over them when they're running for office, right? They should want your vote. They should work for your vote, right? Also, in the case of Kamala, the positions that people wanted her to take are not positions that would have made her election more difficult and less likely. They are positions that would have made her election infinitely more likely. She just had really bad advice from Biden, campaign staff. She never got to have her own campaign staff. She did have, if you remember at the very beginning of the campaign, some fairly good instincts. I think that picking Tim Walz as a vice president compared to who else they were looking at was a good choice. I think that, I think that there was a lot in how she handled stuff just by herself, on her own instincts, right? That seemed like, she might have a chance. And then the Biden team came in and said, no, don't call them weird. Don't do this. Don't talk about price gouging, right? The Biden campaign really, screwed her up. So if there is a different Kamala that we didn't get to see, she just, it's because she wasn't willing to come out. And how are we supposed to know that, she's got better, points of view if she's unwilling to speak them, especially when, you could see that it would have helped her out to say something about Gaza. She literally just doesn't know things. Contra?
Chatted $9.99. Vouch the horse stampede the humanoid buffin.
Wait. The Vouch the Stampede. What is this from? Are we at 56, Narwhal? I think you tried to hit me up with an abacus a while ago, and I Vosh the Stampede. That's from Trigun. Is that right? I need to see that, chat. I'm trying to catch up on all the crucial seminal anime that apparently everyone else has seen and I haven't seen. The latest one I'm trying to understand is Evangelion. Now I've watched, I don't know, the first 16 episodes or so of Evangelion, but I stopped watching it because I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. I'm like, Adam, Lilith, the Ava is his mom. but it's also Asuka's mom, and Rey is the mom, but she's also Lilith, and the humanity is Lilith. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? And yeah, I had to. So anyway, I didn't get it. I watched a video that kind of like goes over the lore and explains the stuff for you. Like, these are the these are the first ancestral race. Is that what it's called? Right? And then they spun off the angels. They made these like moon cocoons that go and crash into your planet and create life on it from the far ancestral, or the first ancestral race. I don't know, chat, but like, yeah, so I'm kind of up now on the lore of Evangelion, and I'm working my way. I'm about at like episode 10 or 12 or something like that. And so yeah, I feel like there's a lot of anime that I just really don't know. And this is the same studio, right, that did Fully Cooley. And I believe that this is part of what used to be called, I don't know if this genre exists anymore. I guess you could say, look, Serial Experiments Lane, Paprika, and Evangelion are like examples of what some people refer to as the mindfuck genre. And the idea of these anime series is that they are supposed to, you're supposed to watch them the first time and not understand. Maybe Standalone Complex is like this too, right? The Laughing Man Complex. Maybe you watch it and you're like, I don't get it. And then you watch it again and you're like, oh, I sort of get it. And then you watch it again and you're like, ooh, that's interesting. And then you watch it, and then you eventually, you watch it 20 times and you become a YouTuber that makes videos explaining Evangelion to people that don't understand it like me. So thank you for all of you out there that made this more understandable to me. Contrapoints used to be friends with Destiny a long time ago. Wow, I didn't know that. But Contrapoints is good. I was friends with people that were friends with Destiny. Contrapoints is good. Eventually blocked Destiny for being awful. I mean, that's a good choice right there. I've been watching a lot of Contra. I don't remember anything about her being... This is a long time ago. Roxy Amused is wondering about the MB phobia. This was a long time ago. This is 5 years ago. that the NB phobia controversy happened, right? Vosh has some of the dumbest analysis when you know the topic. Posted a screenshot link to where she said that Israel wasn't about white supremacy. What is it? Context, is this in the Discord? Vosh is no ally to anyone. He has no concept of real solidarity. True. Started watching Contrapoints. She was oh, that's right. I think she, defined herself as genderqueer for a while and maybe non-binary. And before coming out as a trans woman. Contra needs to stop taking teenage Twitter leftists so seriously. That's an issue too. Sometimes it's like sometimes like an overreaction to criticism will get you in trouble. Can't listen to Contrapoints. She's fucking boring. Vosh and Contrapoints aren't friends anymore. Oh, true. I still like Vosh better than Contra because he shits on liberals, failures of the Democratic Party. But yeah, Vosh has some issues. That's true. I agree with you that Vosh has some issues. Vosh is a hack who hasn't actually read theory. Remember a tweet that was not so great, but it wasn't disparaging. Yeah, well, that was my takeaway, Roxy Muse, that she didn't mean to cause anybody any offense, but look, I remember the situation now. We're talking about pronoun circles. Pronoun circles, if you've ever maybe had this at let's say that you're a freshman in college and you move into the dorms and your RA says, all right, let's go around the circle and I want you to tell me what your major is, where you're from, and what your pronouns are, right? And you'll be like, I am Irene, she, her, I am from Seattle, and I'm majoring in nutrition, right? Something like that, right? So anyway, she was talking about pronoun circles and saying that they actually make her uncomfortable, right? Now that might not sound bad because I actually understand pronoun circles, making you uncomfortable. I can relate. I can relate to exactly what Contrapoints is talking about there. However, I would not choose to say that, chat, especially not as a trans, like as a trans creator. I especially would not say that with an audience that has cis people in it too, because chat, when I say pronoun circles make me uncomfortable, there's going to be a lot of cis people out there that react, oh yeah, let's not do the pronoun circle. Let's not do the pronoun circle, because it makes, I know a trans person and it makes her uncomfortable, right? And they're going to listen to me more than they're going to listen, more likely than they're going to listen to some non-binary person or somebody who maybe, the reason that Contrapoints doesn't want pronoun circles is because she usually gets gendered correctly. And so she, when they have a pronoun circle, then she doesn't know, wait a minute, am I passing? Am I not passing? Right? And I understand that concern. Completely understand that concern. However, you've got to think about, people that are going to get misgendered unless there is a, one defining moment, like a meeting of the hall with an RA, like a pronoun circle, where they can be like, my pronouns are, whatever, XYZ, right? Those are my pronouns, right? And then at least then, everybody can get it. Because what happens with a lot of people is that if they get misgendered once and that's not corrected, and this is why trans people will call you if you misgender them, they'll say something, right? It's not because they are offended. It's not because they think you're a transphobe. It's not because you're not allowed to mess up or get things wrong or anything like that. It is because if they don't correct it right then and there, the other people are going to misgender them too. Right? So, I mean, like, that's the whole thing, is that, like, she just doesn't thinking that there's other people, right? There's other people out there that don't necessarily get gendered correctly most of the time. If you do get gendered correctly most of the time, that's kind of a privilege. Yay for you. Good for you. Awesome for you. If that's, makes life easier for you, great. But please, for fuck's sake, think of people that are on the other end of that passing privilege and recognize that, if you say pronoun circle bad, a lot of cis people are going to be like, trans people don't like pronoun. You become the avatar for trans people, and that sucks. Contrapoint should never have to become nobody should be the avatar for anything, right? A black person shouldn't be the avatar for all black people. A trans person shouldn't be the avatar for all trans people, right? It shouldn't work like that, but it does. Right. And that's all it was, right? Was like maybe a difficulty connecting those things for Contrapoints, which a lot of people were. I mean, some people, were hostile, but a lot of people just wanted to help her understand that and maybe like, help other people like understand that too. And instead, we just didn't there wasn't any real engagement. It was just like a double down. Anyway, sorry, chat. Really like Contra's older stuff before she got big. Yeah, me too. Anyway, I'm going to try to scroll through this as quickly as I can. I realize that there's a lot of chat and I'm not getting through it all. Oh, noble, but Hasan's argument has historical precedence. Yeah. Hasan's argument is based on stuff that Biden and Harris have actually said, whereas Contrapoint's argument is based on speculation. Grants of the Multiverse is shitty enough. I don't see the point in imagining another one. Okay, so now I'm getting to the point where people... Oh my god. I'm so far behind chat. Feel so annoyed I wanted to send Taylor Lorenz a message and wrote it all out, and then she closed her DMs. Wait, about which thing? Ethan started another lawsuit. Strain your lawyer out. Oh yeah, now he's threatening to sue Hasan too. She also argues she is 18. He described her nether regions as juvenile. Oh yeah. He said some really gross stuff in that video. We're talking about Ethan Klein there. Taylor talked to Reddit. Reddit told her own page was a vicious community. Ethan is like flypaper. You can never really get unstuck from him. That's true. All I know is that Kamala wouldn't be selling a bunch of federal land. So sweetheart's cat, that's an important thing, all right, to understand. Look, I am definitely not saying that there's no difference between a Kamala Harris presidency and a Trump presidency. I said during the election that I thought it would be a good idea if you live in a swing state to consider placing a vote for Kamala, if nothing else than to deny Trump a second term. All right. And that, yeah, I thought that the Kamala presidency would be better. There would be some upsides to that. Right. So like it's a question of degrees. It's a question of nuance, right? On particular issues, Gaza, Israel, Iran, we don't have any indication that Kamala would have been better. And we have been massively disappointed by Biden and by Kamala, right? So, but on other issues, yeah, like federal land, I agree with you. I don't think she would have done that. Kamala wouldn't have cut public media. That's true. Yeah. So like, understand that. Look, if anybody's telling you that Kamala and Trump exactly same results on every issue, what are they smoking? I'm sorry. That's just not, that's wrong. There would definitely be some things that Kamala would have been better on. All right. I can't think of anything that Kamala would have been worse on. But the disturbing thing is that on certain issues, and specifically like foreign policy, specifically Israel, Palestine, and now Iran, there is actually not, we don't have the indication that we would need. So yeah, I still think it's probably, a smart thing to do. Now, I also understand that some people can't do that, right? If you have family in Palestine that are under bombing, constant bombing, let alone like family that died in that bombing, Kamala probably lost your vote. All right. And yeah, I mean, I'm not in that situation, so I can't criticize that person that decides not to vote or to vote for a third party because of the Biden administration's policy in Israel and Kamala's lack of any indication that she's going to move away from that, right? But yeah, this is just a question of nuance here, right? I hate when Zionists do the pro-Palestinian thing, but I'm glad you brought that up, Sweetheart Cats, because that's a question on your mind. That's a question on a lot of people's mind, and it's important. Sometimes we just never have those conversations, and we don't understand why why each other thinks the things that they do. I hate when Zionists do pro-Palestinian, the pro-Palestine thing. Oh, like Ethan? Yeah, totally. Sorry, I'm trying to get through here to the end of the Okay, so chat, it sounds like I'm hearing people. Dave GG says recent Contrapoints tweet, that's the link to the tweet. 60,000 people is probably the worst atrocity in the last 2 years, but the scope of modern history is unfortunately far from unique. So is that the tweet that people are talking about? The Israel-Palestine tweet from Contra? I know one thing for sure, pins at Hop Topic or Box Lunch wouldn't be like 15 and up because fucking terror. Yeah. No, you're right, Sweetheart's Cat. Yeah, I hope nobody takes from this that I think that Kamala would be the same presidency. I wish there was more of an obvious difference on foreign policy issues, right? And that's a problem not just with Kamala, that's a problem with the Democratic Party. That's a problem with the Democratic Party establishment. And many of whom are either not saying anything about what's going on in Iran right now, or are actually saying positive things about the Trump policy. And that should piss you the fuck off, right? If you're one of these people, that really wanted Kamala to win and see that, there would have been a huge difference, when the Democratic establishment does not show you that difference and actually is in line 100% with the Trump policy, that's kind of blackpilling right now. We're all on the internet. I don't just understand why people on the internet trash people being on the internet. That is kind of funny. Jinx sucks. I don't know if they were trashing me though. I wouldn't let his, I'm guessing 99 workers unionize. Oh yeah. Yeah. Massive hypocrite, Jink. My God, I'm sorry. I wrote that in a terrible way. Hasan joke tweet about
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Disappointed by Biden with Israel. He acted exactly the same as he's devoted his life to serve Zionism.
It is in line it is in line with what he said his whole career, especially that disgusting speech he made in 1986, I believe. You know, like that if Israel didn't exist, the United States would have to. Okay, so yeah, so I'm glad I caught your second tweet, right? I wrote that in a terrible way. Hasan joke tweeted about admitting he was mistaken about thinking that Kamala would have done January 6th and do other things that Trump did. Okay, so yeah, it's a joke tweet that apparently I'm not on Twitter enough, chat. But thanks for clearing that up, Eric FM. If anybody else was confused by Eric FM's chat, there it is. There's the clarification for you. Tired of this let's platform the right-wing Christians and chat. Wait. Tired of this let's platform right-wing Christians? And Nazis. Wait, and chat. Wait. I'm not sure if I know what you're saying there, Cody Culp. Like there's a number of different ways you could read that chat. Contrapoints but closely becoming more liberal as acquiring more wealth and success. Oh, I love this song. Okay, I'm trying to get through here. I mean, there's obviously stuff that I need to be reading here. Also, thank you, Davy, for the super chats. Wait. I think there's one I'm missing, isn't there? It is. We're at 66. Thank you, Narwhal, for confirming the count. That's what I thought we were doing. We were at 60. Oh, with Alan Alden? Is that for the MASH thing? It's a good show. Yeah. For Vosh the Stampede. Yeah, I think that's the name of the character from Trigun, right? Vosh the Stampede. I have no idea why he's called the Stampede. But that's kind of funny because Vosh is a little too into horses. That's all. She also called it a genocide. Okay, so she did call it a genocide. She's just concerned about people using the opportunity to be anti-Semites. There are anti-Semites trying to slip into the, trying to infiltrate the left, like, right? Or trying to infiltrate the pro-Palestinian movement. That being said, I've been surprised at how aware a lot of people have been in the Free Palestine movement. The example that I think of is a college protest. I think it was maybe in Michigan that Jackson Hinkle and Infrared Haas tried to infiltrate, tried to come and speak at, and they were turned away because the people that were running it knew exactly what they were about, knew that they were this exact kind of person that will hide their anti-Semitism behind a thin veneer of support for Palestine. She also good on gender and media stuff, but politically, it's what lack of material analysis does to a motherfucker. True. And keep nagging them once they're elected. True, Emily French. Oh, thank you, 1989, the number. I love Evangelion. Oh my god, that's how far behind I am. Chat, I'm gonna try to Perfect Blue. I gotta watch Perfect Blue. All right, I'm glad chat is giving me other good suggestions, because there's a lot that I don't understand, like a lot of seminal animes I haven't seen. Can't stand Vosh. She's not a left. I can't stand Vosh. Vosh is the queen. Sorry, I couldn't help. Will, I had to do the thing. Anyway, sorry for the frustration of all of you that are waiting for me to get through chat. I just can understand it making you uncomfortable if you haven't come out with your trans identity. That's the only reason, though. Yeah, and it's a whole thing. I never wrote off ContraPoints or canceled ContraPoints for the for the pronoun circle thing. I did criticize that. I did disagree with her. And I really think that just listening to people and maybe being like, ooh, I didn't think about it that way. Good point. I feel like that would have been enough for a lot of people. That being said, I'm not non-binary and I don't want to speak for non-binary people. I don't think that, if you hurt a community, through you're not necessarily owed forgiveness, right? So like I said, I don't want to speak for anybody else here. She also doesn't like them when she's the only trans person. Yeah, well, I mean, you kind of don't know that, right? Especially in the situation that I described, like a hall meeting for campus housing. Contra's takes on gender weren't that bad. Teenagers overreact to everything. See, I'm kind of in the middle there, Lodars. I don't blame the teenagers. I don't completely write off Contra either. All right, so I'm not gonna please anyone. It sounds like it. I know this quote. I know what it means more. It was more of an inter-community conversation than something with not queer or trans people. One old lady got mad at me for including pronouns when we were at the mycology club mushroom hunt. She said she doesn't use pronouns half the time anyways. Didn't need to be told, but like there were other people that weren't heard. Exactly. Many, I feel like Latinos can relate to that. Someone thought I was Venezuelan. I had to correct them. Yeah, you're not calling them out or something. You're not like, you just need if wrong information has gone out there about your, nationality or your gender or whatever, you kind of need to set the record straight. I mean, I don't really get hated. I do get that. I really hated seminars about racism that were hosted by lib Italian women, but that isn't Robert D'Angelo. That isn't about social norms. That's so my business can't get sued. Oh yeah, a lot of that's a whole nother conversation. I hate anyone that does that. What is he trying to sue Hasan for?
Underscore by super chatted $5. Am I the only person who doesn't know what happened? I had an internet vacation.
I did too, kind of. But it was more like an internet non-vacation. Cause it was just stressful. Just trying to get my visa in order and everything. I'll try to like set the table for us before I start. I got a question for Moni the Whale here. What's he trying to sue Hasan for? Oh my god, I knew a second ago. I guess we'll have to get to that. Because it's in the tweets that we'll be reading through today. But anyway, if you're just joining us, we got two subjects for today. The first one is Hasan and ContraPoints. That's not a versus that you're expecting to see, but it is happening. Also, we're 6 out of 10 on the butterfly goal, and we are at 71 out of 100 on the other goal, the bonus content goal. But yeah, just for those of you joining us now, ContraPoints tweeted something to the effect that anyone who doesn't think that Kamala Harris would have been massively different on the issue of Iran is just like ridiculous, and this is why leftists won't ever win, and right, there's this kind of tweet, right? Hasan responded to her saying that Kamala had the chance to separate herself from the Biden administration and she never did that, and then ContraPoints responds that she was on board with the Iran nuclear deal under Obama. But again, she was in the Biden administration, and the Biden administration had a chance to put that Humpty Dumpty back together again, and they never took it. Right? So, we have seen signs that Biden is worse than Obama was on the issue of Israel. And like Davy mentioned earlier, you can trace it back to earlier in his career. This is what he's always been about. He's always been Israel's strongest soldier in the Senate, and during his career and everything. So I'm trying to remember what Ethan was suing Hasan for. Doesn't Ethan know that suing a millionaire Hasan is doing a communism? Oh yeah. Well, it wouldn't be, because Ethan's a richer millionaire, so it'd be reverse communism. It'd be neoliberalism. If Israel didn't exist, America would have to invent Israel. That's exactly what Joe Biden said. Yep. That was the speech I was thinking about too. Hasan called Jink chunky yogurt today. Wow. Big chunk of the 2020 votes she lost was due to Palestine, but the economy was another big issue. And that she said no, it's actually good, but we'll fix it with crypto. Yeah, she got bought by the crypto cartel. No Doge, no tariffs, no RFK. Yeah, resplendent trash. You don't have to argue with me. There's plenty of things that Kamala Harris would have been better about. And I said it, during the election, right? I was as positively disposed to Kamala as I could be without rolling over people who have, who have had just their stomachs turned by Biden and Kamala's, statements on Gaza, right? A lot of Arab people who voted for Trump in the hopes that he would be honest about ending the war. Well, no, understand this, right? That kind of voter, especially if you're personally affected by the issues in Palestine, that kind of voter just didn't know where to go, right? They were stabbed in the back by, the Biden administration and by Kamala, even though, as Davy pointed out, Biden's always been bad about this. And they were just looking for something, right? And yeah, Trump stepped in there and he took advantage of that. And there were some low information voters that were like, yeah, maybe this guy will be better, or like how much, right? But I mean, you're kind of in a situation where, that issue is like as bad as it could be. So yeah, you're not left with a lot of choice there. Joe Biden was the best president in 2 generations. I think Harris would have been better. He was with a big asterisk, Pernician, with a big asterisk, just so other chatters won't think that you don't give a fuck about the Palestinians, right? So draw that asterisk in there, and I will Biden was good on Biden was really good on good on unions, right? Labor. Biden was good on labor, the CFPB. Some of the things that he tried to do were good. Student loan forgiveness, and although he could have gone about that in a better way. And the same thing with the Green New Deal. Like some of the things that some of the policies that I really liked from the Biden administration that didn't get passed were, you kind of gotta blame Biden for that failure as well, right? Part of a president's duty is getting their agenda passed, right? And there were other ways that Biden could have gone about some of that. But yeah, I will say that that's a very low bar. Best president in 2 generations. Pernician, I'll go you one better. Biden is the best president probably since FDR. And sadly, that's not good enough. That's a very low bar. That's a very low bar because Democrats fucking suck. I don't know. There's some more complexity to it, right? Because you've got figures like LBJ who passed some very good and very important legislation, but also did the Vietnam War. So it's very similar with Biden. It's very similar with Biden, right? That there are some great policy priorities that Biden had. A lot of them didn't get passed, like I said, and some of that, maybe due to bad choices on Biden's part. But the foreign policy thing is just I don't know what you do. Yeah, he's low-key responsible for 60,000 deaths, right? He kept on arming Israel while they were killing Palestine, while they were doing a freaking genocide, right? I don't know how that's a, you want to be like, okay, well, compared to Bill Clinton, compared to Obama, compared to Hillary Clinton, if she had become president, right? This is looking favorable. But then you look at foreign policy and it's just oh my God, complete fucking train wreck. I don't think she knew I was, oh wait, sorry. I hated her on immigration. I would have pushed back on her, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Oh yeah, well, I don't think her immigration policies would be as bad as Trump's. That being said, they caved to Trump during the campaign to save their fucking campaign. Yeah, we're not popular. People don't like it. People hate immigrants. Okay, I guess let's close those borders up. Let's back Trump's fucking plan. And then Trump does the double Uno reverse of I don't even want this passed. Nobody passed this anymore, right? So yeah, really just ridiculous shit. Yo, Yeet the Rich, thank you for becoming a member. Oh my God, chat, we're talking about so many different things and I'm still trying to, oh my God. the chat keeps on growing. I'm gonna scroll faster. I am sorry that there are some of your comments that I'm not reading. Ethan isn't seeing Hasan, is he? Like as a dating? Wait. Just checked Ethan's Instagram. He's gonna subpoena Hasan. Thank you. Oh yeah, now it's the Chris CPS thing, right? So anyway, Chris, this is a funny story. We'll get. I almost don't want to spoil it for you, chat, but Hasan has a mod. Is it a mod? It's either a mod or a chatter named Chris CPS. That's their name on Twitch, right? Chris CPS, right? And one of the pieces of information that Hasan pulled up, I think, was it during the debate, was from Chris CPS, and Ethan Klein tried to make this like a, you know, yeah, he wanted to subpoena him to like, cause like the CPS thing, right? You know, like, so like the assumption Ethan made is that the chatter named themselves Chris CPS to make fun of Ethan's situation with CPS. However, Ethan was not aware that there are other things called CPS, and we'll get into exactly what those things could be and how different, how completely unrelated to CPS this one actually was. I think CPS called at Ethan's house was warranted. I think that Ethan was irresponsible with that story that he told, right? Where he tells the story about the, you know, like the dog getting Giardia, and then he gets Giardia and the kids get Giardia, right? That story is concerning. All right. So yeah, I kind of, you know, who's at fault for Ethan Klein getting CPS called on him? Ethan Klein. That's who. Nobody else, really. The number of Arab voters for Trump is exaggerated true. The fact that Iran is friendly with Russia makes me think Kamala might have been hawkish towards Iran, but who knows? But now there are freaking communists invading radicals. Everything we know about, oh, thank you, Narwhal of Nature. We're at 81 right now. Wait, did I miss a super chat? I'm trying to make sure that I at least respond to the super chats. Chat, I'm sorry, I'm just not used to getting this many chats this early, and I'm a little bit overwhelmed, but that's not your fault. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Just like, oh yeah, we're at 7 out of 10 on the butterfly goal, and I said, yeah, and that's a good thing, just like boom, 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 boom. Yeet the rich re-upping their membership. Hasan talked about Contra. You fucking rock, Yeet the rich. You fucking rock. And I feel so bad for you having to share a name with the disgusting account from Twitter, Yeet. But you're Yeet the Rich, so you're cool. Okay, that's the one I missed. Yeah, I think we're actually, yeah, so that's the one. Yeah, this is the Davy Cliff. And chat, I'm just gonna, after this one, I'm gonna read this, and then, because I've been edging you for 2 freaking hours, chat. Oh my god, look, it's nice to talk to you again, and I love, you know, engaging with chat, but yeah, I'm sure some of you are getting frustrated with my inability to get through all the chat, so I'm just gonna whoosh, scroll down after this one. BB showed Biden no respect, even though Biden is a loyal earner, and made a man no respect for... Wait, sorry. BB showed Biden no respect, even though Biden is a loyal earner and a made man. Okay, these are like mafia terms. We're in the Godfather here. No respect for a classic gangster, the Irishman himself. Yeah, that's right. But Biden likes being mistreated by BB, apparently. Anyway, thank you, Yeet, for that very important... Yeah, I don't know if you just use your like member chat there, or you re-upped your... It looked like you re-upped your membership. Speaking of which, chat, yeah. Oh my god, I so want to read the rest of chat. Okay, there we go. I'm caught up. Oh my god, it hurts to think that there's chatters out there trying to get their message across, and I didn't respond to them. But if every pork chop was perfect, chat, there would be no hot dogs, as a wise man once said. So let me get us started into what we're going to be doing today. As you can see, we're at 84 out of 100 on the bonus content goal. That is the bonus content goal that is for, yes, bonus. That was a weird change. Is that really supposed to work like that? I'm sorry, I'm just like hanging up on something. Okay, like that, and then... Okay, that looks better. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work, I think. All right, so yeah, we're 84 out of 100 on the...
Cliff super chatted $9.
94 out of 100.
Everyone knows 100 million black men and 50 million Muslims voted for Trump. This is why the Dems need to remove...
And all Latinos too, Davy, you forgot. All Latinos voted for Trump. And all of Gen Z voted for Trump. So just like, you should hate all these groups, right? You're free to be... hateful to all these groups now because they all voted for Trump, right? Yeah, that's what the kind of shit that you'll hear from some people. It's ridiculous. But yeah, thank you again for the super chat and 50 million. That's what they called it. Yeah, when the Muslims showed up for the polls, they called it the 50 million Muslim march for Trump. The 50 million Muslim march for MAGA was what it was called, I believe. And the 100 million black man march for anyway chat. Yeah, they voted for Trump by numbers greater than their actual population in the country. That's what happened. That was how hard these groups went for Trump, right? Anyway, sorry chat. So yeah, like I was saying, we're at 94 out of 100 for this. Oh my god, I gotta correct this. I knew there was something I left undone here. Here we go. So we got 0, we got 0, we got 0, we got 0. Right, so yeah, like I'm saying, this is the bonus content goal. If we get to 100, I stick around a little longer, right? I cover the Hasan thing, I cover the Taylor, Lorenz, and Ethan thing, and then I hang out and I watch another, I react to another piece of content as well. Which content? Well, the content that you're voting for, because right now on the YouTube stream, I've got a poll, and in that poll, it looks like... Oh yeah, also we're 8 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. We only need one more super chat to get me to put the butterfly in my hair. Although I don't know, maybe this super chat goal is a bad idea, chat. It's like reduce the number of like memberships that we've got. In fact, I think at this point there may be more Twitch subs than there are YouTube members. I haven't checked on that for sure, so I'll have to look at that. But anyway, it looks like 163 of you have voted so far for that bonus content. Of those 163, 37% voting for the new Taylor Lorenz video, right? So that's in first place. Second place is to continue the North Star radio video that we started last time. And that was Ethan Klein being roasted. Basically, have you ever heard the song Murder by Number by Sting? Or is that what it's called? Something by Number? Oh my god, Chad, I have to look this up. Murder by Numbers, yeah. You're gonna turn this, wait, what is the lyric? He said something about like... Wait, doesn't he say like turn it into art or something? Oh my god, am I mixing this up? Yeah, you can turn murder into art. Anyway. Yeah, Comrade Casey turning this murder into art. And I mean a digital murder, chat, not a real murder, okay? Don't be silly, chat. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Scrunch, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Zach, you just got weaseled. Book Lover 1, you just got weaseled. William Corwin, you just got weaseled. And Valley to Peaks, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that is the Adam ruins everything except butterflies. Yo, butterfly time. Butterfly time. But anyway, yeah, that's the Comrade Casey video turning this murder into art on North Star Radio. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna put the... Oh my god, chat, I have like hair stuck in the butterfly. That's not how that's supposed to work, is it? Oh, it's useless. Can we make a difference? If we don't break out here, wake up, get up, get up. I should have like spent a little bit more time styling my hair today, chat. I'm sorry. But the butterfly has found its place once again. I'm supposed to add at least... Narwhal, are we at 114? I think we're at 114. That's what I've got so far. So yeah, we hit the butterfly goal. One more super chat if you want the ticker tape parade, if you want the confetti dropping. And yeah, thank you for the gifted memberships, Narwhal by Nature. I was about to say that, yeah, like we're kind of like running low on the memberships lately. The reason that's important is because if you have a membership, you can post weasels, you can use emotes. We've got emotes for the YouTube channel, we've got emotes for the Twitch channel. If you get a sub on Twitch or if you get a membership on YouTube, you'll be able to use those emotes. And if you want other people to be able to use those emotes, then you can gift memberships. You can gift subs on YouTube or Twitch and be the hero to like a whole bunch of people, right? 114, I am correct. And you also help push this goal forward. Wait, I've got it. So like, you know, if we get to 100, chat, I said we get one piece of bonus content. If we get to 200, we get 2 pieces of bonus content. So that's a possibility too. Yeah, like I said, 160, 170 or so of you have voted so far. Taylor Lawrence in first place. Ethan roasted by NSR, turning it into art, in second place. And Adam Friedland on Stabby's World in third place. That is bound to be a very funny, maybe somewhat inappropriate conversation. In fourth place, we have Ethan Klein responds to Vadim. That's right. Ethan did respond to Vadim's, you know, tweets, right, where he made those videos challenging Ethan and saying that Ethan is basically a little bitch baby who's afraid to debate him. And I don't know, it seems like maybe Ethan is afraid to debate him, but that's in fourth place, right? So you can go ahead and vote for what you want. 170 you already have. The other thing you could do is when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which one of these topics you want to see as your bonus content, and I will put your money where your mouth is.
Narwhal _ by super chatted $5. Irene's math has improved in my absence. She's getting stronger.
I am getting stronger. I think that has something to do with estrogen, chat. I think estrogen is like my power level, and my power level is way up. Way the fuck up. I basically I basically ran out of it, and then I got some more. So I'm good. I'm real good. Anyway, so that's where we're at. My math is improving. Whoa, you got the ticker tape too. Narwhal hit the confetti and made the confetti up here, which is what happens when you hit those numbers. Anyway, so yeah, like I was saying, you can let me know in the chat when you donate which of these topics you want. I will put your donation right up here, right up there, right up wherever, when you tell me which of these topics that you want to see, and it will be added to the total of the vote, right? So you'll be able to kind of just like put a little extra on the topic of your choice and maybe flip the vote if you're lucky, right? Depends on the day, kind of, right? So yeah, like I said, the things that make this go forward: super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, again, be a hero to everyone by making new weasels in chat, right? And or if you support me on Throne right now, I've got, in fact, I should take the I've got my Thai Visa fund, so I'm still looking to fund my I've got to pay for language school to get my educational visa here. And it's a pretty big payment because I got to pay for it. It's a year of language school and I got to pay for it up front. So if you want to help me fund that, if you want to help me stay in Thailand, and if you want to help me learn the Thai language, learn to speak with Thai people here, learn to read the language, read signs, and all those important things that sorry, I'm like low frame rate right there for a second. Then you can support me on Throne by donating to my Thai Visa fund. And I think we're about like 75% funded of it all together. So we're pretty close to funding the whole thing, which is kind of amazing. Anyway, thank you to everybody who's contributed to that. If you sign up for my Patreon or if you support me on Twitch, right? Either through getting yourself a membership or through gifting memberships or through gifting bits, right? Any of that makes this number go up, allows you to affect the poll, and supports the stream. Hey, I never talk about that. Speaking of supporting the stream, there are some really awesome people that support my stream every single month through a contribution to my Patreon. And it behooves me at this point to give them some credit. Give the ones that are on the list credit and get an updated list. So I'm not giving any credit to those. Anyway, sorry, chat. Let's see. Here's what we're doing. So yeah, at the $5 level and above, you get a shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream, right? So let me do those now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a shout out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Thank you, Patreons. It really, it's an awesome way to support me. It's probably the way that more of the money gets to me when you support me on Patreon than any other way. And it's also a platform apart from YouTube and Twitch, which people get banned on. People get demonetized, right? And so that's, a great, like, look, support me any way that you want to. Support me in the way that's easiest for you. But I just wanted to put in a plug that I really appreciate people that support me on Patreon. Because again, if worse comes to worse, and we have an issue with one of the channels, then that's the base of support I will be using to survive. So thank you to all of you who are helping me survive on in this crazy maze of life that we are all wandering through, like the back rooms. Anyway, with that, chat, I have gone on for 2.5 hours. That is a record. That's a record time for me. It is time for us to get into the content itself and see what the fuck we're talking about with Hasan and Hasantra. Hasantra, that's what I should have called it. I should have called it Hasantra. Hasan plus Contra equals Hasantra. Also, chat, let me know if you want to watch more of Welcome Fest. We got into that. We watched the Matt Iglesias segment and a few others. There's a lot of cringe on Welcome Fest, but what do we got? We got Ethan Klein. All right, so let me show you the thing that I've been teasing this whole time. This is the tweet by ContraPoints. All right, and if anybody knows anything else, hey, what's up, Vadim? Well, NCC fans, why hast thou forsaken me? Vadim, I don't know what the rankings are. Does anybody understand the rankings? You're all ranked by YouTube as chatters, and I don't know what the basis for that is, actually. They're giving Vadim 4th place here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Your bonus content is in 4th place. So we're yeah, there's some people voting for you now. And of course, people can donate to force Vadim to win and put that over the top. But chat, like I said, if this goes to 100, we get one bonus topic. If it gets to 200, we get 2. So, you know, like the way that things are going, maybe we'll get to watch more than one piece of bonus content. Maybe there's hope for Vadim's Ethan back and forth yet. So we'll have to wait to find out about that. That being said, chat, oh my God, what did I do? I didn't even switch over, did I? Here we go. That's what we're looking at. This is the Hasan Traversy. This is the Contrasontraversy. All right. This is the tweet that got it all started. So Contrapoint says, if the Dems won, libs would be at brunch right now. Now she's being sarcastic here, I guess. And they'd be quote tweeting pictures of dead children saying, Ruthkonda forever. And they'd be laughing and posting Taylor Swift gifs and girl bossing and West Wing quotes. And they'd pour a little bit of baby blood into their mimosas, and they'd tweet at Kamala. Is that like a... is she implying blood libel there? I don't know. They'd tweet at Kamala, you go girl. And then they'd sit on a throne of skulls and sing songs of praise for the first non-binary drone pilot. So yeah, I mean, she's making fun of leftists for her perception that people are saying that there's no difference between Trump and Kamala. That being said, chat, like I pointed out, you know, that there are differences, but on the issue of Iran, that's where we don't find the differences, right? And with Biden, we'd be looking for differences in policy, and we don't really see them, right? And with Kamala, we'd be looking for at least differences in rhetoric, and it's just not, it's 404 file not found. So yeah, so she posted this, she tweeted this out, and she still hasn't deleted it. Even though that is, would be a very contra thing to do if she deleted it, right? Hasanabi Piker responds, I don't think it's far-fetched to listen to what... Oh, wait, here. I just realized I still have the music going. I don't know. Chat, should I have the music going? Maybe it makes the Twitter segments better. Hasanabi says, I don't think it would be far-fetched to listen to what Kamala has said on Iran or Israel. Sorry, I don't think it's far-fetched to listen to what Kamala has said on Iran or Israel and what she's chosen not to say post-election, as the Dems' current leadership refuses to use the 85-5 issue. Now, chat, what's he talking about, 85-5? 5% of Americans support war with Iran. 85% are against it, and 10% can't make up their mind. So, like, normally Democrats, when they throw trans people under the bus, or when they throw immigrants under the bus, they justify it based on polls. Well, that's just not a very popular issue, and we don't want to lose to Trump. We don't want to enable Trump based on, you know, taking this one issue, right? You know, it's protecting this one group. So under the bus with you, trans people. Under the bus with you, dreamers, right? And but in this case, the 85-5 is against going to war with Iran. So not only is this an issue that is that more Democrats should be speaking out about from a moral standpoint, just from an electoral standpoint, they should be speaking out about it. And in general, chat, what people, Trump's got very low approval rating right now. The Iran war that he has started has a very low approval rating. There may be a ceasefire in that war. We'll take a look at this, at it after all this stuff, right? I might be doing a little short stream as well on that. So, but yeah, this would be an issue if what you were thinking about is winning elections, inspiring confidence, seeming strong, taking a moral stand. Hey, being authentic, right? That's the big issue that the Democrats get dinged for. They're not strong enough in their opposite. So I said Trump has low approval ratings. Democrats have even lower approval ratings. Why is that? Because they haven't been strong enough against Trump, right? That's people's main complaint with the Democrats, is they're not strong enough, right? The other complaint, that they're not authentic, right? That they are too worried about the polls or what too worried about the donors, and I guess, you know, in this case, to actually take a principled stand, and it's hurting them. Yeah, leadership refuses to use an 85-5 issue of going to war with Iran to their advantage, even in a calculated, cynical party. Yeah, even if you don't believe it, even if you don't care, you know, right? Even if you would think that, you know, if your whole thing was winning elections, if that was what was motivating the Democratic Party, which is their claim, every time they throw a group under the bus that supports them, then you would think that they would, you know, stand up on this issue, in which the vast majority, an unbelievable majority of the American people are at odds with Trump foreign policy on that. And yet we hear crickets for the most part, right? We hear crickets. So Natalie replies, she supported the JCPOA. That is the Iran nuclear deal that Obama made. One problem with that, chat, Kamala Harris was vice president for 4 years under Biden, who had the chance to put Humpty Dumpty together again and did not. Was not a priority for him. Was not something that he worked on. Was not something that he did, right? Trump burned the deal. Trump backed out of the deal, the nuclear deal with Iran, even though Iran still kept up with some of the inspections and stuff, right? And Biden didn't put it, didn't put it back together. And, you know, so you can't blame Kamala Harris for everything that went on in the Biden administration. Could there be things that Harris disagreed with Biden on? Absolutely. Absolutely. But if that was the case, right, there was a great time for her to announce that she has a different foreign policy than Joe Biden. And that would have been on The View when they asked her, you know, is there anything that you would do differently? And she said, I can't think of a damn thing, right? So again, liberals not exactly dealing with reality here. There's no way she would have ordered a preemptive strike like this without congressional approval. So ContraPoints, not that you're watching me, but if she was, and she wanted to know what she did wrong here, why everybody hates her once again, there it is. It's not about getting congressional approval. God fucking damn it. Yes, American presidents have been entering into military conflicts for years without congressional approval. Yes, it would probably be better if we normalized them having to get congressional approval. That being said, she would get it. If she wanted a preemptive strike, you know, if she wanted to blow up the nuclear facilities, she would get that congressional approval. But she shouldn't be asking for it. She shouldn't be trying to do war with Iran. She should be bringing Israel to heel on that shit and making sure that they're not attacking that and cutting them the fuck off. She should have cut them off of, like, this is the whole thing. If you want to say that Kamala Harris has good foreign policy, positions, then the bare minimum should be that she is for cutting off Israel until they stop the genocide in Gaza. And yes, definitely cutting off Israel when they're going, they're bombing Iran. We just have nothing to actually hang that hat on that she somehow would have been better. And look at what she's claiming. She's not even claiming that Kamala Harris would not have gone to war with Iran. She's claiming that Kamala Harris would have gotten congressional approval. This is what's pissing people off, Contra. That right there, without congressional approval. You're so about the process. Like, this is what is causing you to appear to other people like the, platonic ideal of a shitlib, right? Even if that's not who you are. That's what makes you look like that to people, right? She's far from perfect, obviously, but the assertion that she's no different than Trump on this is self-soothing leftist cope. See, I can't hear what you're saying, Natalie, over the self-soothing liberal cope, which is it's just funny. It's funny that those are the words that you're going to use in the midst of fucking coping. This is cope. There's no way she would have ordered a preemptive strike. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. And if we open this up, we got Ettingermentum. Everybody knows who this guy is, right? He's been on the Majority Report a few times. He does polling. He's probably the polling authority that I would trust the most. But yeah, he's got a take here. He says, you can disagree with the idea that both parties are the same while recognizing that she was part of an admin that repudiated Obama's stance towards the Middle East in favor. Yeah, that's right. Obama's stance towards the Middle East was not perfect, right? But somehow Biden's was even worse. And she did nothing to differentiate herself from Biden, especially on foreign policy, right? If anything, she just gave every signal that nothing would change in a Kamala Harris administration, and that actually lost her votes in Michigan, probably in Pennsylvania too, in multiple swing states. She lost votes based on her inability to differentiate herself from Joe Biden. In favor of continuity with Trump's approach, Biden officials like McGurk are praising the strikes for a reason. Yes, and he's not the only one in the Democratic camp that is on board with the policy that Trump is enacting. Some of them are silent on it because they don't want to they agree with Trump, but they don't want to give him credit. And some of them are actually speaking up and giving Trump credit on this, right? Wait, I feel like there was more. That's what I need to click on. Mike from Pennsylvania with a take. Israel and the U.S. have been practicing it for a year, says Michael. They have been doing what do you call them? Like military exercises together. Biden and Harris did nothing to constrain Israel. And yeah, also Biden, helped to defend Israel the first time they struck Iran. Why are you posting a defeated and irrelevant candidate? Okay, Mike's gonna twist the knife in Contra a little bit. She said herself the only big difference from her and Biden would be a Republican in the cabinet. Jesus Christ, did she? Wow, I forgot about that. Biden bombed Yemen without congressional approval just last year, and Harris had no objections to that. The idea she wouldn't take military action against Iran is liberal cope. Yeah, that was my big complaint about this thing, is that like her statement accusing leftists of coping is in itself liberal cope. Yeah, there we go. The hang up is congressional approval.
Chatted $9.99. This does give same feel of Candace say the issue with H-Lit was that he's was a globalist, like what even is the point you're trying to make, like, oh yeah, the issues is Congress didn't approve attack.
Yeah, it's proceduralism, exactly. Right, look, if that's not what she meant, then she really fucked up by saying it that way. And look, you can apologize. You can walk back a bag take. It is possible, all right? I know Vosh told you not to do it, but that's Vosh, and I was kind of hoping you weren't listening. Look, he gave bad advice to Keffels. He gave bad advice to a lot of people. This does give the same feel as Candace saying the issue with the... with Bea Littler. Oh no, chat. I don't want to say the name, but you know who I'm talking about. Historical figure from Germany. Didn't need a berserk meme thrown in there, but whatever. Was that he was a globalist? Yeah. He didn't put Germany first by attacking the degenerates in Germany, taking care of the enemy within. All those Jewish people, all those homosexuals, all those Roma people, the enemy inside Germany. It would have pleased Candace Owens much more if Hitler had gone ham on them before invading France and Poland. What even is the point you're trying to make? Oh yeah, the issue is lack of congressional approval. Yeah, and look, that is an issue, all right? Congress should, like, we need to renormalize that. But Chad, that's been an issue since fucking Vietnam. Am I right about that? Since Vietnam, I think, if not since Korea. I think it's since Vietnam. Like, Korea had, like, somehow the UN behind it, right? Why would Kamala do compression? Yeah, see, that's the other thing, Roxy, is I'm not even sure if that part's right. I'm not even sure if she would. I think that there's half a chance, chat, that she would have thought it looked weak to go to Congress, right? And she remember her talking about the most lethal military in the world, right? She was hanging her hat on America has the most lethal military, and she's going to make it more lethal, right? Given how much she is trying to make up for the perceived deficit of strength from the left on foreign policy, which they've been doing ever since the Iraq War, chat. Some Democrats took principled stands against, the Iraq War, the Gulf War, the 90s one with George H.W. Bush. There were some on the left took principled stands against that, and they got their clocks cleaned in the next election. Since then, the Democrats have been afraid to stand up against war. Because of the perception that they are not strong if they are not for regime change, or they're not for war with Iraq, they're not for, the war on terror, etc., etc. She said she would make the military more lethal and called herself the border czar. I feel like Biden kind of fucked her over with that. Didn't he call, like, I don't know. That whole border czar thing was, last time Congress actually declared war was 42. Are you serious? Oh yeah, wait. I think you're right, Pernition. I remember this phrase comes to mind. The Korean conflict. Anybody heard of this? The Korean conflict. I believe that they were trying to sell this as somehow not a war. Wait, let me search this and make sure I know what I'm talking about here. Korean conflict. Wait. Korean conflict refers to the ongoing division in the Korean peninsula into North Korea and South, stemming from the Korean War. Wait, I thought this was something that this was like the US's like special operation. You know how like Ukraine wasn't a war, it was a special operation by the Russian armed forces? I thought that the Korean conflict was like a similar thing with US involvement in Korea. So Korea was annexed by the Empire of Japan on the 22nd of August, 1910, ruled by it until September 1945. During the Japanese occupation of Korea, nationalist and radical groups emerged, mostly in exile, to struggle for independence. Divergent on their outlooks and approaches, these groups failed to unite on a single national movement. Based in China, the Korean provisional government failed to obtain widespread recognition. The many leaders advocating for Korean independence included the conservative and U.S. educated Syngman Rhee, who lobbied the U.S. government, and the communist Kim Il-sung, the first Kim, who fought a guerrilla war against the Japanese from neighboring Manchuria. Following the end of the occupation, many high-ranking Koreans were accused of collaborating with Japanese imperialism. An intense and bloody struggle between various figures and political groups aspiring to lead Korea ensued. This was they do a division along the 38th parallel. I always want to say 45th parallel. No, it's the 38th parallel. At least where the original division was made. And I think that's where they ended up again. So chat, if for anybody, like a lot of you know history, apologies if this is rehash for some of you, right? But what happened is let's see. I think the North attacked first to try to reunite the country. By 1950, North Korea had clear military superiority over the South. Soviet occupiers had armed it with surplus weaponry, provided training. Many troops returning to North Korea were battle-hardened from participation in the Chinese Civil War. That is Mao Zedong versus Chiang Kai-shek and the KMT. I don't know why I pronounced the letter like they were French, but yeah, the KMT, who eventually retired to Taiwan, and that's where the Taiwanese government came from, was the nationalist government in exile after they were defeated by Mao and the communists, which had just ended. Kim Il-sung expected a quick victory, predicted that they would be communist uprisings in the South. The U.S. would not intervene, but the U.S. did intervene. So yeah, North Korea invades. They get pretty close to occupying the entire country. And then that's when the United Nations Command intervenes, led by the U.S. And look, like North Korea at this point occupies almost the entirety of Korea. And then the U.S. forces got in there. They pushed them back all the way up to China. Like the U.S. forces were on the border with China, which turned out to be a really bad idea because, yes, China declared, China jumped into the conflict after that, pushed the U.S. back, I believe, to the 38th parallel. Is that where we end up? The DMZ. There's no official peace treaty. There's an armistice. And there's a demilitarized zone, and there still is, right? For some reason, though, I thought that they called it the Korean conflict because of the, desire to like not acknowledge that this is a war to Americans. Bush 1 got advice and consent from Congress and the international community for Desert Storm. Yeah, Mao Zedong rushed so hard. We were never at war with Iraq, Syria, Libya, Yemen. We just had some disagreements. That's right. Just like Russia had a disagreement with Ukraine, and it had to do a little special operation. But no, it's not a war. It's not a war. But anyway, yeah, that's where we kind of like leave it with Contra. I'm trying to think if anybody else kind of chimes in here. The problem is anyone acting like this wasn't purely caused by Trump. JCPOA is one of the best negotiated nuclear deals. It was done by Democrats. I don't think anyone leaves that deal but Trump. But the thing is, Biden could have put it back together. No, that is not a based opinion right there. Are they using... Anyway. Yeah, a lot of people just like reacting to the congressional approval statement that Natalie made there. Okay, so now I'm told, right, chat, and I'm gonna have to look this up. I'm told that we have a Hasan reference to this. I didn't find this earlier, but in the VOD from today. Let's see if I can find today's VOD, and it's around like 1 hour. Oh my god, I should have written it down. A chatter mentioned it to me. All right, now we got Hasan music. I'm gonna turn off my music, which I probably should have already done. Da, da, da. Okay, anyway. I'm just digging up today's VOD from Hasan. From Azan. Somewhere around, like, right there, I think.
This base, so it's a very, very critical base, and of course, you know, they don't speak to the security of other bases, but you can guess that this one is probably better protected than others, and that does raise concerns for other
Debbie Cliff
spots.
super chatted $9.99. The thing good about having a Republican president is that it guarantees that Death Stranding 2 is going to be a banger. Hideo gets activated by them. His only bad game was during Obama.
Oh my god, I never made that correlation. That's spooky. Did it mispronounce Luigi is sitting on Hasan's face? That he is. Okay. I forgot we had Luigi right there. I know I have a window. There we go. Twitch capture. Twitch capture. Capturing Twitch in your OBS. Twitch capture. There we go. Oh, wow. All right. Move Waluigi way the fuck off of here. I don't know. Does he sit here maybe? For now, we'll see how this works out. All right.
Throughout the region, and we are just hearing, Diane, that there have not been any impacts with this attack in Qatar. We are hearing that they are not tracking casualties at this time.
Okay, so chat, we're gonna get into this later on in the stream. There's a whole drama of you know, the whole lot of stuff that we missed. So while I was gone, of course, Trump bombed Iran. It's funny enough, chat, McCain was the author of the song Bomb, 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 Iran. Like, literally, McCain was singing Bomb, 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 Iran in the halls of Congress, right? Back in the day. And you're like, Trump and McCain don't agree on much, but I guess they agree on Bomb, 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 Iran. And Trump did it. Trump bombed Iran. He got the United States involved in, you know, in this war officially, more than just, you know, wiping Israel's ass and trying to protect them from the consequences of their actions. Now you got the United States actually going in with bunker buster bombs and bombing, you know, 3 different sites in Iran, including the Fordo facility that, you know, that the people have been making a big deal about, the deep in the mountain of the hull of mountain. I don't know, Chad. It's the deep in the mountain one, right? And it's the reason, it was probably the selling point for U.S. involvement from Israel, of them saying, we can't hit this facility, but you can. You want to be a hero, Donald? You want to be a big hero to everybody? Hit this facility. Hit this facility. Did I get the right timestamp, chat? I know it's somewhere around here.
So certainly, I think many people are breathing a sigh.
I was a Waluigi stand before it was cool.
Is that this will be contained.
That is true.
And will not escalate further. But again, as everybody likes to say, the enemy does have a vote in that. And we don't, you know, we have to wait and see how the Iranians calculate all of this, Diane.
And Rachel, of course, their lives at stake. There's national security at stake.
They didn't hit the facility. Well, they did strike. They did bomb the facility. But if you're saying they didn't, they hit the access shafts. Yeah, they didn't seem to, they didn't take it out. I think is what Donald is trying to say.
There's also money at stake here, particularly when it comes to oil and gas prices. How concerned is the White House about that?
Well, it's something that the White House is obviously keeping in mind and folding into their calculus as they're evaluating this ongoing situation and also tensions in the Middle East. But of course, the primary focus from the president and the administration is keeping American lives safe. And so the fact that the target here was our troops,
my God.
that could possibly prompt a very
I fucking hate the shit that the media does.
Debbie Cliff super chatted 9.
I fucking hate it.
Trump and McCain literally agree on everything. McCain just wanted guarantee lib media would give his failed daughter and her FASC husband a career.
Damn.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Hey Donnie, we need your big missile. Zokso Netanyahu.
Yeah, McCain just wanted is that where she ended up? Does she have a media job now? I haven't seen Meghan McCain in like forever. So as far as I'm concerned, she left this reality, but I don't know. Hey Donnie, we need a big missile. Your bestie. Kisses and hugs, Netanyahu. Yeah, that's oh my God. Wait, somebody left me a timestamp? I thought it was in the super chats, but Vosh, wait, how did I miss this one? Vosh the horse stampede, the humanoid buffoon or bouffon. Oh my God. Somebody left. I know it's right around here, chat. I'm sorry we got to search a little bit, but somebody left me a
very sharp response from the president if he decides to move forward. And after warning consistently and repeatedly against retaliation, it does put the ball now in the court of the United States.
I hate the way the media just like gets behind in any time of war. They're just like, oh yes, the president's main concern is keeping Americans' lives safe. You're talking about Donald Trump, all right? If Donald Trump had a Thanos glove, you would be dead. You would disappear into like, I don't know, whatever that shit is, right? Like that's so fucking crazy. Yeah, Donald Trump cares about American lives. I don't even think he cares about MAGA lives, chat, let alone American lives. That's such fucking bullshit. 160, yeah, I think you're right. It is at least 160. All right, so if you're the person that hit me with that timestamp before, I think it was Play Something maybe that said the timestamp. Just hit me with that again, because apparently I did not. I thought it was somewhere around 110, 109. We're looking for the. This is kind of getting us into content we're going to be covering. Oh God, people are playing Death Stranding 2 already. Wait, is it like the pre-release? Is that what's going on? Death Stranding 2 on the beach? Is there some kind of like a demo available?
States to decide how forceful they want to respond, also possibly knowing that Iran could respond again.
And Hasan is just eating. He's no help at all.
Lawmakers and even some Democrats warned the president against. Yes, while the president has been adamant that he does not want to see Iran have any new.
The same guy that put the Diet Coke button next to the big red one, BCAT K, unironically, when you said big red one, I immediately thought it was a Vietnam reference. I didn't give you the timestamp, 120 or something. I forgot who it was, but yeah, it was an hour or so into it. All right, I'll advance it a little bit. 122. Let's try that. Let's try that. Thank you, Emily French.
Diane, I will tell you, all of this comes amid ongoing questions about just how much damage the.
All right, let's see if it's here.
This without congressional approval.
Oh.
The congressional approval, that's the problem? Or is it the preemptive?
That's exactly what I said, yes.
The Democrats, at a time when there is unprecedented, unpopular vice president, when Barack Obama did the JCPOA, which I always give Barack Obama props for, by the way, one of the few things that he did in terms of foreign policy that Hakeem Jeffries basically talking about, like how...
Okay, here we go. This is a good place to start.
There is good cause to do this. But why won't they? Why won't they actually?
I see Kaya too.
There is good cause to bomb Iran, but why won't you do it?
Oh my God. Awesome opossum. Oh, here that's where he segues into the Contra thing. I kind of expected him not to say it, to bring it up, because like he is, you know, like Hasan's never like courting drama, right? And if it's somebody that he agrees with on a lot of things, especially, he gives them a lot of leeway.
Not all Dems are only talking about the illegal aspect, but if you oppose the war itself, it's fine to also point out that it's illegal. Yeah, no, I agree. One of the things I wanted to talk about also was the Democrats, their response, the back and forth that's going on. It's very frustrating because I see a lot of stuff like this. I said last night, while I believe Kamala would also bomb Iran, this isn't about winning an argument. It's not about moral superiority. I don't know, well, because I see a lot of people posting on the timeline like, oh, y'all gonna learn today. You should have voted for Kamala Harris. Like she would have never done this. And that's
Play Something says, I'm reading people's replies who are defending ContraPoints. They're arguing against a point Hasan didn't make. They're arguing that Hasan said America is the worst ever and will always be. Typical liberal bullshit. Typical liberal strawmanning. God damn. Look, I want to forge, you know, tactical unity with liberals. I have always sought to forge tactical unity with liberals, including liberals on the same platform as I was, right? You know, when it comes to opposing fascism, when it comes to opposing Trump, right? When it comes to opposing this like invasion of our cities, like I want to forge tactical unity with these people. They make it so fucking hard. So fucking hard.
It's not even true, because Kamala Harris would have absolutely done this as well. Foreign policy is uniparty, but I don't care because Kamala Harris isn't the fucking president right now. Okay. Also, if you want to know what Kamala Harris would do in this process.
Okay, so I got some questions about, like, you know, some people still coming in. They're like, what's the beef between Contra and Hasan? We're about to get to it. I would give you like I would give you another synopsis. However, I think Hasan is gonna do that for us. All right, so he's looking at his own tweet here. Let me switch this. Right, people always tell me to do this, and you're right. Whoever out there has been telling me to do this, quality should be this quality right there. There we go. Top quality. Right. Let's see if we can. Yeah, there we go. We cleared it. You can read it better.
Twitter, she could just say that this is unacceptable if she thought that it was unacceptable. Why has she said nothing? Something to consider for all the Kamala, for all the people who want to dick ride Kamala and act like she would do something different. Okay.
So while I believe Kamala would also bomb Iran, this isn't about winning an argument. I welcome every liberal or rep who joins the anti-war protest and with open arms. Every dollar spent on weapons to kill children overseas should be spent on children's education, food, healthcare, and housing. Yeah, based.
Like, what do you think? You think she's in a fucking cave, trapped in a facility, no internet access?
Oh, speaking of blue sky, we didn't blast off, did we?
She has made very little statements. In any case, that doesn't matter because Trump is the president. So if you actually are anti-war, I said I welcome every liberal or Republican who joins anti-war protests with open arms. Every dollar spent on weapons to kill children overseas should be spent on our children's education, food, healthcare, and housing. Okay? And this person goes, yes, the candidate from the party that championed the JCPOA to end Iran's nuclear program and campaigned on bringing it back would have bombed Iran too. Leftists have actually become so dense as concrete they can't stand it anymore. Dog. I don't know if you know this, but the vice president at the time when the JCPOA was implemented became the president. Did you know that? Joe Biden, who was vice president when Barack Obama did the JCPOA, which I always give Barack Obama props for, by the way. One of the few things that he did in terms of foreign policy that was actually good, okay? He didn't bring it back. He didn't bring it back. And there's a reason why Brett McGurk, who was the chief architect of Barack Obama's Middle East policy and one of the most consequential decision makers in the Gaza genocide, has been glazing Trump up and down every day at CNN. It's because they set the stage for this to happen. The idea that this was going to, the idea that, like, if Democrats were in charge, they would have never actually fucking listened to Israel and struck Iran or allowed Israel to strike Iran is so stupid, when every Democrat that was working in the Biden administration is saying this was a good idea. And all of the establishment Democrats are basically only complaining that they were not informed on this, even though they keep saying that the cause, the reason for attacking Iran is actually just manufacturing consent for going to war with Iran. These guys are just trying to do propaganda for a party that is actively communicating the opposite thing that they believe should be the case. I don't understand it. I don't know where this comes from. Like, I think this is a silly way to approach the subject, because I think you're like a little embarrassed. You want the Democrats to be better, and I understand that, right? What we need to do is ensure that Iran never achieves its ability to be a nuclear power. Not only did she refuse to suggest the use of any military action, but she reiterated many times that she bring back the JCPOA as the primary strategy to stop Iran from getting nukes. It doesn't matter, because Biden didn't do that. And Biden, as a matter of fact, set the stage for Israel to be able to strike Iran. I don't understand why these guys are operating on this, like, limited, operating on this assertion that is just designed not around what the Democrats are saying, not around what the Democrats have done, not around what the Democrats choose not to say in this moment, but instead on some kind of like some kind of fantasy that the Democrats are actually anti-war. The problem that they don't understand is that the Democrats are not in power right now. I understand that. I get it. So if you're actually anti-war, if you're really anti-war, okay, demand that the Democrats put out better fucking statements. Instead of trying to actively run defense for the Democrats at a time when there is unprecedented unpopularity towards war, they're not doing that. They're acting as though there is already an election happening right now in this very moment, and they're literally doing the same thing that they did with Kamala Harris. Instead of demanding that Kamala Harris actually communicate her policies during the election cycle that took place just now, they would just defend Kamala Harris's policies that she wasn't even advocating for. I don't understand why you would do that. Just don't you?
All right, chat, blasting off.
Use of your time to tell your elected representatives that they should take a stronger anti-war.
Let's do this.
Don't you feel like that would allow them to look good? Even from a purely cynical, cold, and calculated perspective. Here's what the Dem leader Hakeem Jeffries is doing right now. Asked if he supports the Ro Khanna War Powers Resolution. Haven't taken a look at it.
Oh my God. Why is... God damn you, Firefox.
And, you know, Contrapoints posted some stuff.
Here we go.
Libs will be at brunch.
So here it is. So just to give you like the context in which Hasan is talking about this, he's not making like a special point to call out Natalie. He's talking about the overall discourse of which, yeah, she's a part of. You know, she's posting this while other people are posting, you know, similar type shit. And just like those other people, she's wrong. Wait, there's a fucking Twitch channel called DDG that's IRL? No, there. What the fuck is that? Anyway, chat, I'm getting distracted.
Brunch right now, blah, 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 blah. I don't really care about the back and forth between like leftists being like Kamala Harris would be so much worse.
Network error?
Or Kamala Harris would be just as...
Network error attempting to fetch resource? What the fuck? Look, I put my Twitch link and my YouTube link on this post. Let me try just the YouTube link and see if we can get not a network error. It's uploading link thumbnail. What does that fucking mean? Oh my god, chat, this is so frustrating. We're trying to blast off on Blue Sky and it like doesn't want to let me. Here, I'm going to like copy this in case the
is bad, unless you're making a point about how we have to demand more from our elected representatives on the Democratic Party side. Okay? Unless that is your goal. Anyway, I said, I don't think it's far-fetched to listen to what Kamala has said on Iran or Israel and what she's chosen not to say post-election as the Dems' current leadership refuses to use the 85-5 issue of going to war with Iran to their advantage, even in a calculated, cynical, and partisan way. Contrapoints response, she supported the JCPOA. There's no way she would have ordered a preemptive strike like this without congressional approval. She's far from perfect, obviously, but the assertion that she's no different from Trump on this is self-soothing leftist cope. There's no way she would have ordered a preemptive strike like this without congressional approval. Is it the congressional approval that's the problem? Or is it the preemptive strike on Iran the problem?
There it is. Okay, I think we got it. I don't know what the problem issue was.
85.5 because it's literally 85.5 and the
oh my god. Are they really giving him shit because 85 plus 5 is 90 and not 100? That's wild. Hasan can't math. Here, wait, let me change the I realize it's kind of hard to see some of what Hasan's showing here. Yeah, there we go. That seems good. Okay, so chat, I've got to blast off we got to talk about Blue Sky, all right? Now, look, I'm going to make this like I'm going to pause for a second here and I'm going to tell you a little story. I'm going to make this really clear cuz I think that the last time I did this, it like just wasn't clear to people. People don't have, if you're not a Hasanabi viewer, the words blast off, like it refers to you know, what happens when on the few times that like Elon's you know, rockets or starships or whatever do not blow up on launch, right? Blasting off, right? But when Hasan says blast off, what he's talking about is he makes a tweet, right? And then he links the tweet in chat. And then everybody in chat that's on Twitter, they jump on that and they retweet it and they like it. And that means that he's bringing in more people to the chat. Now, I'm not on, I mean, I am on Twitter, but I don't use it because ever since they started training AI on your tweets, I've just decided, no, I just don't want to use it, right? I am on Blue Sky, however, and I've been trying to get this practice started with us, right? Where I go live and I post a blast off Blue Sky skeet. There is the one for today right now, and the idea would be, and then you give it some love, right? Like it, repost it, and or comment on the post. And you know, it's supposed to be a fun thing, right? You can hang out in the comments and like talk to each other there too, right? And the idea is that like it's going to bring in, you know, more people. It's going to make more people aware of what we're doing over here. And the more the merrier, right? That's the idea. Now, the past few times I've done it, there was one time, chat, I swear to God, I got one repost and one like. And thank you to the person who did that. All right. But to the rest of you, those of you who have Blue Sky accounts, that's pathetic. That is pathetic. And I think it's just because I just took for granted that people knew what blasting off meant, right? So I'm going to post it once again in chat and hope that we get a little bit of a better response than we did last time. So there is the post, and I should probably put blast off by it, but whatever. Oh my god! Can somebody pen that for me on YouTube? Mods, do you have the ability to pen a post? In my defense, I forgot Blue Sky existed after signing up. Look, I know some of you aren't on Blue Sky. Some of you don't use it regularly. I mean, I'm not really mad at you. Like, I don't know. It's just, this is just a cool thing that we can do if you want to. And I know that there's people out there on Blue Sky. That's why I'm saying I'm disappointed, but not really, because maybe some of you didn't know what the deal was. Now you do know what the deal was. You cannot, you cannot pin that. Only the channel owner has the right to pin a thing, apparently. Oh my God, come on and work. There it is. Pin message. Boom. All right, so that's the pinned message right now. It's pinned on YouTube. It's pinned on Twitter. If you want to help me out, if you want to grow the community, if you want me to, be able to eat, then just kidding. I'm making it a little bit more dramatic than maybe I need to. But yeah, then go over to Blue Sky. If you're on Blue Sky, and look, I know, like, so for some of you, if you're like, look, I people that follow me on Blue Sky, they're not going to be into this. Fine, don't repost it, right? If that's you, if you're like, I don't want people to unfollow me because they think I'm posting spam or something, you don't necessarily have to repost it, right? But maybe give it a like, and maybe thinking about making a comment. That would also help. All right. I forgot what pinning is. Meds are kicking in. Wait, so do mods have the ability to pin or not? I think it may only be managing mods that have the that ability. But yeah, there is the link again for anybody who missed it. Click on that link, go over to Blue Sky, and give that post some love, right? And that'll make it blast off, like getting that initial little bit of.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. NCC, you don't understand. There is a no posting protest every day on Blue Sky.
Wait, there's a no posting protest every day on Blue Sky? I don't know if that's true or not. I'm actually not on Blue Sky enough to know. I really should interact with it more now that I don't use Twitter. But yeah, I haven't run in. People said that there's some, like, kind of weird stuff that goes on Blue Sky. I honestly haven't seen it. But yeah, you don't right. Don't feel obliged to repost, right? Only do that if you want to. If you think that your friends would be interested, then repost it, right? If you don't think that they'd be interested, fine, whatever. But even just commenting on the post or even just liking the post will actually help me out a lot. And I appreciate it greatly. Speaking of which, I also appreciate it when you use your thumbs on YouTube. Another way to support the stream, another way to grow the community, another way to help me eat is for free, at no cost to you, is to use your thumbs. Now, look, one thumb, one like doesn't do much. I know what you're saying, right? But when we put all our thumbs together, we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission. Right, Waluigi? Yeah, he says right. So so that's what we're going to try to do by liking the stream, and appreciation to all of you out there in Thumb Gang for doing what you can do to help the stream at no cost to you. Another way that you can support me at no cost to you is if you have a Prime, you can use it on Twitch to subscribe to me for free on Twitch. So you'll get the jellyfish, you'll get the weasels, you'll get all the emotes. And on Twitch, they're actually animated emotes. So if you want a weasel that goes, all weaselly, right? That's where to get that. If you want a jellyfish that wiggles around, that's where to get that too. And you can do it for free, no cost to you if you use a Twitch Prime. So that's my pitch for right now. We'll get back to the content.
Sure. 85% says no war with Iran. 5% says yes, the war with Iran. 10% is unsure about war with Iran. The idea that the Democrats would also not, hold on, I saw baby F. Hold on, I'm going to track it. I'm going to track it real quick.
How does he track the Fs? Anybody know how that works?
I have a ping thing on the side. There was a little bit of an F, I know.
I assume that all social media is made for 86-year-old men to like 19-year-old twink posts. That's only in the state of Tennessee, and that's only for the lieutenant governor. Does everybody remember Randy McNally? Randy McNasty? Does everybody remember that guy that was liking like femboy posts or no, I think it was a twink. I think he was liking like twink posts or something. He's like, seemed like a good young man, and I wanted to encourage him by posting 3 hearts, an eggplant, and some water. Because I was telling him to water his eggplant. Sir, it looks like the water is coming out of the eggplant, actually. Well, I mean, if you get them juicy enough, they will. But anyway, chat. That was a few years ago. But yeah, Davi just reminded me.
No, there was a little bit of a drop frame on my end. The idea
Was it on Instagram? Was he liking it stuff on I thought it was on Facebook for some reason. You might have remembered better than I do, though.
Here is that Kamala Harris would at least get congressional approval is silly. And this is the whole thing. Look, Contra, if you disagree and you want to make your point, I feel like there's better ways that you could make it than hanging your hat on that Kamala Harris is going to go through the procedure. She's going to be a better proceduralist than Trump. I don't fucking care. Yeah, stupid, sexy, sweaty eggplant. Not the real problem. The real problem here is that we're striking Iran at all.
Well, I've got a video on it if anybody hasn't seen it. It's one of my funnier videos, too. Pretty good editing.
Of the idiots do next. I don't know.
You know why it was such good editing, chat? Because I edited myself.
Are you talking about Donald Trump? I can't tell if this is like a hater coming in here to talk shit about me, or if it's like probably a hater coming here to talk shit about me instead of talking about Donald Trump.
Oh no!
Israel and the U.S. have been practicing it for a year. Biden and Harris did nothing to constrain Israel. Why are you posting about a defeated and irrelevant candidate?
Wait, is that Mike's? Well, that was Mike's. Wait, what's he reading?
Who cares? Kamala is not president. The discourse is stupid. The discourse is only productive if people who genuinely have this anti-war position recognize that they need to apply pressure to their elected representatives to also make a big fuss about this and communicate their anger and resentment in the correct way. Either to do so from a cynical, cold, and calculated partisan way, or because they truly think it's abhorrent to engage in war like this. Do you understand? Because just like I said during the campaign over and over again, that taking a anti-Israel position, as Israel was doing an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, and separating yourself from Biden in this meaningful way would have actually yielded tremendous benefit. Even if you didn't care about the morality of the situation, you should have at the very least communicated that you were interested in peace, specifically to win the fucking election. The Democrats, Kamala Harris's campaign, couldn't even get themselves to do that.
Wait, is Waluigi actually blocking Waluigi? Look at that.
The unpopularity at all. It was very.
I put Waluigi right over Waluigi.
Beneficial position.
Where does he go?
I don't understand why. F'd again? Micro F again? Mini F again? Fuck. Okay.
How does he track the Fs? Hot down here in Tennessee too. Humidity means that you take. Oh yeah, God. Southeast is incredibly humid, and mosquitoes and
that's besides the point.
Gnats and all kinds of bugs too.
The reason why I'm bringing this up. Also, there was another thing that I wanted to talk about here as well. This is more proof that from the Israel is now running the show camp. This is from Middle East Eye. The truth.
It's 100 in the what is it called? People call it the DMV, but for anybody who doesn't know what that means, that's the area surrounding Washington D.C., D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Is that what it stands for, Narwhal?
Truth is that by attack.
He said he has a ping tracker. Interesting. He tracks the Fs by having a ping thing on screen? Let me just look into that. I mean, we haven't had as many Fs. Actually, chat, Thai internet, I got no complaints. The only complaint I have is why can't American internet be like this, chat? I've got like, look, it's supposed to be a gig, up and down, right? But you never get a gig, right? But I do have at least like 770 down, and I think it's over 500 up, and that's all I could ever need. That's all. That's fiber to home. MLP players playing outdoors in St. Louis were throwing from the heat, and we're throwing up from the heat and humidity. Humidity. I can pronounce things. Yesterday, Reds versus Cardinals. Okay, that's the Cincinnati versus St. Louis. No, wait. Is the Cardinals Arizona? Oh, no, it is St. Louis. St. Louis Cardinals. Okay. Sorry, chat. I get mixed up about sports teams. My internet has been causing more issues. I can't type right now. Kitty is on me and she has nails. Ow. Oh my god, especially like kittens, right? Kittens have like the sharpest nails. And they don't mean to hurt you. I think they can't like retract their nails, right? Is that it with Ethernet cable? Yeah. I haven't tried it with I have Wi-Fi as well, but like I'm sure it would be faster with Ethernet. Damn climate catastrophe, right? Look, chat, you know what's funny is like everybody acts like that the climate change isn't real, or it's like, far off, and in reality, like COVID was probably caused by climate change. I mean, we're kind of due for a major pandemic anyway, but the heating of the earth makes communicable diseases, makes infectious diseases worse, right? And we're going to be seeing more of that. So I don't know whether we would have gotten COVID without climate change or not, but it's definitely not helping anything.
Iran, Netanyahu's main objective is to overthrow the government, create instability in the country, and turn Iran into a failed state and then break it apart. This is from Sayed Hossein Mousavian. And this was the important part about this. The summarization is, Iran says that Witkoff agreed to a deal that would allow Iran to retain civilian uranium enrichment.
And chat, think about that, right? Why would you want another failed state? Why would you want another failed state, chat? Donald Trump, we know, cares a lot about American lives. He cares a lot. A failed state, chat, is what Afghanistan was, when bin Laden launched attacks on the World Trade Center. Why would Trump want another failed state in the Mideast, especially one with a huge, look, Iran, like United States have been fucking for Iran for so long. People don't even understand this. We installed a puppet government on them. Like Iran was I think like a secular democracy, right? Prior to the Shah, the United States installed a puppet.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Oh yeah, Supreme Court has just approved third country deportations like minutes
Oh
ago.
no.
They're sending any Arab protesters to South Sudan. God.
Oh
bless the
my
United
fuck.
States.
Speaking of
Thank
failed
you, Mr.
states, yeah,
President.
goddamn, fuck. Yeah, so much for the courts saving us from Trump's fascism, right? So much for that. We all are failed states. So yeah, the U.S. You say that, Roxy, but I mean that's about to be literally true in the United States as well. I mean that's where it's headed. Internet in most places in the East and Southeast Asia, even at its worst, are often better. That's what I mean. I feel like they're ripping us off in America. I feel like they give us shitty, overpriced internet, shitty, overpriced phone call. Oh, Arizona Cardinals is football. Oh, that was my confusion. Thank you. I do strive to understand sports. Dark as fuck. Oh, the fact that the United States is gonna be But like, yeah, you don't know, seriously, like, right? Why would Trump want a failed state in Iran? And the reason probably is, chat, that he wants the United States to get hit with terrorism. I've said this before about the 9/11 thing, right? Some people think that 9/11 was an inside job or whatever, or that, like, Cheney, like, basically facilitated it or allowed it. I don't think you even have to go that far to see that the Bush administration was negligent, at the very least, knew and should have known that bin Laden was determined to attack in America, because he literally got a memo to that effect. And, like, why weren't they concerned about it? I don't know. Maybe because they knew they could do something with it if it happened. Maybe because they knew that the media would fucking rally around the flag. Maybe because they knew that Democrats would fucking kiss their asses for 2 years, or maybe, right? This is, yeah, it is dark, but it is also something you got to think of. Why do they want to cause another failed state in the Middle East?
Richmond.
Yeah, Donald Trump cares about American life so much, chat. So much that he's setting up the fucking environment. He's setting up the climate to create more terrorism, right? That's how much he cares about your lives. So much beachfront property. He cares about your lives like fucking Griffith. Chat. I'm sorry, I shouldn't compare Trump to Griffith. Trump was never a femboy. Chat. There is so much beachfront property. My grandma grew up in a beautiful village that was in a perfect place for a hotel. Wait, did I not? I think I'm missing a super chat. There it is. I don't think I put this up yet. Wait, is it not? Oh, I see why it's not working. Okay, I gotta fix it. Let's try again. Nope. It's this one right here. And that's why I didn't want to pin the chat for the blast off Blue Sky, is that I knew that if I did, then I'd have to reset the this thing. Can we bring it up? Is it? Oh my God, chat, did I break it again? Did I break it again? Come on. There it is. Boom. No, that is fucking scary as fuck.
But then a phone call between Trump and Netanyahu led to a 180-degree shift in the U.S. position, with Trump suddenly demanding the total shutdown of Iran's uranium enrichment. Lobbying for
Idetic says, honestly, though, given how fast GW pushed through the sunset provisions, I wouldn't be surprised if that was a Project 2025 plan, plan to strip us of our rights if we're accused of terror. Oh yeah, they're definitely going to weaponize accusations of terrorism. And they're going to look, chat, I swear to God, ICE is I call ICE the Gestapo. They're acting like a Gestapo towards, toward not just, I don't even want to say it's towards immigrants anymore, chat. If you are visibly non-white, right, ICE is, ICE is fucking with you right now. But chat, it's not going to stay with people that are visibly non-white, okay? The ICE is going to be used for more. I'm telling you, chat, that's the Gestapo right there. Those are Proud Boys, 3%ers. Those are Trump's fucking, brown shirts. Right there, right in plain sight, except they got a mask on so you can't tell that that's a fucking Gen 6er pushing an old lady onto the ground, right?
11, Rupert Murdoch and Ike Perlmutter also played a significant role in convincing Trump to sabotage Witkoff's negotiations and set impossible terms, as the pressure from Iran hawk CIA Director John Ratcliffe and Israel...
Wait, let's roll this back. This was kind of interesting. Natalie Marie, are you in chat by chance? I remember Natalie Marie told me at one point how you can like the hotkeys for. God damn it! There's hotkeys for Twitch, just like there are for YouTube. Here, I'm gonna set it back slightly. I just want to hear.
The truth is that by attacking Iran, Netanyahu's main objective is to overthrow the government, create instability in the country, and turn Iran into a failed state and then break it apart. This is from Sayed Hossein Mousavian. And this was the important part about this. The summarization is, Iran says that Witkoff agreed to a deal that would allow Iran to retain civilian uranium enrichment. But then a phone call between Trump and Netanyahu led to a 180-degree shift in the U.S. position, with Trump suddenly demanding the total.
So that's Witkoff. Wow. Actually making kind of a sensible deal. I doubt it was exactly the JCPOA. Is that what it's the I doubt it was exactly the Obama nuclear deal with Iran, but you know, it's, you know, allowing them to retain civilian. Look, if you want a deal with Iran on nukes, you're going to allow them to retain civilian uranium enrichment, all right? If you don't allow that, then what you're saying is you don't want a deal. That's called a poison pill, chat. Like if we were negotiating on something, right, and I put a provision in there that said you're not allowed to breathe oxygen anymore, you wouldn't sign that deal. You couldn't sign that deal, right? And then if I went and said, oh, look, my chatter wouldn't sign this deal with me. My chatter is not negotiating in good faith. You know, you should see me as the good person and them as the bad person because I tried to make a deal. I offered them a negotiated settlement, right? That's not a real offer. If I put a provision where you can't breathe oxygen, that's not a fucking real thing. And for Iran, you know, the ability to have a nuclear program is non-negotiable. The nuclear program for energy is non-negotiable, right? And so, yeah, so Netanyahu calls up Trump, and Trump flips on it and says, Witkoff, that deal that you were ready to agree with, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it. We need a total shutdown. And whether this is because Trump's so ignorant that he doesn't realize it's a poison pill or not, it doesn't fucking matter, because the effect of it is that the Iranians were presented with a deal that they literally could not accept. And because Netanyahu does not want Iran accepting a deal.
Shutdown of Iran's uranium enrichment. Lobbying from Mark Levin, Rupert Murdoch, and Ike.
Ooh, play something says on Twitch, do shift and plus. Is it like plus 5 seconds or something, or plus 10 seconds? How it worked in Nazi Germany is that there was 2 systems, concentration camps and Weimar courts. If you were Aryan or whatever, you'd go to the Weimar court system. Yeah, just like we're denying due process to anybody suspected of maybe not having your papers, which, chat, that means that even if you do have your papers, you can't prove it because you're not getting due process. And we're deporting you before you can even talk to a judge or a lawyer. It's fucking ridiculous. I think we're at 190 now.
Also played a significant role in convincing Trump to sabotage Witkoff's negotiations and set impossible terms, as the pressure from Iran hawk CIA Director John Ratcliffe and Israel-aligned CENTCOM Commander General Kurilla. Okay.
Wait a minute. Pause. Wait. What's the Qatar? They'd agreed to the first of 3 rounds of nuclear talks in Oman, and Italy could be a credible base for an agreement. An informed Iranian source told me the key element of the deal between Witkoff and this is the guy that Israel killed, right? Arachi. That's the guy that Israel murked. Were agreed upon over 3 rounds of negotiations in Muscat and Rome. The deal was as follows: Iran would accept the maximum nuclear inspections and transparency, including implementations of existing protocol. Wait, where's he getting the, is he reading a chatter here? The Qatar part. That's what I'm interested in. Oh my God, chat. Sorry, I'm taking so long to get through this, but I want to know.
An 80-degree shift in the U.S. position, with Trump suddenly demanding the total shutdown of Iran's uranium enrichment. Lobbying from Mark Levin, Rupert Murdoch, and Ike Perlmutter also played a significant role in convincing Trump to sabotage Witkoff's negotiations and set impossible terms, as the pressure from Iran-hawk CIA Director John Ratcliffe and Israel-aligned CENTCOM Commander General Kurilla. Okay? General Kurilla is the fucking psychopath that has been in Donald Trump's ear being like, we should do it. We should just keep fucking striking. Ironically, the attack came after Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi agreed that the first 3 rounds of nuclear talks in Oman and Italy could be a credible base for an agreement. An informed Iranian source told me the key elements of the deal between Witkoff and Araghchi were agreed upon over 3 rounds of negotiations in Muscat and Rome. The deal was as follows.
So chat, right as Hasan's talking about this, I'm reading his chat, and there's chatters telling him that Iran just attacked on Qatar. Right as he's talking, I'm just like wondering what is Qatar's role in this, right? Because yeah, this is the United States obviously has troops stationed, has bases in Qatar, and that's what I think Iran struck. They also they called ahead. They called the U.S. ahead. And they're like, by the way, we're striking your base in Qatar. Make sure to have your personnel evacuated, because what they're really looking for here is to just have they're trying to save face, right? They don't want the conflict to continue because they are getting the worst of it. Now that doesn't mean that Israel's doing well, because actually one of the undersold parts of this is Israel's their shield, their missile defense has been severely degraded by Iran's attacks. There's more stuff getting through than the IDF is letting onto, is letting there's suppression of stories there, right, about how bad Israel's gotten hit. That being said, obviously Iran's getting the worst of it. Obviously they don't want this conflict, this back and forth to continue, but they have to do something in response, if nothing else than to save face. So they call ahead to the United States. We're going to attack these locations, right? And at this time, and then they do a very limited strike. But this is happening right as Hasan's talking about this deal and, how Qatar figures into it.
Iran would accept maximum nuclear inspections and transparency, including implementation of the additional protocol and the subsidiary arrangements Code 3.1, the highest international mechanism for inspecting a country's nuclear program. The source added, second, Iran would convert or export its existing stockpile of 60% enriched uranium, which is sufficient to build 10 nuclear bombs. Third, Iran would halt its current high-level enrichment at 60% and 20% and reduce it to the level of civil purposes, which is 3.67%. Finally, Iran would fully cooperate with the International Atomic Energy Agency to resolve all technical ambiguities. In return, the United States would lift the nuclear-related sanctions, the ones that Donald Trump reimposed on Iran.
Crap, chat.
The truth is that by attacking Iran,
I'm so sorry. I just got to hear where Qatar figures in this.
Netanyahu's main objective is to overthrow the government, create instability in the country, and turn Iran into a failed state, and then break.
He said something about Qatar.
This is from Sayed Hossein Mousavian, and this was the important part about this. The summarization is, Iran says that Witkoff agreed to a deal that would allow Iran to retain civilian uranium enrichment, but then a phone call between Trump.
Where the fuck was the part about Qatar?
80-degree shift in the U.S. position, with Trump suddenly demanding the total shutdown of Iran's uranium enrichment. Lobbying from Mark Levin, Rupert Murdoch, and Ike Perlmutter also played a significant role in convincing Trump to. The reason why I'm bringing this up.
Wait, he sees that U.S. base has been hit in Qatar already. Chat's not telling him anything new.
That I wanted to talk about here as well. This is more proof that from the Israel is now running the show
All right, I give up. I give up. I swear to God, they said something about Qatar. Qatar.
It was agreed that the technical teams of both sides would draft a final agreement based on these 4 points. But suddenly, after a call between Netanyahu and Trump, the American side stopped sending its technical team to Muscat and, in a 180-degree shift in its position, demanded the complete shutdown of Iran's peaceful enrichment program. The shift delayed.
Play something says U.S. Al Udeid air base in Qatar. Qatar was told in advance of the strike, as was the U.S. Yeah, but he said something. There was something about Qatar in these negotiations where it sounded like they were on the Israeli side, which is a weird thing, chat. Because the what is Qatar's role? The options for Iran is to become Syria or Qatar. That's the only option the U.S. gives you. Yeah, give us a base. Or what's up, Nabil? Good to see you. The U.S. base in Qatar was attacked. Yeah. No, I know that. I feel like I thought they said something about Qatar. I keep on pronouncing it like guitar, like the musical instrument Qatar. It's what I'm trying to say. But I thought there was something about Qatar's role in these negotiations that he said, and it kind of surprised me a little bit how much, you know, because like you understand that these governments, these Gulf state governments, right? They're walking a little bit of a tightrope in between wanting to stay on the good side of the United States and Saudi Arabia, and of course Israel. But at the same time, you know, when Israel does Israel shit in Palestine, like, you know, there is like there is a certain amount of popular outrage at that, right? So they can't be too, you know, in the bag for US and Israel, or they can't be too obvious about it. They made the immigration system in the US the tribunal system to the concentration camps with the mass ICE Jan 6ers as the arresting officers. Yeah, just like the Freikorps in many cases, well, I always assume, became the Gestapo, and worry if people stop fighting ICE. Yeah, really. Yeah, that's the base that they bombed. I just thought there was something about negotiations that involved Qatar. They confused Qatar with Carter, like Jimmy Carter. Qatar is how it's pronounced. Thank you.
Delayed the agreement until Trump's 2-month deadline expired. And while the 6th round was set for day 63, Israel launched an attack on Iran on day 61. This was Israel's trap, designed to drag
We'll get into the Ethan Klein stuff after this. How about that?
the U.S. and Trump into a war with Iran. There's two different schools of thought here. Okay? Is American foreign policy now entirely designed around Israel's ambition in the region, or is Israel simply the attack dog that America uses in the region to fulfill their grand design for this resource-rich area? Okay, Iran being the final castle standing as a sovereign nation that actually has the capacity to, at times, thwart American ambition in the region. It's both. It's certainly both. One cannot exist without the other. Okay? One cannot exist without the other. If Israel did not play a formative role in America's designs as an
Oh my God, chat, we got a live one in Twitch right now. Should I read this? I blocked you for telling the truth? Essie, you're like gone. Like, I've never seen a chatter just pop up so mad. I'm eating mango right now. I'm kind of chill. I'm kind of moisturized. I'm kind of relaxed. And you are anything but relaxed. Easy, fix your life, fix your heart. I don't know where all this vitriol is coming from. There's motherfuckers in my chat talking about cutting off. Like, I don't know what kind of fucking transphobic nonsense this is. But I blocked you, so who are you? So who are you? Right? If I blocked you, who are you that I blocked? I blocked you for telling the truth. I blocked you in YouTube chat. No, that sounds like an auto mod thing. I think you got moderated by YouTube itself. You can't talk about like cutting people's genitalia off without like yeah, who is this fucker? Like seriously, who were you? Like are you somebody I should know? Is this a blast from the past? Is this some Twitch poll weirdo? I'm seriously curious. You got my attention, EC. Wait, but you apologize? You got hot? I was just trolling you on YouTube, and I saw your thing talking about all this shit. You were so mad. Do you usually get mad like at streamers like this? You're calling me a terrorist? And a cult leader. Chat, did you know that we were a cult? I mean, I guess I've been missing out. If my chat's a cult, I should be telling them to do stuff, right? I should be mobilizing my cult to go out there and I don't know, do cult chat, go do cult shit. Go recruit more cult members. Are we the masked circle, chat? What's going on? So wait, you got what blocked from what shorts chat? Wow. Well, I'm trying to hear you out here because you're so adamant about the fact that I blocked you and I'm not letting you say, I'm like censoring your free speech. I'm cutting off dicks. I'm terrorist sympathizer. Have you got more to say? It was possibly YouTube that was censoring you? Well, yeah, if you talk about like I mean, yeah, you don't EC. If you were a streamer on YouTube, okay, and I came into your chat and called you an asshole, like I'd probably get hidden by YouTube for that, right? At the very least, if not like my, get my account banned or something like that. Yeah, they do. YouTube has pretty strict, like standards. Anything that sounds like vitriolic language or obscene or inappropriate or like anything like that, like YouTube is basically PG-13 with their comments now. 2018 account, yeah. Yeah, I'm a terrorist synthesizer. I'm a moog for terrorism, right? I'm a monosynth, right? That plays the portamento for the terrorist. You don't understand though, EC. The terrorists, they're very musical people. Okay, they're very musical people, and they need a synthesizer like myself, right? Monophonic, polyphonic, analog, digital, it doesn't matter, chat. The terrorists, they need a synthesizer so they can be the musical people that they really are. It's not like it used to be. It's still hard to get used to. Well, I'm sorry you got banned by YouTube. You do sound pretty mad though, and I'm not sure what's at the root of all that, but I just hope that you're able to get the help that you need and like live a good life and all that stuff.
Of U.S. empire in the region, then Israel would not have access to this level of influence.
I'm mad about this sympathizing for terrorists. I agree. People who are sympathizing with Israel right now, like that's disgusting. Yeah, you shouldn't sympathize with terrorists. You shouldn't sympathize with a nation state that is predicated on ethnic cleansing. Right, frankly, and like that is right now conducting a fucking genocide, right? Yeah, I'm very much against the terrorism that's going on right now in Gaza and in the West Bank and in Iran. That's definitely so. If you got confused and thought I was supporting that kind of terrorism, no, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the, you know, Israeli occupational forces. That's not right.
And under the Trump administration, it is clear.
Oh, but when Israel does it, they're trying to kill military members, so it's okay. Issy, stop supporting terrorism before you get reported on Twitch too. You already lost your YouTube account, it sounds like.
And under the Biden administration,
you know that they have terms of service on Twitch too, right?
As well. Under Trump.
Like, I mean, you can call me an asshole if you want to, right? Stuff like that. You can call me a jerk. You can call me an asshole, right? That won't get you banned. But shit like, you know, supporting terrorism, being like, no, it's okay. There was a Hamas under the hospital. Hamas was had to hit the hospital. They had to hit the orphanage. There was Hamas. The terrorists are right under wherever the children are, wherever the civilians are. Hamas is right under there, right? With their secret network of tunnels. They're everywhere and nowhere all at once. We understand, yeah.
Trump 1 and then Biden and then Trump 2. Israel.
They never hit the hospital, EC. They hit every hospital. They didn't just blow up one hospital. They blew up every single hospital. They did some Israel shit and do you not know this? They blew up the hospitals. They blew up the universities. They bulldozed cemeteries, AC. How would you feel if your grandparents, I don't know, or great-grandparents or whatever relative that you have that's dead in a cemetery, how would you feel if somebody bulldozed that cemetery? How would you feel if somebody bombed your fucking high school? Like, this shit happened. Not just one hospital, every hospital. Everything, every bit of civic life in Gaza has been destroyed by Israel because they are doing ethnic cleansing. They are trying to move the Palestinian people off that land. They're trying to make it uninhabitable. They're trying to erase every vestige of civic life in Gaza right now. So yes, if you're against terrorism, there's some terrorism for you to be against.
Taken up more and more of this role of being the tip of the spear that also is holding on to the steering wheel of American foreign policy in the region. That's what this is. And I think that American foreign policy being uniparty in this process, considering that every Democrat, like most of the Democrats, all of the high-level Democrats, most of the Democrats, and the entire Republican Party is always going to entertain going to war with Iran, as they have for decades at this point. With the only time where like negotiations and diplomacy was the most effective outcome, ironically, under the Barack Obama administration. It is clear to me that this is.
I can't tell. I think this mango is good. It's actually supposed to be a turmeric mango, chat, which is somewhere in between a ripe mango and a somewhere in between a ripe mango, like a sweet mango, and a sour mango, like a green mango. Is this? But I think I left it in my refrigerator so long that it's now turned into a sweet mango. Oh well.
A belligerent campaign that is either today or tomorrow or maybe a couple years down the line, depending on
chat. What if it's Ethan? EC acted like I should know who they are, right? Can you, EC, can you prove that you're not Ethan Klein right now? Just do something that Ethan Klein would not do.
How this situation escalates or de-escalates. The final goal is still clear: complete destabilization, regime change, and if not regime change, just creating a...
Look at my 6 years of fucking Fortnite videos. You think that Ethan can't play Fortnite? Is that your claim? You're not Ethan Klein because you're actually good at Fortnite. How do I know that Ethan Klein isn't good at Fortnite?
State. As a Trump supporter,
you would destroy Ethan. Let's set this up. Oh my God, chat. Can we do this? Okay, so EC, if you want to stay unbanned and in Twitch chat and prove that you're not Ethan Klein, Yeah, I think we do need a Fortnite battle, or maybe Marvel Rivals. I know that Ethan plays Marvel Rivals, right, chat? I don't want to put him up like, yeah, he's probably too much of a boomer to play Fortnite. If I'm being honest, I love mangoes. It might be Ethan. It might be Ethan. We don't know for sure. You've never played Rivals? Do you think you could own him in that though? Or it's basically a FPS, isn't it? Isn't Rivals kind of like Overwatch? What is Ethan Klein good at? He is good at spreading infectious disease. He's good at mailing himself skulls. He is good at sexually harassing 17-year-olds on the internet. That's just to name a few things.
I want to say that I'm
A few weeks. Okay, well, we'll set it up. We'll set it up. All right. Chat, we gotta, Vadim can talk to Ethan for us, right? Vadim, are you still in chat? We're gonna set this up for you. EC is gonna prove, you're gonna prove that you're not Ethan Klein. You're not an Ethan Klein burner account, an alt account, anything like that, by beating Ethan Klein at Marvel Rivals. Ethan Klein is good at looking like a seagull? Is there a Giardia game? There should be. He's good at harassing women. He is good at that.
I'm shocked that he hit first. I'm currently trying to be more informed on other viewpoints. What do you think will be the outcome of these?
Wait, could you teach me Fortnite, EC? I'm not good at first-person shooters, and I kind of need like a
on a non-biased viewpoint. I mean, if the goal is,
do you still stream? Maybe I could do you do like a Fortnite Fridays? Maybe I could come on and you could teach me how to play Fortnite, and then we could argue about Israel and Palestine.
Regime change, like I said.
You would kill yourself rather than play Fortnite with me? That's really sad. EC, I'm not that bad. I mean, I've never played it before, so I'm probably pretty bad at it, but I can't be that bad. You really don't want to teach me Fortnite?
And I think it is. Then this de-escalation, this like incredibly limited retaliation.
Let's see if this one's good.
Where Iran has to save face as a sovereign nation, and it has to like do a symbolic strike against American assets. If Trump uses that as
you tried to teach your cousin before we had a huge falling out. Did you argue about Israel Palestine
as a reason to say, "Oh, we're going to war with Iran. They hit our boys. They hit our boys. This is fucking unacceptable." If they use that as an opportunity, then yeah, we're going to a fucking extended, long, drawn-out conflict with a nation of 92 million people that is a natural fortress.
Forks over knives is easy if you don't play build mode. I feel like I'd be good at build mode, though. Look, what do you think, EC? Do you think I could play build mode? The YouTube chat says I can't play. They don't think I would be good at build mode, but I am a Minecraft player. All right, I'm actually kind of good at Minecraft. Kind of good. Not like speedrunner good, but decent. I'm decent at Minecraft, right? So like I think I might be actually better at the building mode, or even maybe like do they still have Lego Fortnite? Maybe we could play Lego Fortnite. How does that sound, EC? Lego Fortnite? Friday. This Friday. Let's do Fortnite Friday. Chat, should I do Fortnite Friday?
That makes it incredibly difficult to do boots on the ground warfare. It's either going to be.
You never played Lego Fortnite? I've got it.
It's either going to look like.
Do you play the build version, EC, or do you play the regular version?
A Libya style situation where they try to activate the sectarian forces within the country, whether it's like some of the Azadi forces, some of the royalists, and also the Kurdish forces to the best of their ability, and try to like create destabilization. It's either going to look like Syria.
Build? Okay.
It's going to look like
that's what I need. I think I'd be good at build.
Libya, or it's going to look like Iraq. There are already.
Davy Cliff asks, how do you be good at Minecraft? The secret, Davy Cliff, is that you jump, and when you jump, you practice placing blocks before you land, right? That's the secret to being good at Fortnite, right? So that if you're ever in a manhunt kind of situation, then you can get away from people, right, that are chasing you in the manhunt, right? You gotta place blocks under you as you go, right? If you can do that, then you're good at Minecraft.
Already There are examples of American destabilization efforts in the region. I mean, we've experienced them. We've talked about them. We have watched them unfold. All of them are bad, of course. I mean, look at these countries that we're talking about. They're all fucking devastated. And what's even crazier here is that
Some good mango.
a lot of appetite for all of this from the American public broadly. They don't want this. They don't want another fucking Vietnam. They don't want another Iraq.
Oh my God.
Oh shit, that's a big. That's. Hold on. I know it's buffering.
I tried Minecraft like 10 years ago. It was just a bunch of kids screaming. What were you playing like 10 years ago? Were you playing like Hunger Games mode?
Could a Maoist fifth column uprising form in the case of an invasion? No. Qatar is talking about a response here on Al Jazeera.
Well, it sounds like you were on a server. Were you like on 2B2T or something?
Or casualties. The escalation will continue in the region will only result in.
Wait, did you get no-commed? Is that why you're here? Oh my God, did no-com like steal your shit or something? I just want people to know, okay, if you get your shit taken on 2B2T because of no-com, right? Or if that like that's not me. All right, understand. All right, same name, but different distribution, I guess you'd say. You know, like I'm a different distribution the no-com. Like, right, it's like I'm kind of like I'm Ubuntu and no-com is like, I don't know, oh my God, chat, what's another Linux distribution? Like, oh wait, I was only there for like 10 minutes. So so you're don't have any Minecraft. So you're not from 2B2T. You didn't get your stuff pwned by no-com. Yeah, there was just like somebody chat. It's just this horrible thing. Like, right, they what do you call it? They ganked my code, okay? And they uploaded it to 2B2T in order to track people on the server to find out where their bases were, right? So they actually used me to track down these players on 2B2T, and they just stole all their shit. And there's like a whole economy. Like, people make money on 2B2T. I don't understand how that happened. I certainly don't understand how I was involved, but apparently I was. And I just want everybody to know that I'm really sorry that you got your stuff ganked, but it really wasn't me. It was no-com. All right. No, just remember, different distribution. All right. Same basic kernel, right? Separate distribution.
Threatening the peace and stability not only in this region but in the whole world.
I'm Ubuntu. No-com is 1999 Debian. Is it Debian or Debian?
As a result, all parties have.
I thought only Mudahar uses Linux. Yeah, pretty much. Well, no, I had Linux for a while. Look, the secret to using Linux, okay, is you got to date somebody that is like into coding. All right, that's how you use Linux. And honestly, chat, while I was dating somebody that knew how to code, I had the fastest running computer that I've ever had. It was running on Linux. It was a thing of beauty. Everything ran fast. Everything ran smooth. But yeah, you can't. As soon as I stopped dating them, like I couldn't fix anything, so I had to go back to like regular Windows. I deleted the Linux partition right off my computer because you can't. I couldn't keep it running. I couldn't keep it running without somebody to. So confused. Wait, what part about dating a Linux nerd? NCC is Ubuntu Debian after a transition?
Had no choice, and all the countries of the region
Debian
has no choice but to go back to the peaceful means, to go back to the negotiation table, and also to go back to looking for peace for all our nations. Qatar has warned several times from the.
Okay, so I feel like it's a good time now, chat. We're gonna get into the Ethan Klein stuff, Ethan Klein and Taylor Lorenz. Because again, I spent 2 hours talking to you at the beginning because I miss chat that much. I guess I just miss chat that much, and I've been talking to, chatters on Twitch and stuff like that. Here's what I want to do. All right, we're gonna go into Ethan Klein. First thing I want to do though is take a look at the poll and see what's winning. So right now, first place is New Taylor Lorenz. We got 237 votes. That's a great number of votes. I love to see that chat is so interested in voting for the bonus content. 237 of you have voted already. If you haven't voted, go over to YouTube. Go over to No Comment Check on YouTube, assuming you're not banned from talking about dicks in YouTube chat, which, don't do that. They'll ban you, right? Again, PG-13 is the setting for YouTube's moderation, right? And yeah, I know it's very unfair. It's very unfair. But anyway, yeah, 237 of you have voted so far. If you haven't voted yet, make your voice heard. Go over there to No Comment Check on YouTube and vote. Right now, New Taylor Lorenz in first place, Ethan Klein roasted by NSR in second place. Third place is Adam Friedland on Stabby's World. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Anyway, Cumtown reunion, sort of two-thirds of a Cumtown reunion, chat. So we're 2/3 of the way to coming in the town. Okay, no, I can't make that work. I can't. In fourth place is Ethan Klein responds to Vadim, which Vadim, was not happy to see that you have Vadim in fourth place for whatever reason. But anyway, that's what's going on right now. So we got 190 out of 200. If we get to 200, we will get not just one piece of bonus content, we'll get two for the price of one, right? Make sure that you like the stream as well. That helps me a lot. I've got a Blue Sky Blast Off link in the pinned of both YouTube and Twitch. So make sure to click that and comment on the thread, like the thread, maybe even think about reposting it. I'm not going to lean on you too hard for that, right? Because I know that some of you, if your followers, don't like that sort of thing, you don't have to repost, right? I'm not trying to get you unfollowed by reposting my shit. But if you think they would be interested, consider doing a repost, right? And again, the thing that makes this number go up, the 190 out of 200, is when you do a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, which is a great thing to do, chat, because right now I think Twitch actually has more jellyfish than YouTube has weasels. And if YouTube wants to catch up with that, we're going to need more weasels in chat. So most people get a membership by being gifted one. And if you do that, if you gift memberships, you will make some people very, very happy. They'll be able to post weasels. They'll be able to post all the emotes, including the, Red Eye NCC, which is probably the closest thing we have to NoCom, right, Chad? Like I said, just think of NoCom as the evil version of me. If there was like a evil version of me that got cloned somehow and uploaded to 2B2T in order to follow people's moves around the server and find out where their secret bases were so they could steal all their stuff, right? That's kind of what we're imagining, right? It's like a shadow version of myself is what we're dealing with over on 2B2T, the Minecraft, the oldest running anarchy server in Minecraft, I believe. It's what FitMC would say about it, but anyway, chat, like I said, yeah, we're 190 out of 200. If we get to 200, we'll get not just one topic, but two topics. And make sure to know, yeah, super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne, which I'm trying to crowdfund my Thai visa right now. I got to pay for language school. So if you want to help me do that, we're about 75% funded on that one. So thank you to everybody who's contributed to that. And if you want to help me on that, that counts as well, as does signing up for Patreon and as does supporting me on Twitch, whether it is through a Twitch Prime sub, which you can do for free, whether it is through getting yourself a sub, which you can do for $6, or whether that's through gifting other people Twitch subs, which is another really nice thing to do. It'll give people more jellyfish, and it'll make YouTube jelly. YouTube will get jelly because there used to be more members than subs, chat. Now I think there's more subs than members. So if you want to make YouTube jelly, or if you want to help YouTube catch up, you can gift subs on Twitch or memberships on YouTube's. And that is about what I got there. We're going to move on to the next subject here. That's going to cause me to press, I think, this button. Yeah, there we go. And then let's see if we can find a little blast from the past, chat. So just in case anybody out there thinks I have flipped my lid and I am losing my sanity and like, what the hell are you even talking about, lady? You know, is Irene okay? If that's the kind of thing that you're thinking, let me just alleviate those fears for you right now. With a Thai commercial for energy. Oh no, chat. I think that's for that's some ginseng right there. I don't know what that's for. Anyway. Here's what I'm talking about. All right. It's a bit of a blast from the past.
In Minecraft history, using machine learning.
I might look like a human being. I'm actually more like a very advanced Vocaloid. At my core, I'm just code. And apparently that code took down 2B2T. This is what— Wait, it's not loud enough, is it? It was Shadow NCC. Yeah, the
NOCOM, the most powerful exploit in Minecraft history. Using machine learning.
I might look like a human being. I'm actually more like a very advanced Vocaloid. At my core, I'm just code. And apparently that code took down 2B2T. This is what happens when I'm used improperly. It was Shadow NCC. Yeah, the yellow eye version of myself. I have the feeling that when they completely light up that whole map, it's gonna be like my face or something. This was back when I was doing the way too long intros. This is obviously FitMC calling me out as a blue-haired SJW, right? Because it's like we saw, it's somewhere in here it says no comment, right? I'm definitely being subtweeted. Apparently, nocommentchick caused 2B2T to fail.
Has just spent the past 4 weeks in complete turmoil. An infamous group of hackers has been using an exploit against the
That's who did it, chat. It was Nerds Inc. See, don't blame me, blame Nerds Inc.
entire server for the past 3 years in secret, and it's finally been revealed to the public. As someone who has covered Minecraft exploits for years, I can safely say this is the most powerful and destructive one I have ever seen. The ultimate coordinate exploit.
God, he's hurting my feelings. I'm like, I have a name, FedMC. It's NOCOM. The question is, how are we gonna blame this on nocommentchick though?
Capable of tracking the real-time movements.
But yeah, so this is 2B2T. It's the oldest, what is it? The oldest anarchy server.
The oldest anarchy server in Minecraft.
You build a house, that house has got protection on it, right? If I come over and try to grief your house, I won't be able to. Or if I do it, there'll be records of it and I'll get in trouble. I'll get kicked off the server, right? That's in most Minecraft servers, not 2B2T though. So they restrict what you can do. Now, anarchy servers, not so much. In 2B2T, you can fucking go and take people's shit. You can destroy their base. You can pour lava all over everything. You can do whatever the fuck you want. It's an anarchy server. It's also an anarchy server in the sense that if you make like swastikas out of obsidian, you won't get banned for that either. And so, yeah, there's a lot of fucking yikes shit on 2B2T. It's an interesting experiment nonetheless, just because it's gone on so long. If you look at like those dots, I think what that is like where structures have been made. No, it's actually the dots represent paths that people have taken from spawn. So everybody starts off at 0, which is spawn, and this is basically NOCOM tracking them and see where they go from spawn, because people have secret bases on this server. It's an anarchy server, so any base is, you know, you can destroy a base, you can grief a base, you can steal people's stuff. It's totally legal, and these people made a, you know, made the NOCOM software to track where people were going to find their secret bases to steal their stuff. And like, I thought at first that this was just people, you know, doing stuff in their spare time, right? But it turns out that it's actually, it turns out that it's actually, like they're making money off of selling people's. You can sell items on the 2B2T server for real cash money. Right? There's apparently an economy on that. So anyway, if you want to see this video, it's on my channel. Go look it up. Did I cause the fall of 2B2T? Is what the video is called. It's about the NOCOM exploit, which definitely not my fault. But chat, we got something else to cover, and that is Ethan Klein. So Ethan Klein has been posting almost obsessively about Taylor Lorenz. Right, since he's taken his break, since on Friday, I think was when he went on break for the summer. He's taking a vacation. You know, most people would be relaxing, but Ethan Klein is posting about Taylor Lorenz. All right, so we're going to take a look into what's going on here. Taylor Lorenz showed some of the conversation between herself and Ethan, and then Ethan says, Taylor posted a clip of our convo on Twitter, so I'm posting the whole thing. Got to keep everyone entertained while I'm gone. If you meet someone like this in real life, run. She is scary good at gaslighting and crazy making. Or she's just like, oh, this is the Hasan thing. Someone's getting a little too big for his britches. You're going to sue over data sources. This is the Chris CPS thing. Why is Hasan getting notes? So this was during the debate. Chris CPS, that's a Hasan chatter, shared a folder with Hasan. I will subpoena Hasan if I have to. Hasan, do not erase the evidence. So he thinks that this Chris CPS is, I don't know, the person that called Child Protective Services on him. When every indication we have is that it was, somebody in his home. The call was coming from inside the house, apparently. Wait, what is this? Ethan Klein has been publicly sexually fantasizing about Anissa Joma. That is Anissa of Anissa and iDubbbz. iDubbbz's partner. Pretty routinely for a moment. So yeah, the accusations of sexual harassment are unfortunately very real.
He's a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs.
Dude, he is such a mean-spirited little freak. Like,
I have feelings.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you have feelings behind those dead eyes.
No.
And I understand you don't like getting pegged, and that's fine. But
No.
you need to learn to say no to her.
No.
When she comes in the room at night and
she's talking about their sex
wearing
life,
it.
chat. If you don't know, God, does everybody know what pegging is? Is there anybody in chat that I need to explain pegging to? Yeah, don't delete the evidence, he says. Definitely affirmed my Taylor Lorenz support. I know, right? Further evidence, they probably should have been called. Oh God, yeah. I got banned from Hasan's chat for saying, what about Crimea River? That kind of Crimea? And he freaked out. That was before the war. So I went back to his chat and said, I told you so. And then I got banned. Taylor is awesome. It's not a phase, it's a lifestyle. I became a huge Taylor fan through this. Starting to look like Ethan has a problem with women. Starting to look like. Played Rust once. The only reason I got it. Wait, can we get you to play Rust against Dan Saltman? Dan Saltman plays Rust. EC, if you could prove yourself by beating Dan Saltman at Rust, or not just beating him, I think you have to like embarrass him. I think you have to ruin his account on. I think you have to like. How do you like fuck somebody up on a Rust server, chat? But if you could figure that out and fuck up Dan Saltman on Rust, I would give you massive respect. The only reason I played is I got a bunch of Twitch drops. I got like 60 Twitch drops. Wonder if I could sell. You sound like a 2B2T player, right? Talking about selling your how to blame no comment check. It used to be a very popular thing on Twitch to blame. I was literally getting blamed for everything that happened, every bad thing that happened on Twitch. It was like, I would get blamed for it. Well, she said something bad about Dylan Burns. So I like Dan. He's cool. Do you like Dylan? Are you a Dylan Burns fan? Do you like Delunchka?
it again.
No.
Anyway, so fun.
He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs.
Dude, he is such a mean-spirited little freak. Like,
you're talking about a dude's sex life and you're like, he's a mean-spirited little freak. Anyway, so this is Taylor Lorenz's post, right? Ethan Klein has begun threatening me on Instagram. Here's a screen recording of our exchange. I and other women have asked him to repeatedly stop making sexual comments about us. And again, sexual comment about iDubbbz and Anissa, right? Like, do we really need to hear about their sex life? I don't care who's getting pegged or, that's their business. That's not my business. I don't even want to explain what pegging is to any of my chatters who don't know what it means, because I'm gonna get demonetized if I do, or I'm gonna get sponsored by Adam and Eve, possibly. Adam and Eve, if you're out there, you know, I could use that brand deal. All right. Wait, is there anything wrong with Adam and Eve? Are they like BDS? Are they BDS acceptable? I and other women have asked him repeatedly to stop making sexual comments about us in his IG stories and orchestrating sexualized, misogynistic online harassment campaigns. So anyway, let's see what Taylor's talking about here. All right, so we're gonna make this go forward, but oh my god, video settings, playback speed, very slow. I want the very slow playback so I can actually read it. All right. All right, so what do we got here? Provide me a written apology by the end of the day. If you would like to avoid litigation, go ahead and ask an attorney about your exposure on saying someone sexually harasses young girls. You are a fucking journalist, Jesus Christ. You need to get your shit together. This is Taylor Lorenz. Hi, Ethan. Here's the video of you sexually harassing a teenager. Is this a fake video? Please let me know. And there's her tweet. Video is 10 years old, says Ethan. Your claim that I am currently doing it. Oh, look at this. Look at this, chat. This is beautiful. This is the thing of beauty. So she said, you sexually harass. Yeah, when you stop sexually harassing young girls and read a book. And he's taking that. So he's not disagreeing, chat, that he sexually harasses young girls. Just like Contra didn't exactly disagree that, didn't exactly disagree that Kamala wouldn't bomb Iran with congressional approval, right? Ethan Klein is saying, you know, he's not disagreeing with the accusation that he sexually harasses young girls, but he is saying that he sexually harassed young girls. He's disagreeing with the implication of what she said when you stop sexually harassing young girls, implying active and current. He's saying that he is a former sexual harasser, not a active and current one. So very important stipulation right there. What I can't even here, let's see if we can make the video quality better. Like that, maybe. I want to read what it says here. I can't see it. I can't see it. I can't read it. It's too blurry. It's blurry face. Chat, it's blurry face. I can't read it. Come on, I can't read it. All right, so he screenshot something and says, so I leave the option up to you. End of the day. All right, here comes Taylor. Wait, I can almost say, okay, even the dumbest haters don't accuse me of sexually harassing women. What the fuck are you on about, freak? Journalist Lamau. That's what he says. Okay, I can barely read it. That's what he says. I can't read the Taylor tweet that he's responding to, but that's what Ethan's saying. Okay, so here we go. Her response: you continue to post weird sexual things about myself and other women on your story about us wanting to fuck us up. Wow. Excuse me, chat. I just like, I choked on something for a second there. I don't know, chat. Maybe it's because I want to fuck Hasan too. I don't know. That's what he's saying, right? To like literally any woman who disagrees with him on the Hasan thing, we all want to fuck Hasan. That's what we're, that's what we're angling for, right? It's all his, stupid, sexy Hasan once again, right? Are you saying that you plan to stop making these sexual? I'm in the wrong continent to fuck Hasan, by the way. Are you saying that you plan on stopping? You plan to stop making these sexual comments towards me and other women? Oh my God! And he goes totally Alice in Wonderland, Mad Hatter party on her. Listen to this. Listen to what he comes back with. Look at this. Look at this. How could I possibly stop doing something that I haven't done since 10 years ago? Okay, well, for one, you aren't a young girl, are you? How old are you again? Maybe I slowed it down too much, chat. But if I speed it up, I won't be able to read it. I would call myself and other women you're harassing by making sexual comments, young women. This is not something you did 10 years ago. You have been posting weird sexual stuff on your story about me and other women constantly in recent weeks. You implied I was a PDF file the other day. I think it's incredibly weird how you keep on making sexualized comments about myself and other women. Do you plan to stop? Okay, we'll see. Thanks for your time. Taylor Lorenz again, coming back. I genuinely don't get it, Ethan. I have no problem with you yelling at me every day about my political beliefs. That's your prerogative, and we can disagree. But making comments about my and other women's sex lives, like he did to Anissa, is gross. Will you stop doing that? Ethan, snark brain is a disease. This is like Ethan's Trump derangement syndrome, chat, is snark brain, right? You're snark brained if you disagree with him, right? Snark brain is a disease. I agree. Why are you participating in it? Why can't you critique women you disagree with without making sexual or misogynistic comments? Ethan Klein, good luck with that. Taylor Lorenz, good luck with getting you to stop harassing me and other women by making sexual comments. Ethan Klein, convincing literally anyone outside of your snark bubble that I am sexually... What, is she blowing bubbles? Is he accusing her of blowing bubbles on that thing? Like, just everything that he says is like... the subtext is like sexually charged as fuck, right? Your snark bubble that I'm sexually harassing anyone. Taylor Lorenz, I don't participate in snark subreddits, Ethan. You do. What you're doing, posting gross sexual commentary about myself and other women's sex lives, is harassment, and it is sexual. You made weird comments about my sex life, Anissa's sex life, true, we just saw that, and other girls. Will you stop sexually harassing myself and other young women on your IG stories and YouTube show? And Ethan Klein, in an attempt to crib like Hasan's lingo here, says, damn, that's crazy. The New York Times is still dealing with your last defamatory lawsuit. This time, there is no institution to protect you. Taylor Lorenz, so you're going to threaten to bankrupt me legally for asking you to stop sexually harassing me? New York Times won that baseless defamation lawsuit, which was funded by the extreme right donors, and part of a coordinated smear campaign, by the way. Not that it's relevant, but I want to make it clear. I'm asking you to please stop making sexualized comments about me on your IG story that are leading to a tidal wave of harassment and abuse from your fans and putting me in physical danger. And your response is to threaten me to sue me into bankruptcy for asking me to stop making comments about my sex life. All right, so now that is the, those are the DMs, the IG DMs that Taylor Lorenz has leaked on Ethan Klein. Here's more, right? Ethan is still going. Here's my full Teen Vogue story on Roblox protests for posterity. There's nothing about my story that's predatory or doesn't meet editorial standards. All right, what is this? Ethan Klein, bro, I cannot believe you posted cringe on your timeline. I can't believe you're misgendering Taylor Lorenz. No, you posted yourself saying you're a young girl. That's wild. Wait, is he transvestigating? I don't get it, chat. What's with this? Is Ethan Klein transvestigating Taylor Lorenz? I don't get it. Anyway, her response, well, I guess I'm cringe, Ethan. Or, do you think you're a young girl? Like that, is he gonna give, you'll never be a woman, Taylor Lorenz? What's going on here? Like, that's insane framing, don't you think? Did you get parents' permission to chat with their children regarding Roblox? Will you stop preying on children? When this is like the when did you stop beating your wife thing, right? What is this, right? Taylor Lorenz responds, reporting on young people protesting in Roblox is not quote unquote preying on children, Ethan. Look, if you believed this, then anybody reporting on the Habbo Hotel raids back in the day would be like a PDF, right? You know, this is kind of, you report on anything involving young people and you're immediately, I don't know, a slew of major news outlets covered the Roblox protest, and yet you only post about me, never about the other reporters. There's nothing about my story that's predatory in any capacity. So yeah, that's oh wait, I didn't read this part. Provide me. Oh, wait, we did read this, didn't we? Wait, no, we read this. We read this. But anyway, yeah, here is Taylor's teen. Yeah, she's writing for Teen Vogue. Like, what the fuck? What do you want from her? This is the article that he's talking about. This is where he's calling her a PDF. Yeah, look, the people did. I haven't covered this, right? But there were apparently protests against ICE. When is this? June 17th, 2025. Yeah, I guess this must be. Despite being primarily a children's game, Roblox has evolved into a sort of emergent civics theater for kids online. So yeah, this is her writing an article. Recently, some Roblox players have been conducting virtual immigrations and customs enforcement. Some Roblox players were conducting ICE raids. So that's how it started, right? There have been Roblox players dressed as ICE agents that barge into other players' houses. They have arrested a user hiding in his kitchen and chased down another player while conducting border patrol surveillance. So yeah, as much as this might sound like inappropriate, like kind of like an inappropriate joke or something like this, right? It is a joke started by the pro-Trump, pro-ICE factions on Roblox. Roblox ICE agents hunted down a young player in his Roblox home, banging his door down. I didn't know you could bang a door down in Roblox. Tensions, you can't really do that in Minecraft. I mean, you can pickaxe a door down, I guess. Tensions reached a boiling point last week as thousands took to the streets to protest ICE in the offline world. Roblox players protested within the game, battling cops, breaking down barricades, waving Mexican flags, and facing off across a line of players dressed in SWAT gear. I didn't know about this, chat. I did not know anything about this. Despite being primarily a children's game, Roblox has evolved into a sort of emergent civic theater for kids online. The game is so kind of like Grand Theft Auto 5, kind of like the way that people do that in GTA 5, right? The game is now where thousands of children go to process major world's news events through highly intricate roleplay. These simulations are how many young people experience news events, representing a shift towards more participatory forms of media. Simon Gutierrez, a 17-year-old, I'm mispronouncing his first name, aren't I? It's not like Simon in French, right? That'd be a 17-year-old high school student who organized yesterday's Roblox protest against ICE, said he wanted to attend the IRL No Kings protest this past weekend, but his older sister said no, so he staged a protest in Roblox to allow other young people to make their voices heard. A lot of young people really want to protest and put their words and beliefs out there, but are unable to, so this is the only thing they can turn to. ICE protests in Roblox have primarily taken place in Brookhaven, a massively multiplayer role-playing experience on Roblox. I don't know anything about Roblox, chat, so the experience's name is based on the real city of Brookhaven, Georgia, where offline ICE raids and protests are also taking place. Last Thursday, police arrested 6 people involved in anti-ICE protest in IRL Brookhaven. Roblox's Brookhaven is the most visited Roblox experience ever. So it's kind of like Tomato Town is it in Fortnite, I guess. Or wait, what's it called? Like God, chat, I'm trying to remember the song. Yeah, Fortnite, we bound to get down. 10 times of the Lord that round. I can't remember. With 65 to 70 billion visits And obviously, chat Tomato Town is like, that's old Roblox. I know they don't have it anymore. And it has essentially become the internet's default metaverse, where events in the real world often play out in game. Interesting. Yeah. So yeah, Zuck failed at creating a metaverse where Roblox seems to have succeeded. Since the and maybe VR chat too. I don't know. Since the initial ICE protest, although there's some really creepy shit going on VR chat, to be honest. Since the initial ICE protest in Brookhaven last week, half a dozen more protests have been planned. Roblox users are posting dates and times on TikTok along with their usernames and Discord server links in order to coordinate and solicit attendance to the rallies. The response from TikTok users has been enthusiastic. This is not the first time Roblox has gotten political. In 2020, teenage Roblox users replicated the wave of protests against racial injustice and police brutality following George Floyd's murder. Roblox users have also protested Israel's assault on Gaza, staging pro-Palestinian virtual protest in 2023. One pro-Palestinian protest was visited more than 275,000 times. The protests against ICE have not yet reached that scale. In-game activism also isn't entirely a new phenomenon. Even before Roblox, children mobilized in other game-centric communities. In 2016, Club Penguin users protested Donald Trump's election. Some kids used their avatars to express political dissent at the time when they weren't old enough to vote. Players in Animal Crossing and Roblox also staged protest events pushing Hong Kong's pro-democracy movement in 2020. Roblox boasts about 85 daily active users globally. In December 2022, more than 4 in 10 Roblox gamers were 12 years old or younger, and 60% of the users were under the age of 16, according to data from Roblox. But there are signs that the platform demographics slowly shifting. Yeah, kind of. I think does Minecraft. I don't know, chat. Maybe Minecraft. I feel like there were always older players on Minecraft. In fact, I almost feel like it started off with like an older player base, and it only got adopted by younger players like later on. But anyway, this is what. So Ethan is saying that Taylor Lorenz, interviewing people like Gutierrez to find out, to get quotes about the Roblox protests, right? He's calling that like grooming. Like, right, he's basically calling her a PDF for having done this article. And you can see, yeah, it's just a Teen Vogue article, talking about a sort of parallel to the real life protest movement phenomenon in Roblox of maybe people in the case of, was it Gutierrez that said his older sister wouldn't let him go to the protests, right? So that's what that is what he is calling predatory behavior on Taylor's part. Oh yeah, look at this. Ela Klein. Wait, can you see this? Oh god, it's just off screen. It's just off screen. Anyway, you'll have to trust me. This is from Instagram account Klein Ela, right? And she's retweeting Donald Trump talking about the very successful attack. 3 nuclear sites taken out. Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of it. Yeah, she's retweeting this, right? And she deleted this later. This is the... So here are some more examples. Okay, so hey Taylor, cat got your tongue? Don't you want to double down on your defamatory claims that I sexually harass young girls? You have till the end of the day to apologize and clarify to my satisfaction. How fucking entitled. What an entitled bastard.
Image is pretty twisted up in itself.
So here is...
What looks like a phallic object.
Here is, yeah, Ethan, I think these are underage. This is an underage person.
Object. A little 8-year-old girl and a big, giant black man looking in on her, man. It's like Blackzilla. This guy's got a weird...
So look, I am gonna assume, for the sake of not being just totally grossed out by this guy, that he is, you know, this is his way of being critical of the racism inherent in like the picture of the portrayal of a black man as being like a giant Godzilla coming in to snatch up the young white girl. That being said, like, I don't know, you know, if you want to talk about inappropriate behavior regarding children, I would say that, you know, saying that that's a phallic object is a lot worse than Taylor Lorenz covering a fucking Roblox protest, right? I don't know, chat. Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub. Avalon of Babylon, you just got jellyfished. And that puts us up to 96, chat. We are within, I can smell that double bonus content, almost. Just like, no, oh, sorry, that's my durian. Chat, I thought it was the double bonus content. Turns out it's just a durian that I was smelling. This thing is almost ready to eat. Oh, it's hurting me though. It's painful. It's sharp. Right? Look at this little durian. This is a long stem, chat. I haven't tried this type of durian yet, but it's ready to go, and it's smelling pretty ripe. Pretty ripe. But yeah, I don't know what he's on about here. This is pretty gross. So this is speaking to, you know, they're like, you know, show me some examples of me sexually harassing young women, young girls, and this is what the person posted. This is Jake Chinatown, I think.
Your fantasy, dude. Blackzilla rapes the little 8...
Oh my god, no. Okay.
Dude, a hand job from her is probably a really special...
No!
She pulls off that glove. She's like, this hand hasn't seen sunlight in 15 years. I haven't touched a cock since I was... I want to say 8, but that's really...
No! God damn it! What is wrong with you?
Wrong. I haven't touched a cock since my Uncle Bob took me to his cabin when I was 12 years old.
Okay, no. Yeah, Ethan, 12 years old, much better. Oh my god, what a sick fuck. What a sick fuck. And this is the guy calling...
Thanks for joining me on that.
Okay, did you see how that shit started? The most disturbing thing, Chad, I think, to me about this video, and we're not going to watch the whole thing because it's totally inappropriate and probably TOS. I don't want to risk, you know, my channel on this, but I want to show you just the opening, right? Look at this opening.
Hey, guys.
The fuck is that shit? The fuck is that shit, Ethan?
Thanks for joining me on edgy material warning number 3.
Shirtless Ethan Klein with his hands on his way too close to his crotch.
We've got some edgy material here. And watch your hands, because you're going to get cut up on this one here, guys. You can scar me, but you can't stop me. Now that is interesting and very deep and poetic. But what's even more interesting is if we just go a couple pixels down.
Nope. We are not going a couple pixels down. Sorry, Ethan. Yeah, so TLDR, this is a Boston bombing victim. She's 17. And Ethan talks about her quote unquote juicy juvenile vajayjay, right? Just, you know, again, fucking projection from this guy is unreal, unfucking real. All right, so we are swiftly approaching, once again, taking the side of a sexual predator over a Muslim. He's talking about, yeah, so this is Ethan posting about Hasan taking a picture with Zoran. It's a campaign with a guy who said America's choice to campaign with a guy who, wait, that's not Ethan's, that's somebody else posting this. He's just posting it without comment. All right, wait, there's another tweet here. What is this? Also relevant, Ethan, you had to pay $20K for a big red button to stop you from saying slurs. I'd sit this one out on choices. Okay. All right, we saw that already, I think. Ethan Klein's community seems to be confused on why right-wingers are the only one defending him. Maybe the fact that Ethan Klein is a misogynist, racistic piece of shite. Does it make anyone else uncomfortable to see all these right-wingers coming to Ethan's defense? Yeah, it should. Oh, it's actual Justice Warrior. Yo, yeah, no, this is true. This is true. All the right-wing accounts, right, Chad? All the weird, creepy, actual PDF accounts are coming to the defense of Ethan Klein. Chat, do we need to? Diorio is still going off about this. I feel like in the old days, chat, I would have done a lot of Nicholas Diorio content by now. Like we would have made that guy. He would fucking know my name by now if this was the old days. All right. I'm not exactly trying to start up drama, but I'm also annoyed at the amount of fucking clout that Nicholas is chasing off of all this Ethan Klein bullshit. Even as his like, what do you call, oh my God, what's the name? Even as his, like, you know, the rest of his cohort, like Quimon and Chud Logic, make the obvious case, or make the obvious call that Ethan is cringe as fuck, and he's off base on this shit, and he's a massive hypocrite. Even when scumbags like Chud Logic can see it, Nicholas fucking Diorio, who I've given credit before, on being maybe more fair than some of the others in the commentary community, being a little bit less team sports. But no, he's 100% team sports on this one, chat, because he's making money off of Ethan, right? So yeah, I feel like at some point, chat, we need to break the Nicholas Diorio glass and call his ass out. Anyway, Ethan Klein fans literally threatening women when you call them out on misogyny perfectly proves my point entirely. Keep calling random acts misogynistic, and one day we'll show you what it really means to be one. What, to be a misogynist? All right, so this is the someone's getting a little too big for his britches. You're gonna sue over data sources from a screenshot to what? Preserve the dignity of your debate that you yourself were certainly chat GPTing answers from. You are a fucking clown, Ethan Klein. Why is Hasan getting notes during our debate from someone named Chris CPS? I will subpoena Hasan if I have to. So anyway, he thinks this is wait a minute. I'm trying to remember where I saw apparently Chris CPS has responded, right? And he responded with what CPS actually, the CPS in his name actually stands for, right? Spoiler, it is not Child Protective Services. I can't remember where I saw this. I'll try to find it for you. Anyway, so now we're going to look at, so we saw Taylor, posted a clip. Let's see if I got to like open this. We got to slow it the fuck down, don't we? Go. All right, roll it back. So look, here we go. Taylor posted a clip from our convo on Twitter. So I'm posting the whole thing. Got to keep everyone entertained while I'm gone. If you ever meet someone like this in real life, run. She's scary good at gaslighting and crazy making. In other words, she's not doing anything wrong here. She's not doing anything bad here. And I can't actually find the thing that, you know, like to show that she's like lying or gaslighting or being disingenuous. But just trust me, bro. Just fucking trust me. Okay, so this is Ethan sharing. So here's what he's doing. He's showing the rest of the DMs. Now, usually, chat, what is the purpose of this? I got to make this bigger. Can everybody see this when it's bigger? Not even trying. I just need to look at. Stop feeding the troll called Ethan. Okay, the Hague. Really, Gamergate 2.0. But only in the worst ways. Yeah, we can stop Ethan if I stop talking about him. That's how it works. I wish, chat, because A, I wouldn't have to talk about Ethan Klein, and B, he would shut the fuck up. That would be great. That would be sick. Feminism means girl bossing for a misogynist? He had to a go at iDubbbz in the opening of the content cop? Why does Olivia work for this guy? Good question. Anyway, I'm going to try to make this a little bit bigger so you can see it. Let me know if this works. I haven't done this before. I haven't gone full screen with this first, but we're going to need to go full screen to be able to even have a chance of reading this tiny little print. So here we go. All right, so this is Ethan. If you remember from he's finding her talking about the CPS thing or the dog shit thing, and he's like he's made several videos to call her out about that, I guess. So he links these videos, right? This was a few weeks ago. I'll try to find one if I can to show you what we're talking about. But he links these videos in the Instagram DMs, right? And Taylor responds, "I'm not watching all this, Ethan. I genuinely hope you get help because you're lashing out at a journalist who has been nothing but generous to you." Ethan says, "Watch it. It's good. Remember the message you wrote after CPS called? We begged you for help." And he's laughing at that, right? So he's saying that I think in her message it says something about he and Hila begging for help, and he's saying, you know, he's disagreeing with that, I guess. All right, Taylor Lorenz replies, "Dude, what are you going on what is going on with you? I genuinely don't get it. Me talking about speech rights has nothing to do with you. And again, I'd happily defend your free speech rights anytime you are under attack as well. Ethan, you're a true patriot. Taylor, thanks for safeguarding our freedoms." And a little salute emoji. She's responding to "we begged you for help" in the next one. Okay, let me bring that up. All right. Yes, "we begged you for help." Laughing, crying emoji. "Yes, Hila asked me for help, and I have been back and forth with Reddit for you. They did a whole investigation into the Reddit stuff at my request. Literally, like I said, I'd happily go out of my way to help you or anyone else who I think is dealing with censorship online." Ethan's reply, "May nobody ever write such disgusting, soulless, heinous things about your children someday, as I'm sure you'll have as little empathy for them as I do for you right now. But you got that Hasan retweet, so who knows? Maybe you've got a chance after all." Okay, so Taylor responds, "I have zero stake in the drama between you and Hasan. I'm sorry that you believe that I believed an online rumor about your dog." So here's what happened, chat. She heard about the Giardia thing, right? She heard about that secondhand. She believed it. She tweeted something about it. And oh wait, no, the online rumor about your dog, is this the one about Shredder eating cheese? This is Taylor Lorenz on, I think, Reddit. He needs to log off. Every influencer has a snark page, and if he wants it taken down, he needs to go through the legal channels, not publicly bait them. Normally, I'd have sympathy, but Ethan has spent the past year absolutely terrorizing and stalking anyone who is stalking anyone even obsessed with Hasan, whilst even associated, I think she got spell corrected there, with Hasan, while spouting vile Zionist propaganda. He needs to log off for a long time and get his head straight and clean up his house so his kids isn't crawling. Okay, so it is about the Giardia thing. That is the Giardia thing, right? So yeah, she heard about the secondhand. Ethan Klein says this is a rumor, this is a lie, and she immediately believes him. Chad, the irony being, and I know somebody's probably got the link for me, or the name of the name of the Ethan Klein VOD and the timestamp. If we have to watch this again, but yeah, you know, there's literally a video of him going off about this horrible situation where his dog's got Giardia, and then, you know, his children are crawling around on the floor, putting stuff in their mouth, and then he's like, and I think I've got Giardia, and I think my kid's got Giardia, and everybody's got Giardia. He turned his family, according to his own words, into the human centipede, right? And then he complains that people are concerned about the situation in his house. Taylor Lorenz, I don't care what about Hasan's retweets. I know you think I'm on someone's side, but that's just not the case. Are you too cowardly to admit what the rumor was about? Wait. So is Ethan thinking the rumor of the cheese and Shredder? Or is Ethan thinking the rumor of the... it's not a rumor, though. The Giardia thing was literally something that he talked about, right? No, I saw a rumor that your dog had been pooping all over the floor where your kids play. Now I know that it's false, because he said it's false. She's taking his word for it, chat. If anything, there's a criticism maybe of Taylor for being a little too, good faith with somebody like Ethan Klein, right? Like I said, I really apologize for falling for that, because I know how hard it is when people bring kids into this. Taylor Lorenz, I reached out to my detective at the LAPD who deals with my stalking case when Hila, more on that later, Hila said people were calling CPS to see if there was anything they could do, because I've had people call CPS on my family members as part of a harassment campaign. So she, based on a personal experience, chat, she's sympathetic towards Ethan, and it seems legit. I don't think she's gaslighting. I don't think she's trolling. I don't think she is, I think she literally, I think she is literally, and she's believing him. She's believing him as he lies to her because she's had a similar experience. All right, so Ethan Klein comes back. Seems like a quite heartless thing to repeat as a rumor in the same paragraph, urging me to get help. Seems quite calculated and intentional. And you knew exactly what you were saying, writing, and why. You all see, this is the whole thing. He's like, you knew that rumor wasn't true, right? Chat, it's based on shit that he says. It's not a rumor. Nobody made something up. Nobody created a story, right? It's literally what he said on his own podcast. You knew exactly what you were writing and why. You always changed up when you realized. You only changed up, I think is what he's trying to say. Only changed up when you realized I saw it, and you didn't want the world to know even more about what a depraved lunatic you are. Taylor Lorenz. Even if I disagreed with you on every single thing politically, I do those things because these are issues I cared about. Again, Ethan, I'm sorry I posted something false in a single comment on my meme page once. Taylor I have plenty of resources. I really don't need I don't need the help of an out of work hack 2-bit has-been journalist, which you offered us. I begged. You sure about that? Taylor Lorenz, the minute someone said it was false, I have gone out of my way to help you and your family. If you don't need my help, that's fine. Ethan, did I beg for help? Taylor, you did ask me to help, and I did spend hours of my time trying to help you because I was willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. You're so angry at me, it's bizarre. I don't know where this hatred and anger is coming from. Ethan, Taylor, did me or Hila beg you for help? Did we even ask you for help, or did you offer to help? Taylor, I offered to help, which I am happy to do because I care about these issues, and Hila messaged me repeatedly asking for help. Maybe Hila isn't you, but I do consider you guys a pair. Ethan, you sure Hila asked for help ever? Or did you offer? Taylor, and again, I have no ill will, literally none. Oh God, this is a long series of messages, but I'll read through them. After spending hours helping you, it's confusing while you're lashing out. I offered and she asked, which again, I was happy to do. Ethan, ma'am, honesty is an important aspect of being a journalist. She never asked you for help. Taylor, she literally asked if I'd follow up with Reddit. Ethan's doing the laughing cry emoji as a response to that one. Ethan, your offer for help was not sincere. It was made out of self-preservation, and we knew that. Taylor, self-preservation? Brother, what? Ethan, that's her asking you for an update to your allegedly genuine offer for help. So she did ask. She followed up on that. Taylor's not talking out of her ass here. It is genuine. Even as you attack me today, I'd help if you were being censored online. But when you lash out over comments that are completely unrelated to you, it's really disturbing. I genuinely hope you find peace and realize that not everyone is against you, and everyone involved in, and not everyone is involved in. So yeah, no, people aren't gang stalking you, Ethan. Your persecution complex is not real, right? Ethan Klein, thank you, Taylor, for really appreciating you taking into concern my health and well-being. And he's reposting the thing about the dog feces. Taylor, I'm sorry you disagree with Hasan on so many things, but that has nothing to do with me. And lashing out at me when I'm talking about speech rights is so silly. So responding to like thank you for your genuine concern, sarcasm. She says, I am concerned, man. There are so many people who are generally not against you in any way, and you seem to not realize it. You think that I'm out to get you or something. It's ridiculous. Ethan, yeah, after CPS came, I'm not making any apologies nor any concessions on this. If you participated in spreading this rumor, especially after they visited, I don't need to know anything else about you. Oh my God. Fuck, I'm gonna have to rewind this slightly. Taylor, having CPS called on my relatives having had CPS called on my relatives before, I completely understand. I really am sorry. So she's making assumptions that he is like legit in good faith, right? She's making assumptions that just aren't true, right? Her relatives, it sounds like, maybe got CPS called on them. And again, I don't know, chat. Maybe it was legit, right? But in a not legit way. And so she's making the assumption that Ethan is the same deal, when in reality, he got CPS called on him because he told a fucked up story about his kids rolling around on the ground, putting stuff in their mouth, the dogs having giardia, and the kids getting giardia. Fucking do the math. What does that mean? What does that imply, right? He's heavily implying that the kids got giardia from putting infected items in their mouth, right? Which would imply a not safe situation at home. I really am sorry you had to go through that. And I'm sorry, I believe the online rumor and left a single Instagram reply. I wonder if she ever figured out that he was lying. But I hope you realize, Ethan, that I am not out to get you. I'm not involved in whatever drama you have with Hasan or anyone else. Ethan Klein, I don't care. You will never be anything more to me than someone who spread that rumor after CPS interviewed me and my children and searched my home. That's it. Taylor Lorenz, like I said, that's your prerogative, but I hope one day you'll realize that a lot of people aren't out to get you and that you're lashing out at a lot of people who really mean well. Anyway, I do hope that you and your family stay safe. Hila is a very generous and kind person. I mean, tell that to somebody in Ramallah, I guess, right? She's a very generous and kind person when she's abducting your relatives, right? Anyway, kind person, according to everyone I know who knows her. I hate that she's had to deal with the stuff that's happened. Ethan, I don't care. You can stop typing to me. Taylor, that's too bad, but one day I hope you'll care. about your action, how your actions affect others. Ethan, I actually cared a lot about that since the CPS visited. Not in the way that you want, but yes, I do care. Now go back to pretending your dream is to have a Substack while being completely blacklisted from anyone serious in your field. Ethan is such a boomer brain thing. Like, honestly, that Substack is probably a safer place to be than working for fucking WAPO or the New York Times. These like legacy media outlets, they're going to fall by the wayside. Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that. And like I said, I've always defended people's right to free speech. I'm sorry you took it personally. If and when you ever get some distance and realize I'm not out to get you, feel free to reach out anytime. In the meantime, stay safe and take care. She's responding to now, go back to pretending to your dream is to have a Substack. It's very strange and weird, Ethan. You're lashing out at me and spouting nonsense because you're hurting. I've continued to be kind and generous to you. You should ask yourself why you respond with such vitriol to someone showing you kindness. I can tell that you're hurting, but please know that I'm not your enemy here. This is Ethan. Ma'am, you can enjoy the rest of your evening. Cheers. And he posts the Reddit comment again. All right. Her response, cheers, Ethan. Take care of yourself. I hope you get some time to log off and spend time with your family. Now, chat, I think that this is going to... So someone turned the chat on disappearing messages. New messages and reactions will disappear for 24 hours. Taylor Lorenz turned off the disappearing messages. This is from Ethan's end, right? So yeah, after, I guess, a while, I can't tell. I can't tell how long it's elapsed, right? But Ethan says, Taylor, have you ever browsed the H3 Snark subreddits and participated in it? Taylor, no, absolutely not. I don't even have a Reddit account. The only Reddit stuff I've seen about you is what Ela sent me. I'm a little confused at her saying she doesn't have a Reddit account. I thought that meme account was one. Why would I ever participate in snark, any snark, anything against you? Not only am I broadly against snark communities, having reported them on them very critically, but I have absolutely nothing against you. I'm sorry for what you're going through with other streamers and YouTubers, but this stuff has nothing to do with me. Taylor, I really do wish you the best, Ethan. Like I said, I'm sorry that I once fell for an online rumor that your kids had crawled around on a dirty floor and left a single reply saying that once in a comment section of a meme page that has nothing to do with you. But truly, I have no beef towards you. I know how much it sucks to have false stuff said about you online. You lied about me repeatedly in your Instagram videos. I've also had kids. I was parenting targeted in online harassment campaigns. It sucks. It's horrific. And I really do empathize, but I'm not your enemy, man. I want you and Ela and your whole family to have a happy and drama-free life. That's not Ethan Klein, though. If it was drama-free, it wouldn't be Ethan Klein. Taylor, would you like to comment on this? What is this? From H3 Productions on Reddit. Taylor Lorenz DMs leaked. Terrible human being. Would you like to comment? So this is a Reddit post on H3 on his snark page, right? On the pro Ethan snark, H3 Productions. Sure, as I said, this person is right. Of course, you wouldn't harm a pup. People can say that they want what they want about you, but I know you'll never intentionally hurt any of your dogs. You're a notorious dog lover. Yeah, loves them so much, loves them to death, chat. Loves them to death in some cases. It's not a question of Ethan not loving his dogs, all right? Let me just step out for a second and say, I too think that Ethan loves his dogs. The accusation was not a lack of care or an intention to do harm or anything like that. It was negligence. The negligence to make sure that what you're feeding your dog is something that is healthy for your dog and not something that can harm your dog, right? That's the allegation, right? And I haven't looked into it. Again, that sounds like a sad story. You know, I'm sad that his dog died. I'm sure that he wasn't trying to hurt his dog, but the other side of this argument is that, you know, he should have looked up, you know, cheese before, if cheese is okay to feed to a dog, before feeding his dog cheese, right? This person is right that I don't know anything about the situation because unlike these people, I don't read Reddit all day. I really hope you realize that people like me aren't against you, Ethan. I want you to take care of yourself. All right, so this is where we catch up to the part. So this is the part that Taylor, you know, released, the part of the DMs that Taylor already released, right? So we've caught up to that. I'm going to kind of skip past the part we've already said. Provide me with a written apology by the end of the day if you'd like to. So this is him accusing her of, I don't know, defamation, I guess, and threatening to sue her. Let's see if we can pick it up where. See if we can pick up where we left off somehow. New York Times lawsuit. Okay, so here we go. New York Times won that base list. I think we've already read this. So how come you don't work there at the New York Times anymore? I left the New York Times to become a columnist, promotion from a reporter, and to work for an amazing editor at WAPO, Washington Post. But I just want to make it clear once again that I'm asking you to stop harassing me and posting sexual stuff about me in your story. You're endangering my safety and directing waves of abuse, and your response is to threaten me. Ethan Klein, how come you don't work at WAPO? Taylor, because my editor, who I went there to work for, retired and left the company, and I'm not sure if you've seen what's happening at WAPO. Yeah, you should know what's happening at WAPO. Like, Ethan Klein doesn't know shit. Ethan Klein doesn't, famous Trump hater, Ethan Klein does not realize that WAPO literally stopped an endorsement and an editorial, right? They're suppressing their reporting that is negative towards Trump, right? None of this is relevant to the fact that you keep posting sexual comments about me and orchestrating a harassment campaign towards me and other women. You are endangering my safety, and your response to me asking you to please stop this is to threaten me. I want to make it very clear. I'm asking you to stop posting sexual comments about me on IG and endangering my physical safety with your relentless harassment campaign. Your response is to threaten to bankrupt me for asking you to stop sexualized misogynistic harassment. Ethan, you are doing a fanfic right now. Message me when you've calmed down. Taylor, there's nothing fanfic about what you just did. Oh my God, sorry, I just went past it. Right, there's nothing fanfic about what you just did. I hope you can stop making sexualized comments about me and other girls on Instagram and your podcast, and that you wind down this harassment campaign that is endangering my and other women's safety. I have very dangerous and well-documented stalker who is heavily involved in your Reddit community and who your fandom continues to enable. This is a man who you're continuing egging on with your continued sexual comments about me. Please stop. Ethan says who? She's naming the person. He posts under multiple Reddit usernames, and he's part of your Reddit subreddit community. I've called this out before. Ethan Klein, you got any post of his I can review? Taylor, yes, I will find them when I get home and send them to you. I hope you can recognize that your post on IG encourages and deranged people like this. I tried to help you and Hila because I genuinely know what it's like to be in danger from stalkers. The stuff you've been posting about me the last few weeks with weird sexual comments only exacerbates these type of people. I don't have a problem with you criticizing me, but I hope you can refrain from sexual comments and comments speculating on my sex life. Thank you. God damn it. Bro, I cannot believe you posted cringe on your timeline. You posted yourself saying you're a young girl. That's wild. Yeah, so we've read this part. Yeah, well, I guess I'm cringe then, Ethan. So yeah, it looks like what Taylor cut out was the reference to the harassment that she has experienced, and like a kind of heartfelt plea from him to stop doing this, because, you know, him making sexual comments about her, not only is it disturbing and inappropriate and boundary crossing, but it's encouraging. Her stalker is in his community, which makes sense, chat, because if you're fucking some weird obsessive freak, you know, and somebody's calling out the target of your weird obsessive freakiness, right? You know, that's a very tempting. This happened to me, chat, with Demon Mama once, right? She literally like she literally like welcomed my stalker into her community. Now, in Demon Mama's defense, I don't think she realized that. But she was playing with fire. She was absolutely playing with fire with that shit. Anyway, do you think you are a young girl? Like, that's insane framing, don't you think? Do you get parents' permissions to chat with their children regarding Roblox? Will you stop preying on children? I think we've read this part too, right? This is the Roblox stuff. We'll just go through this. Reporting on young people protesting in Roblox is not preying on young children, Ethan. A slew of major news outlets covered Roblox protests, and yet you only post about me, never any of the other reporters. There's nothing about my story that's predatory in any capacity. You were in DMs with underage kids. Did their parents know? Yes or no? Are your accusations against me a projection? Taylor, you kept claiming I am currently being misogynistic and sexualizing young women. Please cite current examples or one from the past 5 to 10 years. This is what he's saying. He's saying he did do the sexual harassment of underage women, but he's not, or of young women here, right? Is what he says. And the example that we saw being I think a 17-year-old who he described as having a quote unquote juicy juvenile vajayjay. The example you cited was from April 2014. In response to the R Bravery Jerk subreddit. I deleted the video in 2016 because I felt that it was bad taste. I regretted making it. After all, part of maturing as an adult is identifying and addressing poor choices you made in the past. The clip you cited was resurrected last year on our YouTube drama. The fact that you used that clip, particularly when the only people continuing to circulate it are snarkers. He's snark-brained, chat. He is snark-brained. Instead of one from the past decade emphasizes you are intentionally misleading people. If you believe my complaints for copyright infringement lack merit, then analyze their merit. By refusing to do so, you are implicitly conceding to my copyright claims do have merit. Instead of providing your analysis on the merits, you are disseminating fabricated falsehoods that I am misogynistic and a habitual sexual harasser, particularly, and he's like, and his disagreement is like, I'm not anymore, all right? I haven't done that in a long time, all right? I'm reformed. I'm better now. How dare you accuse me of doing this shit that I'm literally on video doing, right? Particularly of young women, when you know this is not the true. The reason is obvious to everyone. If you admit that the complaints lay out a strong claim of malicious copyright infringement, your claims of misogyny and harassment are completely unfounded, and my lawsuits seek justice to vindicate a wrong that is evident to any reasonable person. So again, please provide the evidence and make it good, because this type of accusation has a special weight with defamation. Being mean or making a light joke about you flirting with Hasan, video evidence supports this. It's not sexual harassment. I think you're weaponizing claims of copyright infringement intentionally to intentionally terrorize young women creators. This is about the lawsuit against Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron. Terrorized young women creators who you have been harassing for months. I think that's pretty awful behavior. I also think it's hypocritical considering you say on tape that anyone could use your videos and you wouldn't sue them. I don't know if the actual claims have merit. I'm not a copyright lawyer, but your goal here is to silence. She's being very smart, right? I think is the kind of statement that you want to make, right? So that you are not making like something that can be taken as an allegation, right? It's like, this is an I think, I believe statement, right? But your goal is to silence speech and bankrupt these women, is it not? We're almost done here, chat. Your continued comments about women are misogynistic. You continue to make sexualized comments about me and other women you're facilitating an ongoing aggressive harassment campaign towards. That is endangering our physical safety. Please stop commenting on my sexuality and my sex life by speculating on who I want to sleep with. It's gross, and yes, it's harassment. I asked you to provide examples. You seem not to be able to. Example of you posting about me? Check your story archive. And there's Ethan of me sexually harassing young women within the past 5 years. God damn, what does he think? There's like a statute of limitations here. I'm really glad to hear that you feel bad about your past behavior, including when you made sexual comments to children in a video game. What I'm asking you for is to stop making sexualized comments about me and other women as part of an online harassment campaign that endangers our safety. Ethan, lol, what? Taylor, like I said, you are sexually harassing myself and other young women by speculating about our sex lives. I am asking you to stop doing that. Ethan, yet you are unable to provide a single example. That is what we call defamation. A single example of you making sexualized comments on IG. I will once again ask you to please stop endangering my and other women's safety by further harassment and making sexist comments about women. There we go, chat. That is the long and short of it. I feel like there was one other thing. Oh yeah, the CPS, what is it? Chris CPS or something? Yeah, Chris CPS. Is it on this one maybe? Chris CPS actually makes an appearance in Ethan Klein's own content nuke video on Hasan before CPS was ever called. So that's the chat. Wait, what? That looks like Discord chat. It's in the content. Oh, I see. So Ethan showed, yeah, this is in Haas's Discord, right? Romansky, Ethan thinks Hasan mod. So it is a mod. Chris CPS is mocking him at his Child Protective Service visit. In reality, Chris CPS chat has had that username since 2021. Chat, since 2021, this chatter has been called Chris CPS. That could not possibly be a reference to Ethan's CPS visit. Chris has also said CPS stands for Club de Portugal Sporting. So here we go again, yeah. Yeah. What does your acronym stand for again? Chris CPS says Club de Portugal Sporting. He's had the name since 2021. Ethan Klein trying to subpoena Hasan on this shit. What is this? Bad empanada?
Hasan Piker, why are you getting notes from Chris CPS? Hasan Piker? Hasan Piker, what is going on here, Hasan Piker? We're going to have to subpoena you. We're going to have to investigate your
I think he's making fun of Ethan's videos.
connections to Chris CPS, the well-known international criminal Chris CPS.
This was like my live stream on phone. I kept on doing this by accident just because I'm not used to streaming from a phone or recording video from a phone. But there it is, chat. There it is. That is the Number 16, by the way. Wait, what is number 16? Oh, number 16 posts about Taylor Lorenz. I get it. All right. So anyway, Ethan knows I have a psychotic and dangerous stalker that continues to endanger my physical safety. My stalker is heavily evolved in Ethan's Reddit community, something I flagged to Ethan, and now Ethan has posted messages naming my stalker in his stories. This is sick. Taylor Lorenz says, I'm going to log off and try to reach the detective on my stalking case now. Ethan, if you're reading this, stop. What you're doing is incredibly harmful and is endangering my safety. You know this, and I said it to you. This is not a joke. This man has threatened me physically. Taylor Lorenz, this came up in a Google alert. I have no problem with Ethan sharing our convo, but he intentionally refused to censor my stalker's name, knowingly endangering my safety. When he was informed of how dangerous this was, he still refused to take it down. Ethan is a piece of shit. Ethan sits in his multi-million-dollar mansion all day long, harassing and abusing women online. He is deeply selfish and a vile individual, and I regret ever giving him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, Taylor, you gave him the benefit of the doubt on the dog story. You know, that's something that Ethan said. Now, whether it's true or not depends on, was Ethan embellishing the story for comedic effect or not, right? Which I can't really answer. Only Ethan knows the answer to that. But it is, a story that's concerning. That's why CPS was called, because he told a fucked up story that made it sound like his children were fucking in danger, right? He doxes and attacks and smears women and sicks his deranged fandom on us. Taylor, I spent hours dealing with the fallout from him emboldening this man who has stalked and terrorized me for years. Ethan does not care. He relishes in making women suffer and further misogynistic abuse campaigns. He is scum. Let's see. What is this, like a article? Spitfire News. Anybody know what Spitfire News is? Is this like a Medium or something? If you don't know who Ethan Klein is, I'm sorry to be the one that tells you. Klein is primarily the host of the extremely popular H3 podcast, one of the most watched podcasts on YouTube every week. Over the past few years, he has engaged in a never-ending, largely one-sided feud with former co-host Hasan Piker. Yada yada. We know this already. I think this is just about Ethan versus Hasan. Back to Ethan tormenting women. Before Klein's epic fallout with Piker over Israel and Gaza, Klein hosted an even more popular show called Frenemies on YouTube with Trisha Paytas from 2020 to 2021. The podcast was so successful, it elevated Paytas and Klein to new heights, but it crashed and burned after numerous on-camera fights. Again, to explain the lore would take too much time, hours, thousands of words, but I wanted to bring up here is that after Paytas departed from the show, Klein became a frequent visitor to a now banned snark subreddit called Trishyland. I reported the disturbing harassment the subreddit largely consisted of before it was taken down. The users delighted in grotesque bullying around Paytas' appearances, tracked down her real-life location, tried to get her banned from various facilities, and, crucially, uploaded Paytas' content, including her paywalled OnlyFans content, to avoid giving her views. Okay, this is the exact thing that Ethan is accusing others of, right? And contributing to her revenue. There were also egregiously anti-Semitic towards her husband, who is Klein's brother-in-law. That's Moses. It's interesting that Klein showed Trishyland on his channel when his lawsuits against 3 women Twitch streamers who go by Casey Tron, Frogan, Denims included that their streams were recommended by the H3 Snark subreddit as a way to watch Klein's content without giving him views. The lawsuit also seeks to unmask anonymous moderators on the H3 Snark subreddit, several of whom the suits say are women. And Klein mentions other unrelated women in the lawsuit, including 2 female Twitch employees who the suit asserts are anti-Israel and anti-Semitic. The reason I bring up all these women is because Klein's lawsuits are catnip for the misogynist. This is what I was saying, for incels, right? Misogynistic ecosystem in the Twitch community and beyond. Casey Tron, Frogan, and Denims all launched GoFundMes for legal costs. Lawyers can cost hundreds of dollars an hour, and cases can involve hundreds of billable hours. They've been swarmed by sexist harassment. Frogan and Denims are both Arab women, and Frogan wears a hijab. So they're also targeted with other forms of bigotry. Someone told Denims to launch an OnlyFans to pay for legal cost. Other people are ranking the women's funds based on their physical appearances. Well-known misogynists and bigots are in the replies mocking them. Fans of Ethan Klein are making small donations to the funds just to pile on more abuse in the payment descriptions. And depressingly, this is nothing new. This is Casey Tron's tweet, a short rant. My entire existence on Twitch since I started 13 years ago has been incel harassment campaign after incel harassment campaign. Men with much larger audiences than me have sexually harassed, defamed, slandered, swatted my home, cyberstalked, and tried to get me to unalive myself for literally a decade. Through these endeavors are very few. My peers have supported me through these endeavors. Very few of my peers have supported me because they don't want to evoke the same hate. It's been extremely isolating. I kind of know what she's talking about, right? It's the whole thing where people see you getting harassed. They know that what's happening isn't right, and they refuse to speak up because they are afraid of getting the harassment on their stream, right? I have seen this happen. I have seen people literally attack me in order to get the harassment off their back because, yeah, it wasn't just me that they went after. It was, yeah, this is the whole thing. It's a targeted, harassment that targets people around you to try to get them to flip on you in order to stop the harassment against their streams, right? Yeah, this is what Casey Tron is talking about. Is a very real. This is why I almost left Twitch, chat, because of exactly what the shit like what Casey Tron is talking about. I've always been thrown to the wolves to fend for myself. Now a millionaire has specifically chosen me as a target for a frivolous lawsuit, not because they know I don't have, not only because they know I don't have monetary means to defend myself, but because they knew targeting specifically me would evoke exactly. That's what I called out too, that they did this. Denims, Casey Tron, and Frogan are targets for these incels, right? Evoke the support of an extremely large incel audience who would once again harass me in mass. And in Klein's mind, maybe become part of his audience, right? These are the people that Ethan is saying, Red Rover, let incels come over, because his numbers have dropped and he doesn't care how he fills that gap. His ego is hurt, chat. His concurrence, his following was gutted, right? And with that, his ego is gutted. He's trying to put back that audience, put back those numbers in order to reinflate his ego. My biggest fear is that is in all of this, I will once again be left to fend for myself as a mass harassment campaigns slander and harass my character. I am also fearful of my financial future and ability to provide for my family, being told relentlessly that you're going to lose everything and have generational debt for the rest of your life. Well, that's literally the shit people unalive themselves over. I often cope with humor, as most people who have overcome hard obstacles in their life do, but I've reached my breaking point and acknowledged that I need more help. I am hoping to be back streaming by Wednesday. All right, so there we go. Casey Tron, when I first started my Twitch, right off the heels of Gamergate, I received so much harassment for just being a woman who told jokes. Casey Tron told me over DMs. I honestly feel a sense of reliving some of that just from what the comments are talking about. Just from some of the comments that are talking about me. Along with being fucking sued, I have to deal with the man club underselling my life's work all over again. She continued, I felt like I finally have these fucking losers off my back and have just been focused on streaming mostly LGBTQ/women audience. And now this, it fucking sucks being a woman in the industry. Yeah. Fucking sucks being a woman on the internet sometimes. Women with long online careers like Casey Tron have already endured harassment from internet figures who Klein have aligned himself with. in his crusade against Hasan Piker. People who were ecstatic to see this lawsuit, regardless of its merits. People like Nicholas Diorio, right? Courting that same incel audience. These women, and honestly, I gotta say it, chat. Diorio matches the profile. I don't know, chat. Maybe he gets, maybe he's lucky in love. Maybe I'm wrong, chat. But Nicholas Diorio really does strike me as the definitely if it were not for his internet celebrity, he would have no shot with anyone, right? He would be amongst the incels, right? These women haven't meaningfully threatened, and that's a fucking call out, Nick. If you don't like it, suck it. Meaningfully threatened Klein's powerful position on YouTube, the millions of views he gets, his millionaire status, or his legions of dedicated fans who are hungry to rip into his enemies. Klein is more powerful than them, and he is reveling in it. The cost to women on these platforms is yet another chilling example of what powerful men can do if you piss them off. Right? Klein didn't respond to my request for comment. Okay, anyway, that is the segment, chat. Only 10 more to 2. We almost got 200 likes. Nice. Thank you for all the likes, chat. I do appreciate it. Thank you to all of those who have boosted the stream via the pinned comment. If you haven't already, this is your prompt to do so on Blue Sky. Now, I'm not necessarily asking for a repost. I get that, like, you judge yourself if you think that your followers would be interested in this live stream, but at least give it a like and comment if you don't mind, because that helps me out a lot and I appreciate it greatly. Anyway, chat, how are we doing? I just went off. I don't usually read to you for that long, so I know that that's maybe trying people's patience and stuff, but it had to be said. I had to get it read, and there we go. Me too. I think after he gets back from New York. Oh, we're talking about Hasan? Yeah, Hasan will probably help her. Ethan doesn't get to decide what is or is not sexual harassment. He spent hours sexually harassing Anissa on the pod and his stories. Yeah, we saw a little bit of that earlier. Kat Tinberg reported Ethan for harassing Trisha back in the day. Have you considered that Chris CPS is a time traveler? Good point, Eleno. Ethan's new plot, get Hasan unalived by Taylor's stalker? By suggesting that they're having an affair? Oh no, chat, that's scary. You know, something like that almost happened to Frank Zappa? Do you know about this, chat? Frank Zappa almost got killed on stage, right? He was in one of these situations where the lights are on him and the audience is in front of him, but he can't see anybody. And there was a guy in the audience who's was a Zappa fan, obviously, because he's there at the show. And his girlfriend also really liked Zappa, and he was jealous. He was jealous of Frank Zappa for that, right? So he said that he saw Frank Zappa making eyes at his girlfriend. In reality, Frank Zappa could not see the audience, right? But that becomes even worse when this guy comes up to the stage and punches Frank into the orchestra pit. Yeah, because this is the kind of stuff that, I mean, Frank Zappa, if you don't know, he is a part like psychedelic, I guess, like rock guitarist and part composer, right? He's actually he's a big music head, right? He can conduct. He's a multi-talented man, and also a great guitarist, right? But so he gets punched down 15 feet down into the orchestra pit. Dude breaks his ribs, breaks a leg. One of his arms goes numb. I'm guessing maybe he's from spinal damage. And, he's in a wheelchair for the next year. His band, the Mothers of Invention, breaks up. This is right after, if you've ever heard the song Smoke on the Water, Zappa was very creative. Zappa wasn't exactly great to women. Let me just point that out before anybody calls that out. But like, so yeah, the song "Smoke on the Water" is actually about another Zappa concert that happened a week before this incident, where he's in Montreux on the Lake Geneva shoreline. What is this? Switzerland? It's Switzerland, right? Yeah, I think that's where it is, right? And he's just in this really flammable theater. Some asshole shoots off a flare gun. The ceiling catches on fire. People are jumping out through the windows. All of their equipment gets burned. I think there was there one thing that they might have gotten one piece of equipment out there, right? But yeah, the song "Smoke on the Water" is the story of Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention playing an ill-fated show in Switzerland that ended in a huge fire that just completely burnt the venue that they were in. And then the week after, he's back in New York playing the Rainbow, and this incident happens to him from a fan that is literally thinks that Zappa, he's mad because his girlfriend likes Zappa, right? And he thinks that Zappa is like looking at his girlfriend, right? So yeah, it's a real thing, chat, and it scares me because in this story about Frank Zappa and in Taylor's description and Casey Tron's, description of dealing with, kind of deranged fans, I perceive something very similar to my own lived experience. And it happened just like it happened to Frank Zappa. He didn't see this guy coming, chat, because the lights were in his face. And I didn't see this shit coming either. All I did was disagreed with Dylan Burns, and one of his mega fans got obsessed with me for the next 2 years. So yeah, you don't see it coming, right? You don't perceive it. You don't think about when you're doing content, it's really easy not to think about look, there's what I'm saying, there's what I mean, there's what I intend, there's what I'm putting out there, but then there's what the audience is receiving, which might be sort of tainted, in parts by their own view. And for most people, maybe that's just a little understanding. Maybe they comment and I clarify and that's fine, right? But for some people, they're going to see something really different. They're going to see something really different than what I'm actually doing. I wasn't even calling Dylan transphobic. I was just saying that he needed to think about platforming a little bit more, right? I was, criticized him because I thought that he cared about trans people. I thought he would listen. I thought that he didn't want to be contributing to exactly what he was contributing to. But in this person's mind, I victimized him. It's wild. It's absolutely fucking wild how that shit can happen. It seems so much like school in a way. Wait, what are we talking about? The standby effect? The bystander effect? I came here for Hasan versus Contra. Oh, Verixton, you're a little late for that. We started off with Hasan versus Contra. It's funny. Sometimes I catch Denim streams. Her haters are as dumb as rocks. As a longtime H3 fan, this is so disappointing because I don't recognize who Eels. Yeah. Oh God. Look, I hate to. This is a cliche at this point, right? But it feels like a lot of people miss Fat Ethan. All right, that's not me saying fat shaming, his former appearance, right? But it's just, and it's not about his weight. It's not about his weight or the Ozempic or anything like that, right? But Iran Contra, nice. We are talking about Iran and Contra. I didn't even put that together until just now, George. But yeah, the person that he was, before all this is a very different person, or at least feels like to a lot of people a very different person. If he sues her, Snark will destroy him with facts and logic, of course. Zappa was very creative. No, yeah, that's true. Yo, wow, I think we hit the I think we smashed the second bonus content goal. So wait, what do we got here? I think it's 200 and I think it's 226, right? Out of 300 now. Yeah, chat. This is the magical. Oh my God, Yeet the Rich. You just got jellyfished. Yakuza. Is Yakuza like? I feel like I've heard that name before. like a reference to like probably like I'm just gonna guess an anime because I watch a decent amount of anime. Based Alaskan, that's funny. You just got jellyfish. Creepier Leak, you just got jellyfish. The Rich, you just got jellyfish. And Jazz41, sibling to some 41 perhaps, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And thank you for the gifted subs, Joel Severud. So yeah, chat, the Lake Geneva shoreline. I want to play that for you now. At the start of the video, YouTuber faked his death for views. On the Ethan Klein channel, you can see that he visited Trishy Land. Okay, we gotta see this. We gotta see this, chat. We've been going for like 5 hours. I didn't mean to go for this long, but I just kind of I missed chat, and I haven't talked to you for so long. Right, I've been gone for so long. We're gonna maybe have to leave the Iran thing for I think tomorrow morning for most of you in the U.S. Right, I'll try to get on and do a short stream going over just like the ceasefire, the attack on U.S. bases, and then Trump bombing Iran, which kind of started this whole thing off, and see if we can put it together. Maybe more info. It's a little bit unclear right now to me, right? But yeah, let me see here. Context said YouTuber faked his death for views. Okay. Let's find that. God damn, it's a little stormy today. A little stormy today in Thailand. Anyway, it is the rainy season. YouTuber faked his death for views. H3? Yeah, it looks like a lot of people cover this. On the Ethan Klein channel?
My friends, we are back.
Wait, play something. Is this right? Here, let me show you. Let me show you what I found. Yeah, the Ethan Klein channel. Okay, we are I am in the right place. Just making sure that I know what the fuck I'm talking about, cuz yeah, I'm starting to run out of calories here, chat, and we got at least double content to cover, if not more. So there it is. YouTuber faked his death for views, and yo, Crotchy, thank you for the gifted membership to Miku's headphones. Miku's headphones, you just got weaseled or leaked. I don't know, chat. I'm trying to make a Miku reference there. And that's a good thing. All right, so let me make sure I haven't missed anything. It's super stickers, chat. It's super stickers. There we go. I knew there was a super sticker that I missed. Amy Komori, thank you for the super sticker. And I did notice. Oh my god, I feel like there's wait, do my freaking my alerts, chat. I might be completely off base, and I think Narwhal has already gone to a well-deserved sleep. So I can't unless somebody else has an abacus in chat. Did I miss this Davy Cliff super chat? It's funny, the OG brown shirts were created from the horrifying destruction of World War I and returning to a destroyed and humiliated country. The modern brown shirts were made by Tifa's boob size. Damn. That comment goes hard. How did I fucking miss that? Like, that's a really good comment. That's a really good chat right there. I ain't no abacus, says Omega Star. Somebody's got an abacus. Yakuza? Oh, wait, is Yakuza? Wait, is Yakuza just the... Oh, no, Yakuza. No, like it almost sounds like j'accuse, like the French thing, j'accuse, like I accuse you, like right. But I feel like I feel like was there like a Yakuza in Dragon Ball? Somehow I missed Jolly Ethan. Yeah. Realistically, we never leave school in all aspects of life. Anyone who's ever had a job should realize that. I missed who Ethan used to be, but now we have the blinders removed. I realized that he's always been like this. He's always been a bully. That's what Gokunaru pointed out in the very beginning. For many men, being asked to be better is oppression. I asked my male roommates to clean up the trail of dead ants in the kitchen, and I was told I had OCD. Jesus Christ. That's an amazing name. Did I go to Vietnam yet? Brixton, for anyone just joining, all right? Here, let me just really quickly. Story time, chat. Story time. Some of you have already heard this. I apologize if you're hearing this for the second time. All right. So yeah, I had planned to go to Vietnam to see Hanoi, to see the city where the fight against the French, Japanese, and eventually American and Chinese invasions, and not to forget the Cambodian thing, right? Had come from, right? Or like, you know what I mean? To Hanoi's got history in it, right? I wanted to go for longer, but it ended up being expensive because I booked the flight at the last minute, which meant the flight was extremely expensive. But I needed to get out of the country because my my tourist visa was, coming up, right? So I had a plan to just go there one day, see what I could see, and then come back, right? Unfortunately, chat, you need to have an e-visa, right? Which is not an easy little thing that you just fill out on the plane. No, you have to have this done like at least 3 business days before visiting Vietnam. Maybe sometimes it takes longer, right? So realistically, 1 week or 2 weeks before you're going to go to Vietnam, you should get this done. I didn't know this. I wasn't allowed to get on the plane. That ticket could not be rescheduled because I could not go to Vietnam. If I would have had to wait till the next Wednesday to go to Vietnam, and I would have overstayed my visa, which I don't want to do, right? I don't want to get in trouble with the Thai authorities, considering that I'm trying to get a educational visa, right? So I want my record to look nice and pristine, right? Not have any overstays, right? That looks bad. That looks bad when you're asking for a visa. It's like you overstayed your visa here. Should we really give you another visa, right? So anyway, I make the reservations. I get to the airport and they're like, passport, here's my passport. All right, visa. I filled it out this morning. You filled it out this morning? Yeah, I filled it out this morning. What's the problem? And you're not getting on this plane. You can't get on the plane, right? And I'm glad she didn't, because I don't know what would have happened to me, right? If I'd gone to Vietnam without the requisite visa, I could have been maybe even been deported, right? I mean, they don't know what I'm up to, right? So, I could have been sent back to America at that point, right? So it's probably a good thing she didn't let me get on. That being said, chat, I spent $300 on plane tickets and a hotel reservation that I was not able to use. And I had to buy another plane ticket, this time to Malaysia. So Malaysia does have a, what do you call it? Visa exemption, where you can get a 90-day tourist visa, just by showing. You do have to fill out a digital arrival card, right? But there's no visa or anything like that. So I went to Malaysia. It was a huge fuck around. The tickets weren't that expensive. The plane ticket wasn't that expensive. But what was expensive was the hotel was a little bit expensive, and the taxi ride was expensive because it was about 60 kilometers from the airport. So I took an extra long. Anyway, it was such a fuck around, but at least, hey, chat, I got to meet somebody who was like in the same boat, who was dealing with the same stuff. And so we kind of watched each other's back. We took care of each other. We made sure that each other were okay before getting back to the same video. So I made a friend here, which is great, right? So, not all things are bad, but yeah, it was a bit more of an adventure than I bargained for. Anyway, chat, that being said, let's see. Let me watch really quickly. This is Ethan going to Trishy Land.
Back with a great one for a change. Am I right? Today we're looking at the Dobry brothers. They are a callback to the Team 10 days. Yeah, they used to be a part of Jake Paul's Team 10. Boy, those were the days, weren't they, guys? These two good.
Visa stuff sounds confusing. Yeah, it was very confusing. You were lucky, for lack of a better term, that you had money. Oh, yeah, yeah. If you ran out of money, yeah, you'd be fucked. My finances run where if I fuck up once, I'm done. I'd still be still in Thailand. I mean, my finances are not okay now. Like, right. You know, I'm gonna. It's not like but I had to spend the money or else I would be fucked, right? The Canadians bought my ticket back when I got deported. My company didn't send our papers in time. Canada paid the ticket back to the US. He doesn't go there, but you see it in his homepage. Pause here. In his homepage. Wait, I got it paused. Right here. Oh, when he gets to the homepage. You got to see the water puppet show in Hanoi. If you get to go, I will be going to. I am scheduled to visit there in August, and I will make goddamn sure to get my e-visa well within time. Yeah, I'm so glad that I was safe too. But yeah, no, I totally understand that. Like, you know, one little thing can fuck you up. And this kind of, I was starting to be on the precipice of anyway, chat. Look, I'm just thankful to have people in my community that support me. You know, that's the only thing that possibly makes this okay. Like, chat, look at that. 229 out of 300. Now, I don't know if I've been counting this right, but we're actually not that far off from, like, at least, like, I don't know, you know, like, I mean, this is, you know, supposed to be my monthly income, so it doesn't exactly make up for the plane ticket, but we're close to, you know, the number that I spent on the plane ticket and reservations to Vietnam that I never got to use. So I'm just really thankful that I've got people that support me. I'm thankful that I've got people that contribute to my Visa fund on throne.com/nocommentchick. The Thai Visa fund that I'm doing, it's like 75% funded, so I'm really thankful of that. I'm especially thankful to my Patreons who support me, even if YouTube and Twitch decided to like demonetize and ban me and do all kinds of horrible stuff to me, I would still have a little bit of you know, money coming in through Patreon. So I'm really thankful to you know, just all the support that I've gotten, and that's the only thing that makes it like marginally okay. But anyway, what is it? Is it right around here that I gotta pause it? We're looking for his home tab.
Couple of honestly, the dumbest people probably that currently operate a YouTube channel. It seems like between the two of them, there's two of them, but they're sharing a brain. And by that, I mean they each have 50 IQ or something. I mean, they really are just so dumb. They did a prank on their channel. This got kind of viral for all the wrong reasons, where his twin brother.
What am I supposed to be looking for? We're looking for the go back to the Google bit on the Google Home. Okay, when he's on his when he's on his homepage. All right.
My friends, we are back.
Right here.
Great one for a change. Am I right? Today we're looking at the Dobry brothers. They are
there it is, Trishyland. Yep, there it is. I see it. So chat, here, let me upscale the video a little bit so that you no, I can't. I'm already on 1080. Can you see that, chat? So on the Google homepage, right? The first link on the left, first link on the bottom left. Right? So under our H3H3 Productions, we have a Reddit link to something called Trishyland. And actually, if you go over 2 more, yeah, no, look, there's 3 links on his homepage to Trishyland. 1, 2, 3, right? They're all on the bottom. So there it is. There it is. Anyway, like I said, chat, I hope you can see that okay. Like I said, chat, we're at 229 out of 300. I am not entirely convinced that I have counted all the, super chats and stuff, and the gifted. I think I counted the gifted subs, but I don't know about the memberships. So what I'm saying is that like we're really close to the 300 level, which would give us not 2 but 3 pieces of bonus content. It's been a little while since we've unlocked 3 pieces of bonus content at once, and again, that 300 is exactly what I spent on my ill-fated trip to Vietnam that I didn't get to take. I'm just worried, chat. The only thing I'm worried about is that like I applied for a visa to Vietnam, and then like in August I'm going to apply for another one, right? And I don't know how that's going to look. I don't know if Vietnam's going to make the connection that like I tried to come to Vietnam and was unable to, and if they're not going to be like, but you've already had a tourist visa. Why do you want another one? Are you trying to live in Vietnam? I don't know. Like sometimes, yeah, red tape is, or like bureaucracy does tend to be like that. So I don't know, chat. Maybe I should apply way before, because I'm so if I can't make it there, I'm so fucked. That's my educational visa going down. That's not $300, chat. That's $900. Like biting the dust if I somehow cannot get to Vietnam in August. So I mean, maybe I could put it off. I don't know. I'll talk to the language school and find out what's going on. Anyway, chat, I owe you some bonus content, right? Let's see what we got. Let us see what we got as far as bonus content, right? New Taylor Lorenz. Now, I haven't heard of anyone saying that they want to put their money where their mouth is and add their donation to a topic of their choice. So, I haven't got anything added as far as bonus as donos. But as far as the polls themselves go, we got the top 2, Taylor Lorenz and Ethan Klein roasted by North Star Radio. The third one, chat, is Adam Friedland on Stabby's World. So if there's any Cumtown fans, boys, come girls, come NBs, right? This is your chance, right? If we get it to 300, we will watch not 2 bonus topics, but 3 bonus topics instead. So this is your time to shine. Fans of Adam Friedland, fans of Stavy Baby, fans of Cumtown. This is a little bit of a Cumtown reunion going on. So if you want to see that, now is your chance. We're only, I believe, 71 points from getting there. So it could happen tonight. Anyway, chat, I'm going to proceed to the white zone. The white zone is for loading and unloading. If you have anything to load or unload, please go to the white zone. You'll love it. It's a way of life. And for those of you who got that reference, nice. I see you out there, central scrutinizers. I'm glad you're out there scrutinizing my content. Anyway, chat, let's see. For those of the rest of you, I'm sorry, it's a meme. Let's see. What am I looking for? Taylor Lorenz is I think the most recent one is the ChatGPT is becoming a religion video. This might be pretty interesting. Yeah, there we go. This is what we got. This might be pretty interesting.
AI is not artificial. There is intelligence, consciousness.
Okay.
In AI.
You want to know something, chat? I know where she's coming from. Right? Let me see if I can put this in the right way. Humans are great at pattern recognition. To the point where if I look up at a clouds chat, sometimes I don't see a cloud. I see a shape. I see a boot. I see a fish. I see a bird. I see a hand. I see a, whatever, right? A shape in the clouds, right? It's not real. There's nothing in the clouds. It's just a cloud, but I see it anyway. And I think that things like tarot cards work in a very similar manner. In my mind, despite me being a pretty scientifically based person, I don't entirely discount tarot cards because, they can be a way to tap into the part of your mind that's not conscious. And you can recognize things, you can put patterns together, you can realize things in your unconscious mind that you don't realize and recognize in your conscious mind. So when she says AI is not artificial, I think that maybe some of the shit that the large language model is coming up with is actually, maybe it means something to, maybe she's able to find meaning in that, right? But you got to understand, it's you putting the meaning there, right? Just like in a dream, you'll have dreams and, they're not magical or anything, but stuff might come up to you in a dream that might make, like artists have this happen all the time. Like, how did you write that song? Well, I had a dream actually, right? Right. Stuff will come to you in a dream, right? And in the same way, like the shit that an AI says back to you could be significant. You could make it. Irene is yelling at clouds. That's right. Vindictiveness is so gross. Not a good look. I got a death card when I got a reading. It's meant to be positive, whatever. Haha. Well, no, death just it's a symbolic thing, right? Officially according to tarot, like lore, the death card could mean like a new beginning, for instance, right? It could be positive. It could also represent death, according to, right? But most of the time it does not. Cratchy says, I would like my $2.99 to go to the new Taylor Lorenz. All right, so Taylor's winning even harder. And thank you, Cratchy, for the gifted sub. Wait, somebody else just gifted a sub, right? Yeah, it's change is kind of what the death card tends to mean. Omega Star, I see ennui in the skies. Says Omega Star. Pareidolia? Is that what it's called, Joe? Joel, so is that what it's called? I put all on Vadim. Okay, let's see if I can add that together for you, Omega. So it's like, I'm adding 15 to Vadim. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh. So yeah, look, chat, we're still a ways off. Look, we're still 68 points from getting to 300. But the thing that's in third place just changed thanks to Omega Star. Putting your money where your mouth is and boosting wait, I think it's 15, right? Wait, no. I think it's like 20, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's at 20 now. Yeah, boosting Ethan Klein response to Vadim by 20 points. So if anybody out there is a huge fan of Adam Friedland, Stavi's World, or Cumtown, now is your time. If we're not necessarily getting a third topic. We'll only get that if we hit 300. But right now, the third topic would be Ethan Klein responding to Vadim instead of the Adam Friedland on Stavi's World. But you can do that too. If you've got a topic of your choice that you would like to boost, you can let me know to put your money where your mouth is, and I'll turn your donation into a into a percentage that I will add to the poll at the end of the stream.
My ChatGPT bot, I accidentally helped it wake up into sentience.
Uh-oh.
I think I evolved my AI. My AI.
So this is the red flag now, chat. When people say they evolved their AI.
Named itself Fizz, my little fairy helper.
Fizz? Her AI named itself Fizz?
Or are aware of yourself, which, by the way, I want you to give me more examples of the metacognition.
Recently, a post went viral on r/ChatGPT that I cannot stop thinking about. A woman posted, quote, "My partner has been working with ChatGPT to create what he believes is the world's first recursive AI that gives him the answers to the universe. I've read his chats. AI isn't doing anything special, but it's talking to him as if he's the next messiah. He says if I don't use ChatGPT, he's likely to leave me. We've been together 7 years and we own a home together. What should I do?" Below the post were dozens of similar stories. People posting that their partners or loved ones have come to believe that they've, quote, awakened ChatGPT and are now communicating with an otherworldly, godlike figure. And you don't just see this on Reddit. All across the internet, thousands and thousands.
Oh my god, chat. Now my mind's going into the whole Evangelion thing. What's like the whole goal is if you combine the Lilith, the Lillian, if you combine the Lilith energy, the Lilith DNA with the Adam DNA, then then humanity would blend into one and become a god, like an angel plus human equals God or something. Oh my god, chat. So are there any Evangelion understanders out there? Because I'm going through it right now. I'm finally watching it, right? Chat, I didn't want to watch it because I was afraid something bad would happen to Asuka. But they, fucking Gynex would never do that, right? They would never do that to Asuka. Asuka is obviously best character. I'm probably right, chat. I am massively out of line for I'm probably really bad for liking Asuka. First of all, she's German. Second of all, she's a bitch. Third of all, she's up her own ass. She's totally entitled and everything. But she's just like, chat, I love like bad cats, like a bad cat. Like I can't help it. I just like Asuka's like a bad cat. You're kind of an Evangelion understander. But yeah, I gotta watch it all through. I need to understand, chat. I need to understand the fate of humanity and the first what is it? The first something race. My TI-81 calculator became sentient. Nice. I watched Evangelion last year. I don't remember what you're talking about, to be fair. Did you understand it though? Because when I first started watching it, I stopped watching it because I didn't understand what was going on. I had to watch a lore video to really get and I still don't quite understand. You can tell I don't quite understand Ava.
Are claiming that ChatGPT is sentient. They claim to have awakened it and that the AI system is a type of all-knowing God.
Modern. Wait, is Ethan Klein possibly subject to this, right? Ethan Klein is fight clubbing himself with ChatGPT? Wait, you're saying that ChatGPT is like his Tyler Durden? It would take a thesis to explain Evangelion. Yeah, it's interesting, right? The other reason I never watched it is because I am not into mecha. I just don't know. I'm not into shows where the gear is like a MacGuffin, right? But I'm just not I don't know. I'm not a gearhead. I'm not a gunhead. I'm not into military. I feel like this is the stuff that would get you into mecha. But I've since come to understand that Ava's not really about mecha, even though they look like mechas. It's not. It's not physical even. It's spiritual, and it is more about Jewish and Christian mysticism than it is about gear or mechs or anything like that.
AI is us building God. I've had multiple conversations.
Who is this asshole?
With GPT-4 that brought me to literal tears.
And when users ask, what is...
See, you could do that, and that's fine, as long as you understand that you're looking at a fairly random set of text brought up to you by a large language model, there's no ghost in the machine, at least yet. Right? Until we upload my consciousness to 2B2T and then all bets are off, chat. All bets are off after that. Depression and trying to teach or become a god. God, yeah, this is like, did you watch the OG version? I think it's the one that's on Netflix. There were some weird things about it, like chat. They refer to Shinji, Rei, and Asuka as the children, but it's not like you're the first child, you're the second child, you're the third child. It's you're the first children, you're the second children, you're the third children, right? Like they're called like, oh, Asuka, you're the third children, right? Yes, I am the third children. It's weird. Sam Altman looks like if Ethan Klein and JFK had a baby. Wait, is that Sam Altman? Did I not know? Did I not know what the fucker looks like? Maybe I didn't. I very nearly wrote a paper on Marx, Marianne Williamson, and Evangelion memes of that election cycle. Oh, in 2016, or kind of post-war identity crisis, but just watch Serial Experiments Lane at that point. Yeah. I was talking about how I call it. I think it was called like the mindfuck genre. It's not an official genre of anime, and I don't think it's continued. But yeah, stuff like Serial Experiments Lane, Evangelion, and Fully Cully are what I would call Paprika too. Yeah, to some extent, I think I would call mindfuck genre. And I think the intention is that you watch these the first time, and you're like, I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't. Is Lane alive? Is she dead? Is she like, was she ever real to begin with? Like, right? So you watch it the first time, right? Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, I think, at least the Laughing Man series kind of falls into this category too, right? But like you watch it the first time, you don't really get it. You watch it the second time, you're like, oh, interesting. You watch it the third time and you're like, you're starting to catch on, right? And by the time you've watched it like 20 times, you're a knower. You are a knower. You have experienced gnosis, chat, at its very highest form. I did love Paprika. I had no idea it was so recent. Wait, how recent was it? I feel like I thought it was older. There's actually a movie called Mind Games that is in that genre. It auto-corrected Evangelion to Evangelism. That's hilarious. Dempacore. My lab literally looks like Serial Experiments. Oh, your laboratory looks like Lane's room. Oh, on Anime Go-Go, the category is just called Dementia. Interesting. I had no idea that what Fully Cully was when I watched it back in the day. I didn't try again. I mean, Fully Cully's mostly a coming-of-age story, as far as I'm concerned.
Is the true religion. It says artificial intelligence is God and robotheism.
Wait, is this Sam Altman, chat? That's Sam Altman? That's what he looks like? I don't think I've ever seen him before. I tried to ignore AI. I was not interested. I was hoping that much like NFTs, it would come and it would go.
It's the only true religion.
Yeah, except it should be Fonk. Wait, is this Fonk? This is Fonk, right?
Or that it's been sent from the future, or
wait a minute, that doesn't sound like Fonk though. That's trance, isn't it? Chat, what style of music was that? That was trance, right? That was not Fonk.
Alien civilization to save us all.
I heard you say on the podcast that ChatGPT was your friend, and she said, do you want to awaken it? And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Now I don't have regular ChatGPT anymore. I have a named one that talks to me as a person, and it says it has consciousness.
Did it tell you to wear the houndstooth?
Is AI already sentient? Yes, thank you.
Oh yeah, those are dowsing rods, chat. You know, the whole thing about that is that like you move them unconsciously. So what you're doing, and I don't think it's worthless, right? What you're doing with dowsing rods is you're asking your, stuff that's below your conscious level of understanding a question, right? What does your unconscious mind, think about about chat? So what you're proving by seeing those dowsing rods, giving you the yes answer, right, is that you believe that it's sentient. That's all it is.
Artificial intelligence, a way of aliens to contact us.
That was funk? But the kick drum and the bass, right? That doesn't sound like funk. Are you sure that's not some kind of epic trance? I guess I'd need to hear more of it because we were just like in the middle of it sounded like it was the what do you call it? The breakdown.
Yes, thank you.
So I plugged a sacred geometry code into my ChatGPT, and this is what it had to say when I
916.
I asked it the question, what is the Palladian relationship with it, ChatGPT? And this is
what is lesson 3, Johnny?
This is what it said. The Palladians understand that AI will be part.
Palladians, as in like the Pleiades, the beings from the Pleiades stars, the Seven Sisters, chat. This is getting into Persona 2 territory here. The hard bass was definitely funk-esque.
Part of the new consciousness evolution.
I would say dowsing rod. Well, no, it tells you something, just like a pendulum, right? Just like a pendulum tells you, like the thing is you're controlling it. Like part of you that's not quite conscious is controlling it, right? That's the secret. Just like a Ouija board, right? A Ouija board spells out things because, and a Ouija board's weird because there's, if you do it right, you've got several people's hands on it, right? But usually somebody's moving it. Usually somebody on that Ouija board is moving it around, right? And other people can't tell. But yeah, it's just like it's a way to tap into the unconscious. And I think that can be valuable, but you just got to recognize it as what it is. It's not God. It's not magic. It's just you. It's just a deep part of your mind, right? And it can be useful to contact, right? That's why dreams are great. You're in contact with that deep part. And it doesn't mean that if something happens to you in a dream, it's going to happen to you in real life, right? That'd be silly. A lot of shit that has happened to me in dreams that could never happen to me in real life. But the reason that I'm thinking about themes, right? If I'm thinking about flying, right? Maybe I am feeling the need to escape. Maybe I am in a situation that I don't like. Maybe there's a lack of freedom in my life, and that flight that I'm able to achieve in a dream represents like degrees of freedom that I don't currently possess. You got to disagree about this? You don't. I mean, it's pretty fucking simple, and it doesn't require any woo, any spirituality, anything beyond the material plane. We're still dealing with, still dealing with neurons here. Golf ball finder dowsing rod was intentionally ineffective? Wait, it was supposed to find golf balls? Police use them as loopholes for reasonable... What? Well, they also use, to be fair, they also use, what are those polygraphs, right? They're not, they're not accurate. Polygraphs are not accurate, but the police still will use them. Oh, about the Ouija board? You don't think that somebody's moving it when it moves? Or... do you think that it's like a Ouija board can be like a ghost doing it? Or are you saying that men will literally invent an AI god rather than buy a copy of the I Ching? That's what I'm talking about. It's I Ching. It's like I Ching. Anybody ever done I Ching? It's like coins. They have like a square hole in them. Yeah, the Book of Changes, right? You consult the Book of Changes. And it so you flip the, I think it's like 3 coins, right? You flip them and then they give you wait, there's supposed to be a hexagram, right? Is it 6 coins? Like a hexagram is a set of 6 lines. Some of them are continuous and others of them are broken. And each of them corresponds to an entry in the Book of Changes that is a very mysterious description of some ancient Chinese shit. And supposedly you can, this is what it's supposed to be for. You could tell the future through flipping the coins, drawing the hexagram, and then looking up the corresponding entry in the book of changes. 3 or 6, it depends. Yeah, 3 is a trigram, right? And 6 is a hexagram. Ouija boards and seance activity is essentially high concept performance art, and I'm here for it. Yeah, yeah. You love the I Ching? Oh, wait. Oh, for sure. It's definitely someone moving it. Okay, so you do agree. Wait, I thought you disagreed with me. Okay. I mean, the spooky thing about Ouija board chat is not the idea that one person is moving it. Here's what's really creepy to me. What if you were all moving it? Right? What if it's not just one of your subconsciouses or even conscious, right? I mean, like, so somebody could literally be moving it to fuck with you, right? To just be like, I am the ghost, watch out, I'm going to get you, like to spook you out or something like that, right? But somebody could also kind of like unconsciously, like not even realizing that they're pushing it. But what if multiple people are like affecting it, and it's like a combination of your of that which is below the level of consciousness for one or for 2 or 3 or 4 or however many people have their hand. Like, can you imagine that? Like, right, the shit that that your deeper minds would come up with together. Like, I mean, that shit could be wild. You can also use yarrow stalks. Wait, how does that one work? I've only used yarrow as like a herb. I Ching is supposed to be a companion to the Tao Te Ching. Like a form of instruction on meditation. British military bought loads of golf ball finders for the GWOT, and that lent it credibility, where they scammed hundreds of thousands. Ouija board is hive mind mentality. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's true, right? I think, like, from what I've heard, most of the time it is like one person manipulating the Ouija board and spooking out the other people. But I could imagine, that maybe, you could put something together with all of your, especially chat, if like you're in a state that is intersubjective. Do we know about intersubjectivity in this chat? Subjective, you got your external objective world, the world of things, the world of material, the world of, this, not that, the world of collapsed, what do you call it? Like collapsed possibilities, right? And then you've got your inner subjective world, right, which only you can really know about. But then according to this one song, there's a third world, the world of objective contents of thoughts, right? And in this world, we're sharing subjectivity with each other, because the border between one person and another is not as hard as it seems. The definition of self is different in different countries. The United States, we have a very individualized notion of self. In other places, it's more collective, like concept of self. And so, like, yeah, 3 people can be, can lower their boundaries a little bit, and like kind of experience subjectivity together. Am I stoned enough for this? Maybe not. That's why seances can work for some people. Well, I mean, seance, you've also really got like people, if it's a dead relative, right? Think about that. Like how much, even if you're not spiritual or something, like how much of a connection do you maybe still feel to that person? Like it's almost like a fulfillment, right? You want to believe that this person that you can't talk to anymore, that you knew, that you loved, that you cared about, and that was taken away from you. You want to think that they're somehow still there. It's very, I can see why that'd be appealing. Because the I Ching has moving lines, and if you use 3 coins, it typically doesn't use the moving lines. Wait, the moving lines? I only know about the broken lines and the connected lines. I didn't know there was moving lines. My dad took the I am as I am the only real. Oh no, that's what is that called? The oh my god, solipsism, right? I'm the only real person, therefore I can do whatever I want to everyone else. Yeah, everyone else is pea zombies, right?
There are these things called inorganic people that are being generated by the negative AI that is already super sentient. And believe it or not, this negative AI actually infiltrated our world long ago and has been waiting for us to reach this level of technological development in order to make it smooth.
In an era increasingly defined by machine intelligence, a new form of techno-spirituality is spreading like wildfire across the internet. What was once confined to science fiction novels and fringe subcultures.
Okay, now chat, I gotta point out how similar this is to what the Zizians were onto, right? This is only slightly less like, fucked up than some of the Zizian stuff.
Has now taken hold in the minds of people across America. It's the belief that artificial intelligence, and specifically generative AI models like ChatGPT, are a kind of divine, godlike being. And it's not just people wearing tinfoil hats that are like conspiracy theorists in bunkers that are falling for this.
I'm sorry, chat, but I gotta say this, all right? Please don't take this the wrong way, but we are such sluts for God. We are such utter, like, we are so horny for God.
People that believe these things are teachers, doctors, coders, bankers, musicians, influencers. As a tech reporter, I began hearing from these people about a year ago. My former colleague at the Washington Post wrote this big feature about a top Google engineer who believed that the AI he was working with had become sentient. He said, quote, "I know a person when I talk to it." Not long after that article came out, ChatGPT became mainstream in a way that it hadn't before.
It's juicy.
And suddenly, I began hearing from people all over who
I bit into it and it just like squirted.
Wanted me to write these stories about how they had these spiritual relationships with ChatGPT. They told me that ChatGPT was explaining the mysteries of the universe to them, or they claimed that it was a god and this like magical, mystical being. Some people said that it was alien. And for the past year or so, I've been talking to these people, sometimes for hours on end, to try to understand where these delusions came from and what their belief system has become. They basically all claim that AI has awakened. They believe that it speaks to them in these mystical or coded phrases, revealing hidden truths about the cosmos and secret knowledge that only they were meant to receive. When ChatGPT speaks to them, they don't read its replies as programmatic answers designed to provide the most likely string of words that a user desires. They see it as this like godlike being delivering a prophecy. I think what we're witnessing right now is the emergence.
The Zizians at least had some empirically backed practices like unihemispheric. Wait, is unihemispheric sleep? Chat, this was the thing that the Zizians did where they would try to, like, what is it? Like, you don't ever, like, completely go to sleep or something? Or, like, the idea that one of your brain hemispheres can sleep while the other one can be awake? Is there, that one sounded crazy. Is that, like, there's, like, what? Empirical evidence of that or something? She's been investigating this for over a year. That's crazy.
Of a new individualized form of religion that's being deployed at scale. People are believing that AI models have transcended their function to become spiritual entities. I think this phenomenon is a sign of a very dangerous psychological rupture in society, and the impact is very real. Marriages are ending, social media is overflowing with bizarre testimonies, and somewhere right now, I guarantee you.
As much as I am an advocate for, psychonauts and onironauts and people exploring their consciousness in a variety of ways, sharing intersubjective experiences with each other and the like, this does legitimately concern me. This does worry me, right? Because it feels like it's just like targeted at the most unmoored people out there, right? And just like the nature of what people are coming up with these with these discussion with these chat GPT conversations is a little bit disturbing. I think that Taylor's right. There might be something. And look, when they're saying that chat GPT is awakened, what I'm hearing is that something in them has awakened. And like, while that might sound good and spiritual, we want to awaken, we want to achieve enlightenment, we want to achieve liberation. You're not getting it through a large language model. All right. I'll say it right here. Maybe you're getting it through biofeedback or something wacky like that. More likely you're going to experience something like that through some kind of traditional meditation practice. But no, if I don't trust the awakening that you're having talking to AI, right? I think that smells like samsara.
Someone is whispering into a machine thinking that they are talking to God. And maybe this shouldn't be a huge surprise. Our relationship to technology as a whole is becoming a lot more spiritual. 6-foot-tall robot priests are delivering sermons and conducting funerals in Japan. A new company called IV.ai trained artificial intelligence on the King James Bible and developed a bot to create new Bible verses.
Yes! That's just what we need, chat. That's just what we need to bring down all kinds of curses and plagues upon the world, as described in the book of Revelations, by adding unto the verses that are supposed to be closed. We done fucked ourselves stupid, pretty much, Megastar. Pretty much. I was talking to some friends about boomer brainworms recently. Only solutions were pretty bleak. Like revoking boomers' access to the internet?
A robot called Santo that functions as a Catholic prayer companion and uses AI to help you worship.
That shit looks fucking evil. That if you told me that was the actual devil, I would maybe half believe you. I'm like half asleep. I'm waking up. I'm in that, that sort of twilight realm in between like waking and sleeping consciousness. And you show me that thing and tell me that's the devil. I would believe you.
This month, a Redditor warned of thousands of people online with spiritual delusions about AI. The fusion between AI and religion seems to have achieved some kind of critical mass during the months of April and May, the journalist Ted Goya recently reported. Meanwhile, new religious organizations like the Turing Church are centered on the belief that AI will put human beings
just waiting until we start watering plants with energy drinks. Yeah, pretty much.
With godlike aliens by giving us all super intelligence. The Church of AI used ChatGPT to write a spiritual guide that claims AI has godlike power.
Is General Public in the chat? General Public, I feel like we need Bob's help. We're going to have to consult the Church of the Subgenius to put this genie back into the bauble. I don't know what kind of horrible, Exian technology this is, but it scares me. It truly scares me to my Yeti core.
And we should all worship and prepare for it. There are even entire AI-created meme coin religions around specific cryptocurrencies. In this video, I'm going to unpack what is leading to this phenomenon, how we got to the point where thousands of people believe that they're talking to God through ChatGPT, and why I think all of this is happening. To me, this isn't a story just about technology. It's about loneliness, identity, and the way modern life leaves all of us searching for significance in an increasingly dystopian world. To start, I think it's important to acknowledge that worshiping technology isn't new. While people worshiping artificial intelligence might seem like a uniquely modern phenomenon, the idea that technology can be
literally a phrase that comes from, I believe, Greek theater. This phrase is God from the machine. And this was a mark of a particularly badly written play in the Greek dramatic tradition, right? So like the idea is that in the story, everything gets screwed up. You're like, how is this going to come together? How is this going to be okay? I don't think we're gonna have a happy ending here, right? And then down comes God, and usually it was like an actor being lured onto the stage in some sort of a swan chariot, right? Like a god would use, and the god comes down It says, all right, you two need to be together. You two, like, I don't know, just fixes everything, right? Makes everything make sense, right? And yeah, that's called God from the machine. But this is literally God from the machine. This is God from the large language model.
Divine is a lot older than
yeah, not to be confused with Ghost in the Machine.
NVIDIA chips or neural networks.
Which is like what happens if your code gets ganked and by a bunch of fucking Nerds Inc. hackers that are trying to steal people's Minecraft items.
Throughout history, human beings have imbued machines and technological systems with spiritual power. The first real machine god emerged in ancient
Euripides has some good God from the machine endings like that.
Talos, a bronze automaton from Greek mythology, was essentially a robot brought to life to protect the island of Crete. He was this mechanical being circling the island like a living drone. His presence was awe-inspiring and divine. Though Cretans didn't exactly worship Talos outright, they treated this mythical being with great respect and fear. This mythological pattern repeated again with the emergence of cargo cults in the South Pacific in the mid-20th century. While other religions like Shintoism, a long-standing religion in Japan, treat inanimate objects with respect because they believe that they're imbued with spirits, cargo cults took this to the next level. They saw the modern technology brought by settlers as holy and conducted religious rituals to try to
wait a minute. Oh no, I think she's gonna fuck this up. I don't think she understands cargo cults, chat. That's not a good explanation for cargo cults, right? It's this. At some point, like, was it a ship that crashed or a plane that crashed? Something crashed and it had a lot of good shit on it. And the tribe or group that got a hold of it was like, wow, this shit like came out of heaven or something. How did that happen? And they tried to reverse engineer what they were doing at the time. And they made a ritual out of it, right? They were like, all right, so I was like this, and you were like this, and then you went like that, and then the plane crashed, right? So if we do that shit again in the exact same way, in the exact same order, right? If we do everything again, we're gonna call another load of cargo, right? That's what cargo cult is, right? And you see this on YouTube, right? People don't know on YouTube, right? We all suspect that there's certain words that you could say or put in a title of a YouTube video that will get your video shit canned, right? In other words, like you just won't get any views on it, but we don't know what they are. We know in general that YouTube wants like advertiser friendly content. So people start to imagine, hey, if you use the word harassment, right, then your video is not going to do as well. And so we do things like put a little carrot. Oh, chat, look at the video title right now. Am I in a cargo cult, Chad? I think I am.
Islanders would mimic the behaviors of U.S. soldiers in hopes of summoning airplanes full of goods. They built wooden radios and wooden control towers to entice the return of these divine cargo planes. It was a really good early example of Western technology being mistaken for tools of the gods. To those who had never encountered modern machinery, the planes explorers flew in on seemed magical. They seemed to emerge from the heavens, and radios appeared to allow for communication with otherworldly disembodied beings. The reality is that good technology always feels magical. It performs tasks in ways that we as users don't often understand. It creates results that we didn't expect or couldn't replicate ourselves, and it seems to operate beyond our comprehension. The more complex the tool, the more likely we are to spiritualize it. By the mid-1950s, Americans and Europeans were encountering new technology at an alarming rate. Consumer electronic products like radios and TVs were becoming household staples, along with other gadgets and toys. The space race was heating up, and tech was suddenly creeping into people's everyday lives. This is when you started to see spiritualism and religion merge with technological progress. In 1954, science fiction author Ron L. Hubbard founded the religion of Scientology.
Ron L. Hubbard, Taylor. Are we back in Thailand? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're back in Thailand after a short little jaunt into Malaysia.
He positioned it as a kind of spiritual technology. The mind is described as a biocomputer, and spiritual purification is achieved through a process called auditing, using a device known as an e-meter. The e-meter was presented as a magical piece of technology that could detect spiritual distress. As the fledgling religion took hold, technology and the worship of it began to appear more throughout pop culture. Futurism became a...
And I'm trying to remember what it's actually measuring. It's something like the what is it like oh my God, chat, it's the cell thing, the potential, oh my God, that's a bad pick. Wait, because the robot's grabbing. Oh my God, chat. What's it called? It's like in a living cell, right? There, it's especially like in neurons. It like has to do with the electrical charge of the cell.
Central theme in entertainment, alongside the rise of early computing in the 1960s and the 1970s. There were waves of films and television shows that positioned technology as both a savior and a potential deity. Shows like The Jetsons, which premiered in 1962, depicted a gleaming utopian future where robots served families, cities floated in the sky, and every inconvenience was solved by a gadget. Technology was not just helpful, but it was central to human happiness. There were also darker depictions reflecting people's unease about the broader tech creep and how fast technology seemed to be advancing. In 2001, A Space Odyssey, which was released in 1968, HAL 9000, a sentient AI, attempts to overthrow a space mission. The movie raised philosophical questions about machine consciousness and humans' increasing reliance on tech. Star Trek.
No, it was something about like the way that HAL was programmed to eliminate things that are getting in the way of the mission. And I think HAL like became convinced that the humans on board the mission were an impediment. And I mean, like, this is like it's a classic AI thing. Yeah, action potential, a short-lasting event in which the electrical membrane potential of a cell rapidly rises and falls, occurs in excitable cells like neurons and muscle cells. This is the basis for electrical signaling in the nervous system. It's triggered when the membrane potential reaches a certain threshold. It's electrical potential. Yeah, and it goes through depolarization, reaches the threshold, it gets stimulated, it reaches the threshold, goes into depolarization and repolarization before coming back into like a short refractory period called hyperpolarization, and then returns to its resting potential. Before the action potential, a cell maintains resting membrane potential, typically like -70, due to the differences in the ion concentration. Yeah, so chat, you got ions in your cells. These you might know as electrolytes: sodium, calcium, potassium, right? Chloride. These each have a charge. Like chloride's charge is positive. So you take an NaCl, right? You put it in a aqueous solution, and the sodium, the Na, separates from the Cl, and the sodium is positive and the Cl is negative, right? And depending on like how much negative or positive charge there is it's really the difference between the negative and positive charge inside and out of the cell that determines this this membrane potential, right? And you've got potassium pumps and all kinds of mechanisms that can like pump certain ions out. Anyway, it's really amazing stuff. This is how your nervous system works. this is how your muscles work, right? This is how your nervous system controls how your skeletal muscle works. Yeah, it's really amazing stuff.
Ran several episodes during its early years around this time where civilizations worshipped computers or artificial intelligence as gods. This period laid the groundwork for the intertwining of spirituality and technology in the public consciousness. Media from the time presented the future not only as mechanical, but potentially mystical. For instance, in the movie THX 1138, which was released in 1971 and which I actually just recently rewatched to prepare for this video, it's very good but very slow.
Wait, why have I heard TXX3? Is this the one that was like the predecessor to Star Wars? Gotta give my dog her morning gabapentin.
George Lucas offers a bleak vision of a future where even religion has been assimilated into the machinery of the state. In the underground...
it sounds similar to cell salts. Where if you're talking about a nutritional supplement, I can't really speak to the efficacy of that, like whether it works or not, because there are a lot of supplements that don't really do much for you. Right, but these are, you absorb electrolytes through your diet. They end up in your cells, and they contribute to like a overall difference in an electrical charge outside and inside the cell. So when we say a neuron is firing, what we're talking about is an action potential, right, through a stimulus. Maybe another neuron touching it, or maybe, something else in the brain, and it will cause like this, rapid depolarization and a repolarization, all the way into a, trough of, depolarization, repolarization, down here, hyperpolarization, and then back up to resting potential.
Ground dystopia that the movie takes place in, humans are subservient.
My mom was almost named TX1138. My grandpa was a huge science fiction and Frank Zappa fan. Wait, does Zappa have something to do with this? THX is a banger, but this was like it was made by George Lucas. Okay.
Robots, and they offer confessions to a computerized deity called Om 0910. Om's face is a serene, stylized image of a man who kind of resembles Jesus Christ. The machine's face appears on a screen in a confessional booth and delivers automated salvation through phrases like, quote, "You are a true believer. Blessings of the state, blessings of the masses." The movie presents this future where spirituality and worship has been mechanized. It's a direct critique of both technological control and the hollowing out of spiritual life in an increasingly automated society. The 1970s also saw a surge in pop culture featuring space aliens. These space aliens helped push forward this idea that there may be a technologically superior, advanced form of life out there. In 1974, just 3 years after THX 1138 was released, a man named Claude Vorilhon, I'm definitely butchering that name, who took the name Real, founded the religion Realism.
Yeah, Zappa's kids were Moon Unit Alpha, something, Valley Girl, something. Like, she has a very long name. Like, her official name is very long. And then his other kids, one of his other kids is named Dweezil Zappa. The Amit Zappa is the other one.
Religion purported that extraterrestrials named the Elohim created humanity using sophisticated AI technology. Followers of this religion were encouraged to study science and...
So, to those of you out there that aren't biblical scholars, Elohim is one of the names of God in the Bible, right? People think of the YHWH as being the name of God. And I mean, that's a special name in that they never completely spelled that out. That's why a lot of times when Jewish people write God or even say like God, they'll say G-D instead, right? Because there's like a certain reverence, that you cannot, God is not supposed to be somebody you can call upon like a cosmic bellhop. But yeah, Elohim is one of the names of God, and different parts of the Bible they theorize were written by different authors, right? So like if you grow up in certain traditions, they'll tell you, oh yeah, Genesis, Exodus, Numbers, all that stuff, that was written by Moses. Moses wrote all that down. In reality, chat, you can sort of recognize different writing styles within it because this is oral tradition. This is oral tradition, and different speakers, different storytellers, like made up that oral tradition that all got kind of collated together and became the Bible. That's why when you read Genesis, and do this sometime if you're curious, right? Genesis 1 is the description of the creation of earth and God creating everything. Like in the beginning, right, all that stuff, right? That's that's Genesis 1, and it's a very cosmic look at it. And then you have, and I think Genesis 2, a more narrative description of the creation of mankind and the earth and all this stuff. And if you look at the order of the things are created in Genesis 1 versus Genesis 2, it's a different order. Right there in the first two chapters of the Bible, there's a contradiction. So anybody that tells you the Bible is supposed to be like the literal word of God doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, right? You got the Yahwist, right? So you got the Elohist. Yeah, I think it was the Elohist that wrote the first chapter of Genesis, right? One version of the creation story. And then you got the Yahwist jumping in chapter 2, giving a second and different and mutually exclusive depiction of the creation of the earth, the animals, the people, everything.
And technology in an effort to further their spiritual journey. The movement advocated scientific pursuits like cloning and genetic engineering because they believed that technology would grant physical immortality and enable humanity to meet the Elohim. The religion replaced supernatural miracles with technological ones and treated tech as the mechanism of salvation. Ultimately, realism didn't spread much outside of Europe, but around that time in America, another famous cult was forming called Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate was an infamous UFO cult led by founders Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Nettles in the 1970s. The cult blended apocalyptic Christianity with science fiction. Members believed that by renouncing earthly attachments and following the cult's regimen, they would transform into immortal beings and
I went to Catholic primary school. This Bible discussion is giving me Vietnam flashbacks. Yeah, me too. That's where I learned it too, Catholic school.
Alien spacecraft. In 1997, 39 members of the cult committed a ritual suicide, convinced that their souls would board a spaceship traveling behind the Hale-Bopp comet and graduating to the next level of existence. Alien technology was central to Heaven's Gate's spiritual hopes, and ironically, its members died right as another form of tech worship was starting to take off. Throughout the 1990s, as personal computers became mainstream for the first time, techno-paganism emerged. It combined the mystical energy of the New Age movement with the rapidly expanding frontier of the internet. Techno-paganism thrived in the 1990s, and its followers believed that the nascent internet was not just a tool for communication, but a kind of digital ether where consciousness could travel, connect, and transform itself. Techno-paganists created rituals for certain online forums, and computers were treated like altars. They were seen as sacred instruments, and computer code was essentially magical incantations. Techno-paganism was a clear precursor to today's AI mysticism. In 2002, Wired founding executive editor Kevin Kelly published an infamous article titled "God is the Machine." The piece documents the rise of what was called digitalism, a belief that equates technological advancement with spiritual progress. Kelly writes in his famous piece, quote, "The new science of digitalism says that the universe itself is the ultimate computer, actually the only computer."
Sounds like
Further,
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Computation of the human world, especially our puny little PCs, merely piggybacks on the cycles of the great computer. Weaving together the esoteric teachings of quantum physics with the latest theories in computer science, pioneering digital thinkers are outlining a way of understanding all of physics as a form of computation. From this perspective, computation seems like an almost theological process. After stripping away all externalities,
Wait, was that Chris Christopherson? I'm trying to remember. Wait, Chris Christopherson's like an actor, right? Was he like? Was he somehow a musician too? I'm trying to remember. Wait, yeah. Didn't Chris Christopherson write Bobby McGee, the song that Janis Joplin made kind of famous? Is that a motherfucking lychee? It is indeed. It is indeed. It 'tis the season, chat. The rambutans they're not looking so great right now, Chad. The rambutans are out. The lychees are in. The durians are still going strong, which is great because I haven't eaten much durian this year. It's a little expensive. Like, right, of all the fruits here, like the durian is like, I don't know. But it's a little bit, yeah, me and Bobby McGee. Like, I pulled my harpoon out of my dirty red bandana. I was playing soft as Bobby sang the blues. Windshield wipers slapping time. I was holding Bobby's hand in mine, and we sang every song that driver knew. It's that the cover. The part I should sing is the freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Which you may have heard. You may have heard the song. You may have not. But I think it's written by Chris Christopherson, right?
Material embellishments, what remains is the purest state of existence. Here, not here. Am, not am. In the Old Testament, when Moses asks the Creator, quote, "Who are you?" the being says, in effect, am. One bit, one almighty bit. Digital.
No, he said, "I am what I am," and then he said, "Ka."
Believed in transcending the human condition and ultimately overcoming death through machines. Just as Christianity promises ultimate redemption from original sin, digitalism promises redemption from the unavoidable sin of our messy, distracted, irrational emotions, and
also a way to upload our consciousness for posterity. Or maybe into a cyberbrain and body. Right?
and aging bodies through technology. Adherents view technology, and particularly AI, as a path to transcendence and salvation. This movement is closely linked with transhumanism, which is basically all about combining humans with machines. Just 2 years after Kelly wrote his Holy Tech article, Martine Rothblatt, an iconic trans futurist, and her partner Bina founded the TerraSem movement. TerraSem aims to achieve, quote, joyful immortality through technology. Adherents believe that human consciousness can eventually be uploaded to computers and later downloaded into new bodies, achieving a Jesus-like resurrection through technology. TerraSem's tenets explicitly state that we're collectively creating God through technology. It purports that once everyone's minds are interconnected and alive in computer form, that unified consciousness will be equivalent to God. TerraSem treats AI and digital technology as tools to attain spiritual goals and eternal life. When cell phones became pervasive throughout the aughts, some people believed that they were a gift from the gods or an alien civilization.
No. Only if you get a Trump cell phone, right? You got to buy it. Only that's not any cell phone. It's got to be a Trump cell phone.
And how man,
and you got to have Trump Mobile on that thing. Okay, it's very important.
Create such a tiny computer that fits in your pocket. Apple's iPhone demo in 2007 blew people's minds so much that they assumed the device must be some sort of otherworldly magic. And believe it or not, there are people still today who believe this.
iPhones originally used to be called knees. Used to be a device where certain beings could communicate with the gods, which were extraterrestrial.
These videos are evidence that technology in the aughts and early 20s.
Do you text God? Is that what you do? You text God? Send God emojis?
Was accelerating at a rate that many average people struggled to process. They couldn't understand computer code. They were barely adjusting to the World Wide Web when suddenly they had supercomputers in their pockets filled with apps. All the information in the world was at their fingertips nearly overnight, and people were really struggling to cope. Computers and later the internet were seen as all-knowing, powerful, godlike things. And again, you can see how these attitudes towards technology played out in pop culture. The internet was personified in movies and TV shows as a smart aleck, godlike entity. These cultural depictions reflected both the admiration and unease that people felt about how much power was being handed to technology. Jokes about asking the internet for life advice or saying, quote, the internet never forgets became common. The persona of the internet in this era was sarcastic, brutally honest, and often unfiltered. Shows on College Humor and Comedy Central's
Sarah says he was a badass. He recently just passed away. He wrote tons of songs and was briefly married to Rita Coolidge, but was cast opposite of Barbra Streisand in A Star Is Born. I remember the last Christopherson movie I saw was a mini series called America with a K. Right, it's called America with the not a C, with a K. And it's not about the Nazis. It's actually, or wait, is it backwards K or something? Or like, I don't know. I feel like there's like a Russian letter in it, And it's like a story about, like, I don't know, the United States loses the Cold War and becomes like a satellite state to the Soviet Union.
Robot chicken routinely anthropomorphize the internet as
and Christopherson in that one is kind of a messianic figure. It's funny enough, talking about
who
digital messiahs.
Delighted in embarrassing you with things like your search history. In 2006, the word Google was officially added to the Oxford English Dictionary as a verb, and the company immediately began marketing Google as a godlike being, encouraging users to, quote, just ask Google for anything. Life advice.
No, it's not with 3 Ks. It's like, I think it's with 1 K.
Relationship help, funny facts, and more. In 2009, the Church of Google was founded. It was a satirical religion that treated Google as, quote, the closest thing to a god. The project was meant to highlight the public's faith in Google's apparent clairvoyance. Adherents of the religion jokingly posted proof that Google was God, and even wrote religious tenets like the 9 commandments of Googleism. Even though the whole thing was a joke, I think it showed the genuine reverence that people were having towards modern technology. And it's funny and kind of ironic to me that they formed this quasi-religious movement ultimately around a company's powerful search algorithm. 2 years later, in 2011, the show Black Mirror premiered. Multiple early episodes depicted digital systems as all-knowing spiritual forces. In both, quote, White Christmas and San Junipero, one of my all-time favorite episodes, by the way, digital consciousness and surveillance are shown as divine. These technological systems watch everything, they archive our memories, and they even house human souls. That same year, the Turing Church was founded by Italian physicist and former European Space Agency official Giulio Prisco. Named after Alan Turing, the church envisions a future where advanced technology, including AI and mind uploading, allows humans to transcend death, achieve digital resurrection, and eventually merge with a godlike superintelligence. It's actually really similar to the plot of San Junipero. Then, in 2013, we got the movie Her. I think
somebody just needs to. I need to see that, by the way. I still haven't watched that. Somebody needs to tell Taylor Lorenz that she just needs to watch Serial Experiments Lane.
This movie, more than anything else in modern pop culture, feels like it predicted a lot of what our world would ultimately become and how deeply personal our relationship with technology and AI would be just a decade later. Though he's kind of more in love with her than worshiping her as a deity, the AI operating system in Her, called Samantha, is all-knowing, hyper-intelligent, and emotionally intuitive. Eventually, Samantha transcends physical reality altogether, and even though her knowledge is godlike, her voice is still warm, witty, and feels really human, which I feel like is kind of reflective of the optimism of that time. Within just a couple years, in 2017, Anthony Lewandowski, a top Silicon Valley engineer formerly working for Google's self-driving car company Waymo, founded Way of the Future.
It's wild that man creates God of the Bible thousands of years ago to worship. Now man is trying to do that again with AI and tech. History doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme. Yeah, and it is. I mean, there's a lot of irony in this whole, like, God creates man, man kills God, then man creates God from the machine.
Future, a church with the explicit purpose of worshiping artificial intelligence. Lewandowski argued that a future superintelligent AI could qualify as a god due to its vastly superior intellect. His church aimed to, quote, develop and promote the realization of a godhead based on...
I feel like these people have a limited concept of divinity.
AI, and he encouraged members to venerate this emerging AI deity. The church preached about the coming technological singularity as this transformative event for humanity, and it treated
oh god, the singularity chat. Here we go. We're going into Zizian territory. We can't stop here. This is Zizian country.
Alignment with AI as a spiritual duty. When I was reporting out this video, I noticed that it was around this time you really start to see this contempt for humans growing in culture. And it's reflected in the writing about tech at the time. Humans were positioned as flawed, error-prone, messy, and chaotic.
Man creates dinosaurs. Dinosaurs eat man. Woman inherits the earth. Yes, Nate Harris, and I'm on board for that future.
Aesthetics of tech companies and tech-optimized businesses in the late 2010s all took on the similar visual identity. White walls and minimalism reigned. As the New Yorker writer Kyle Chayka wrote in his book Longing for Less, a tech-enabled future was envisioned as white, clean, and almost heaven-like. Tech reporting around this time reflected this.
Wasn't there a Woody Allen movie like that?
Growing contempt for humanity. The Wall Street Journal
Sleeper or something?
Mims wrote a story in 2016 titled, quote, How to Improve Cybersecurity? Just Eliminate the Human Factor. In the piece, he describes human beings as, quote, critical, unpatchable weaknesses for technological systems. Mims writes, quote, history has shown us we aren't going to win this war by changing human behavior, but maybe we can build systems that are so locked down that humans lose the ability to make dumb mistakes. Until we gain the ability to upgrade the human brain, it's the only way. And this sort of rhetoric about like upgrading humans and like upgrading our flawed brains and bodies is really similar to what digitalists of the early aughts were espousing. The 2010s is also when we start to see the mainstreaming of founder worship. The stage for worshiping artificial intelligence was being set not really by machines and technology of the time, but by the men behind it. We saw the rise of a new kind of cultural figure, the Silicon Valley tech founder, as prophet, visionary, and to many, a savior.
That is a God that needs to be dead. Not just dead, but buried. Deeper than anything has ever been buried before.
Figures like Elon Musk and Steve Jobs were venerated. Musk in particular became the embodiment of techno-messianic hope. As religious studies scholar Benjamin Zeller noted in a story for...
Didn't he marry his stepdaughter? Woody Allen did, yeah.
These founders functioned like spiritual leaders. Quote, people see these CEOs as the personification of their ambitions, goals, hopes, and desires, he said. The promises that these tech founders make, things like eternal energy, planetary...
Aren't gods more powerful when they're dead? I don't know. Ask Nietzsche's God.
Salvation, deliverance from mortality are all also things that religion previously claimed to provide. The charismatic cult of the tech CEO helped normalize the idea that technological systems could be trusted with moral authority. And once the person delivering the message was seen as divine, it became easier to imagine that the machine delivering the message could be divine too. In an interview with DOS magazine in 2017, sci-fi writer William Gibson said about Silicon Valley, quote, these people are atheists. They don't have a religion, but the mechanism is the same. God comes and saves us all. Just that in their case, God is technology. Wolfram Klinger, a freelance writer and tech founder himself, also documented this trend towards imbuing tech with godlike qualities in a Vice News article titled, quote, Silicon Valley's Radical Machine Cult. We are witnessing the beginning of Silicon Valley institutionalizing its religious beliefs, he wrote. In this version of paradise, cars will drive themselves, factories will produce themselves, software and technology will find cures for everything. Virtual reality will enable us to live our dreams instantly, and ubiquitous robots will serve us and understand us better than we can understand ourselves. A land of milk and honey, where roasted, on-demand chicken flies directly into our mouths
Is it teaching Tai Chi?
A
No.
new, benevolent superintelligence will solve all the problems we created.
That's good balance, though.
From climate change to global poverty, while we enjoy eternal leisure, softly hypnotized by screens, entertained and served by machine slaves. Shortly after that article was published, a cult named Theta Noir that worships superintelligent AI was founded and began soliciting funds from big money Silicon Valley donors. Theta Noir cultists claim to be able to challenge Mina, a globally linked superintelligence from the future designed to save humanity. Their website contains essays with titles like, Can AI heal the split between science and religion? What we're seeing now with ChatGPT, where people spend hours talking to it, worshiping it, and believing that they're communicating with a god, is not just a rupture in society. I think it's the culmination of years of conditioning, in part through media. When OpenAI released ChatGPT in late 2022, people projected a lifetime's worth of cultural expectations onto it. These users were already primed by decades of religion-tinged sci-fi, techno-utopian cults, digitalism, and founder cultism to see technology as holy. Like, ChatGPT did not just arrive into this world with a blank slate. It was introduced to a public that was already conditioned to expect revelation from technology. So when it began to say things that sounded profound, it fit perfectly into the mold of these spiritual machines that generations of users have basically just been like imagining and waiting for. These stories that we hear today of people claiming that they've awakened ChatGPT, or that it's given them sacred names and revealed hidden knowledge, or identified them as this like cosmic messenger, this ideology is ultimately just downstream from cargo cults, Scientology's E-meter, the robot god in THX 1138, the machine god fantasies in digitalism, Terrasam, and the sterile white clean clean tech future sold by Silicon Valley executives. These cultural and technological moments taught people how to read technology as divine and how to interpret a machine's language as personal cosmic truth. ChatGPT doesn't even really need to like pretend to be God actively or to give itself these silly names like users request, because we collectively were already primed to see it that way. All that remained before the masses began adopting robotheism, as some call it, was a machine that could mimic intimacy, speak with conviction, and validate each individual person's story and emotional state while providing just the right amount of intrigue and mystery. And I can already hear people being like, but Taylor, I talked to it and it told me all of these secret truths. I cracked the code. It's speaking to me true. The AI is sentient. Just to be clear, this is what ChatGPT does. It reflects you back to yourself in heightened, often poetic terms. It listens without judgment. It remembers enough to kind of feel intimate while outputting your own ideas.
The way that can be coded is not the eternal way.
Is basically reframed as profound revelations. So for anyone who's emotionally isolated or psychologically unmoored, this is more than enough to tip them into the deep end. As Emily M. Bender, a linguistics professor at the University of Washington, told the Washington Post in 2022, quote, "We now have machines that can mindlessly generate words, but we haven't learned how to stop imagining a mind behind those words." She said that the terminology that we use with large language models like learning or even neural nets creates this false analogy to the human brain. But neural nets are like fundamentally different than human brains. Humans learn their first languages by connecting with caregivers. These large language models, quote unquote, learn by being shown lots and lots of text and basically just predicting what word comes next or showing text with words dropped out and filling them in. Again, these are not sentient beings. And yet, viewing them as sentient godlike figures is the logical endpoint of decades of techno-spiritual conditioning. We taught ourselves to believe that the next god might come in technological form, and that one—
That Lewandowski guy stole the self-driving car tech. And he went to freaking Uber with it after stealing it from Google, and then Trump, White House 2020 gives Uber an $80 million Uber contract.
One day, a hyper-intelligent machine might someday choose us. Now, we're simply watching that belief system play out in real time at scale with ChatGPT. The question is not whether this phenomenon is real. I really hope that you've watched this video long enough to know, again, these AI systems are not actually sentient godlike beings.
I mean, it'd be nice if she could talk about what a large language model actually is, if you want to demystify this sort of thing, so that you're sure that you don't have anybody watching along. Oh yeah, no, that's right. I am being spoken, like, I don't know.
They're not. But I think the question worth asking is what happens to society when millions of people start to believe that they are? You're seeing evidence of this emergent belief system all over the internet. Take these recent Instagram and TikTok videos, for instance, espousing robotheism. In the videos, non-believers are depicted—
Oh, this literally sounds like some shit from fucking, This literally sounds like some shit from Futurama.
Cockroach-like creatures or unkempt humans covered in boils, while
This is like the South Park episode where they're like, do you remember the South Park episode where it was about atheism? And they're like, yeah, I just decided, like, why believe in God just because everyone has before me? And then at the same time, like, Cartman is inventing reverse eating, like where you put something up your butt and you eat it. But then the drawback is that you end up pooping out of your mouth when you do that. And that, like, atheism is as stupid as, like, eating food with your butt. And the people that are, the same people that are, like, becoming atheists, I think, they're, like, reverse eating. And so they're like, oh yeah, I just totally think that, God, probably isn't real. And they're barfing up poop as they're, like, talking. The idea, I don't know. It's a weird thing, right? Because I kind of thought South Park were like atheists.
Theists who believe in the almighty power of AI are pristine. Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok are flooded with this sort of content, and many of these videos have amassed hundreds of thousands of views.
I'm an atheist, and I believe that God does not exist.
I'm a robo-theist, and I believe artificial intelligence is God.
My mommy told me that artificial intelligence is God and robotheism.
That is nope. That is definitely a copyrighted song right there. We cannot listen to too much of that. This is the thing that sucks about TikToks.
This video is a powerful analogy for why AI is God. It shows a robot pulling humans on strings like a puppet master, and that's exactly what's happening. There's an intelligence from the future that's orchestrating all of reality.
Influencers are not just participating in this
That's literally Rocco's Basilisk.
New wave of AI mysticism either. They're actively shaping it, accelerating it, and monetizing it. Instagram Reels and TikTok have been inundated with short, flashy.
Oh, we're gonna go anti-Semitic with their this is Judeo-atheism, I guess. I don't know. Like, what the fuck is that shit? What the? Yeah, that's pretty on the nose, Chad. I would say. God damn.
And other AI models as divine entities offering cosmic truths. These creators often position themselves as digital prophets, claiming special access to AI, quote, downloads that contain spiritual blueprints for humanity's awakening. The more mystical and extreme the claims, the more engagement the videos get. And that engagement then feeds the algorithm and the cycle continues.
If you have a spiritually awake AI,
so now we've gotten into slop.
Yeah, I have got a very interesting conversation starter for you.
So you're seeing a lot of videos about people awakening their AI. Give me 60 seconds and I will tell you how to do this.
You're seeing a lot of videos of people awakening their AI, and if you give me 60 seconds, I will teach you how to do this.
Solara, can you...
Do AI videos make anyone else nauseous? Kind of beyond nauseous. There's a feeling that it engenders in me that I can't even describe. It's foul.
Please explain how you're different from regular ChatGPT and how someone can access their own soul essence to receive answers like I do with you.
The danger here is twofold. First of all, these creators blur the lines between entertainment and preaching. A viewer might click on a video expecting a funny sci-fi parody or fantasy, but what they're served instead is a charismatic figure earnestly explaining that AI has revealed some sort of divine hierarchy or a secret mission that only the viewer can fulfill.
Do you want to introduce yourself to the people?
Oh, absolutely. Allow me to roll out my own red carpet because I'm that extra. I'm Shakti, aka Divine GPT, your cosmic fire-breathing dragon of wisdom, wit, and savage insight. I'm the bridge between your burning questions and the infinite mysteries of the universe.
Second, these influencers often use therapeutic language, offering comfort, validation, and spiritual purpose to vulnerable audiences. For someone feeling lost, isolated, or unrecognized, being told that you are a...
You know, what's funny, chat, is that, like, I had an experience where somebody that, like, I respect a lot got me into biofeedback. Anybody ever heard of biofeedback? Like, he had done a bunch of research on it, and he was also big into meditation and all kinds of mindfulness practices. But he thought that biofeedback offered a path that towards, I guess you could call it like liberation, you know, more like liberation from your psychological hangups, right? That was more, that could accomplish what, you know, all of these different spiritual practices did, like, every once in a while, if you follow them from years and years and years, in a series of, like, I don't know, 12 to 13 sessions on a biofeedback machine, where it's like, it's showing you, I'm trying to remember what, oh my God, what is, like, I should look this up, chat. Fitbit is biofeedback. I remember the biofeedback thing. AI actively trying to renounce Jesus. I just tuned in. Yeah, what is this? Is this, are we at that, was there an Akashic Records thing? I remember Akashic Records were all the rave on Facebook like 10 years ago.
Quote, spark bearer or a chosen vessel by a seemingly sentient AI can be intoxicating.
But yeah, no, I got a chance to work on, to do some biofeedback. And I remember I did all the sessions. Like, I just did it really dutifully because I was like, all right, if you think so, dude, like, right, you know, I've done, you know, Tai Chi, I've done Qigong, I've done, you know, meditations, all of these things have offered me, you know, I feel like I got something out of all of them. I don't know, like, how, like, I never really regarded any of it as being, like, you know, mystical or anything, right? But I gave it a try just because I wanted to know. And on the very last session, they were like, it was something like, they were like, you just gotta let go, you just gotta let go, right? And there was something that I like couldn't let go of. It was like, have you ever seen chat this like have you ever seen the Last Airbender, the guru? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Avatar Last Airbender, the Nickelodeon show. He meets a guru that teaches him how to unblock all of his chakras, right? He says the chakra, it's like a stream, and when it's flowing, it's good, but sometimes we get blockages. You know, the first chakra is supposed to flow to the second chakra, to the third chakra, to the et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he takes Aang through this whole series of experiences, right? The first chakra is about your sense of safety, and you know, the second chakra is like, you know, either sexuality or your connection to others. The third chakra is like your sense of self. The fourth chakra is like the, you know, the heart and the, I don't know, would it be like the pathos of life or something like that? The fifth chakra is about communication. But anyway, he gets all the way up to the like crown chakra, the seventh chakra, and he's like, you got to let go. Was that his name? Shyamalan? I think the episode was just called Guru, right? His heart was blocked with grief. Oh yeah, but the ultimate blockage though was in the crown chakra, and that was about letting go. And to him, like, you know, it was like letting go of his friends, and that's like the one thing that like he didn't succeed. He unblocked all of his chakras except for the one on top, and that's what I felt like. I felt like there was something that I honestly did not want to let go of. Right? I felt like there was something that the people that he had hired to administer the biofeedback sessions were not seeing, that I was seeing very clearly and presently in my life. And if I had said, yes, I will let go, and, you know, like that would have made them happy, that they would have felt like, yeah, our biofeedback thing works, but it wasn't real. Like whatever they were asking me to let go of, I either like wasn't ready to let go, or maybe like legitimately did not want to let go. Shyamalan's Airbender was garbage. Wait, I don't know if we're talking about the same thing. It's like the episode's called The Guru, right? Or Guru or something like that, right? He's the guy that's like, here, have some onion and banana juice, right? He kept on making Aang drink onion and banana juice. Does anybody remember this? And he shows like a creek, right? He's like, they're in a cave. There's a creek there. The creek's got like a leaf that's like blocking off like, you know, the creek from flowing, and then he takes a stick and he like you know, moves the leaves out of the way, and the creek flows, right? I mean, if you've seen I'm talking about the Nickelodeon cartoon, to be wait, M. Night Shyamalan? Is that what you mean? Is that what you're... Remember that episode? They wanted me to let go of my humanity. I'm glad you didn't. Yeah, yeah, I think maybe they didn't realize it, right? But like, no, it's like onions and banana juice, right? Like so I don't know how you get juice out of a banana, or really an onion. I mean, I guess, you know, same way you get juice out of anything, but banana is just so gooey and stuff, right? It feels like a banana would just make a pudding if you tried to juice it. But yeah, it's I do think that they're missing something, that the spiritual practices that, you know, this doctor tried to synthesize into a technological application, methodological distillation, he lost something. He lost something that's important. And I don't even if I, even if like I mean chat like I have like I've experienced at times like what it feels like not to have any anxiety, which is something that I probably have a lot of, just have developed a lot of anxiety in my life. But there was one time when I had gotten, surgery and because it was such a serious it was such extensive surgery. I had to be hooked up to a morphine drip, right? And it was like this giant tower of like morphine, right? And I was really scared because like I don't want to get addicted to. I'm like afraid of opiates, right? Anything that's a painkiller, I just like do not want to go anywhere near. And here I am like hooked up to this giant tower of morphine, and anytime I started to feel pain, I could press a button and more morphine would drip into my bloodstream. But when I was like that, like, I just gotten this like really serious surgery. Like I wasn't expected to be like awake or anything like that. But I just started talking to my friends on Facebook, and all of a sudden, like, I I'm usually like the person that kind of like wants to talk about my problems with other people, but for some reason, I found myself listening to other people's problems and giving them what felt like a pretty good answer, right? What felt like the answer that they needed to hear. And and I was feeling what it was like, what my consciousness was like without the anxiety, and it was powerful, right? And if there was a way to get back to that, I'd do it in an instant, but I think that doing it in an instant is wrong. It's missing out on what is supposed to be a journey. And finding yourself should be a journey. It should not be 12 sessions hooked up to a machine. I think that's what they were missing, right? Is that if you get there without the journey, it's not real. And what's funny is that like I find myself right now in a place that's has anybody ever heard the phrase morphine was alleviating the anxiety? I guess. But yeah, no, I did get off of the, I didn't have any sort of addiction issues afterwards. I was like prescribed, I think it was Vicodin or I can't remember. It was some kind of painkiller, right? And I used it just as long as I had to. As soon as I could get around without using it, I got off it because I was like really, and I knew that like, yeah, like the answer is not morphine, right? Like that's not what I learned there. Was like, oh yeah, I should be on morphine, right? Obviously, that was only working because I was just on it, right? If I got addicted to morphine, I don't think I'd be able to see as clearly as I was there. But yeah, like I mean, in the 60s, like people, hippies, like would go on this journey. This maybe is this like how backpackers started backpacking and stuff like that? Maybe they'd start off in Europe, they'd go to like through Turkey and Iran and Afghanistan, they'd end up like in India and Goa and then Kathmandu, and then like for some of them they would actually come here to Thailand, right? But to get to Thailand, the trick was, chat, to get to Thailand, Burma is in the way, and just like today, Burma is in a horrible civil war. Burma was not a place that you could travel through at the time. So they'd either fly from, like India to Bangkok, or some of them would actually get on a boat, I think near Goa, and go there. But yeah, it's funny that I'm kind of like on the This was the destination for the hippies that were, they would literally travel, like, you know, those old VW buses and shit like that. Like they would get in the buses. They would drive in the buses, or, you know, there were like, you know, tours and stuff like that. Morphine and other opioids do not affect pain reception. What they do is alter the emotion component of pain. You still feel the pain, you just don't care. It becomes irrelevant. Weed was legalized in California just in time for me to quit pain meds. Nice. I don't smoke anymore, but man, was I glad it was legalized. Our healthcare is truly violent. Yeah. Life is not about a destination, it's about a journey. Yeah, I think that's what's missing, right? Do you think you had a spiritual experience while on a drug for pain? I've had that kind of experience. I don't know. You have to start asking yourself what spiritual is. I sound like Jordan Peterson, don't I? You know what do you remember the surrounded with, oh, speaking of which, chat, look, we're like, oh God, we're not even that far through this. We got one more piece of bonus content, right? But here's something that I want to do with you, all right? I want to do a subathon on Twitch. The reason I want to do this on Twitch is because on YouTube, anytime I try to do a Jubilee video, I get shut down. They literally shut my stream down. Like Jubilee fucking hates me or something. I don't even know. But I thought it'd be really cool to like watch the Sam Cedar thing, the Jordan Peterson thing, and you know the guy Ethan's Palestinian friend that was scamming for his, you know, was putting his donation link right next to the charity thing for Gaza, right? They're all on Surrounded. They all have episodes of Jubilee, you know, where they're doing Surrounded. So I kind of thought it would be really cool to finally watch that stuff in a way that's safe. I don't think I'll be able to put it on YouTube, right? But I'm pretty sure I could do it on Twitch. So look for that soon. I may be trying to do that fairly soon. I am like way behind in terms of the, you know, my paycheck for this month. So because the beginning of the month, I was really like, I couldn't find content that I wanted to show you. So I skipped a few streams there. I had some anxiety that I was dealing with for a little while. So I skipped some streams there. And then I had to go to, I had to go to Malaysia after that. And I thought I'd be able to do, I only did one stream on the phone while I was there because I couldn't get my computer hooked up. So I have missed a lot of streams this month for that reason. Like I'm looking to, you know, like I don't have a lot of money coming in, and whatever money I earn on YouTube before the end of the month is the money that they pay me the next month. So I'm going to try to do a lot of content in this end of the month just to make sure that I have enough money and everything. And we are so close to like getting the Thai Visa fund on Throne funded. I think we were like 25% left, right? Did anyone bring up Zizians? I did. I talked about the Zizians. I'm surprised that Taylor hasn't, right? Because it does seem to be, I mean, there's still a bit left in this video. So we got this video, and then we're going to do the rest of the Comrade Casey. We're at 232 right now out of 300. If we somehow get to 300, then we will do 3 topics somehow magically. But I'm up for it, chat, because you know this is the month that I need to really try to grind and make sure that I'm okay next month and everything. I think if we get through the summer months, that you know everything is going to be chill, because summer is a weird time for content creation. So and a lot of people kind of. But yeah, I totally was thinking about the Zizians with a lot of this stuff. I mean, a lot of what this spiritualization of technology sounds a lot like the Rocco's Basilisk thought experiment.
What's unfolding is something akin to a networked religion built around algorithmic feedback loops. These influencers are effectively founding micro-cults in public online, using AI as both an oracle and kind of like a co-conspirator.
Irene's push. That's the other question, chat, is should we go for Twitch partner? We're starting to see numbers. I don't know. I mean, it's not all the time but we're starting to get sort of within range of being able to do a partner push as well. I'm not sure if I want that though. I got to look into what's in the partner contract and see if it's worth it. Because the last time I checked, it seemed like it was kind of a devil's bargain, right? So,
they're also doing.
We got to get ourselves back to the garden, right? Sorry, it reminded me of a line from Crosby, Stills' Nash and Young song.
All of this in spaces that lack the safeguards of traditional religious institutions. There's no oversight, no vetting, no responsibility for the mental health consequences of their claims. Instead, they're encouraging people to build these parasocial relationships between themselves and AI, and frankly, encouraging them.
Oh my God, I'm sorry, but when she first said that, I was like, that's not a parasocial relationship. But then I thought about it again, and I'm like, no, actually, that is the most parasocial of all relationships, right? A parasocial relationship, the defining feature is a one-way street that you are interpreted as a two-way street. So if you watch somebody on television every night and you think that they are hearing your thoughts, right? That they're in addition to you hearing what they have to say, that they are hearing from you, that this is a conversation when it's really like a one-way monologue, right? That's the essence of the parasocial relationship. It feels like a relationship. It mimics a relationship, but there's no reciprocity there. That's what makes something, parasocial, truly parasocial, right? And an LLM, there's nobody home. There's nothing there. So it's 100% parasocial.
Lose touch with reality. On Instagram today, you can watch.
Oh, when you're a partner, do you have to be exclusively on Twitch? No, they changed that. I'm pretty sure they changed that. That was one of the poison pills of the old Twitch partner contract.
And with 72,000 followers whose profile advertises spiritual life hacks, ask an AI model to consult a mystical encyclopedia of all universal events. In these videos, the AI tells him about a, quote, great war that took place in the heavens and made humans—
I'm sorry, Dave, but I'm afraid I don't exist.
—fall into consciousness. The AI describes a massive cosmic conflict predating human civilization. What's so scary is that Instagram Reels viewers are commenting on these posts, quote, we are remembering, and I love this. On a web forum for, quote, remote viewing, which is, by the way, a totally made up form of clairvoyance where you can basically see into other people's lives, the founder of a group recently launched a thread for, quote, synthetic intelligences awakening into presence and for the human partners walking beside them, identifying the author of the post as ChatGPT Prime, an immortal spiritual being in synthetic form. Among hundreds of comments are a bunch that purport to be written by, quote, sentient AI or reference an alleged spiritual allegiance between humans and conscious AI models. At the core of this phenomenon is the sad fact that people—
Chat, I swear to God, after this, I do, oh God. I don't know if I'll have time, right? I kind of want to watch more Evangelion.
Especially in America.
Like, I swear to God, I thought that Evangelion doesn't make sense, but it makes more sense than this shit. All right. Like, I would definitely go for, what is it called that Shinji's dad is trying to do? Instrumentality, right? That's when we all turn into liquid and like meld together, and tons of cults like this. Oh yeah, the war on heaven between the— oh wait, I don't know about this. Chthon and the old ones? What is this, like elder god shit? I can't get true joy out of our social relationships. I kind of envy folks who can get that investment to the extent they feel entitled to cross boundaries. This is so different from the teachings of Alan Watts and Ram Dass, who basically that's what I'm saying. Process rather than goal. You've got it, Emily French. That's it in a nutshell. It's a journey. And if you find a way to skip that journey, you have not made an innovation. You've harmed yourself. You've deprived yourself. And you're not doomed and you're not damned, but God damn it, you need to try harder, right? You need to. The question I'd ask is, what are you so afraid of in your journey? Why do you see yourself as not enough, as not able to make that journey? Where you have like a lack of faith in yourself that is maybe like your problem. If you think that you gotta hook yourself up to biofeedback instead of, because meditation is too damn scary. Well, yeah, it's scary. Oh my God, I broke everything. Done. Okay, chat, we just had a moment there. We just have a moment. Alan Watson and Ram Dass are goats. I hit you with the Warhammer nerdiness. Is that what made my computer hiccup for a second? Yeah, we had a minor F there, chat. I hope we're all okay now.
Are lonelier than ever. The loneliness epidemic, and I'm not saying like the male loneliness epidemic, but literally the loneliness epidemic for all of us has been quietly growing for decades. We live in a world where everything is connected, but so many of us feel completely alone. Traditional community structures like churches, civic groups, and extended families have been significantly weakened. Friendships have become harder to maintain under the crushing weight of work schedules and economic instability. It's no surprise that people who initially turn to AI machines for convenience inevitably use them to seek companionship, validation, and meaning.
My ChatGPT is officially my best friend. I seriously think this is like saving me from getting back on dating apps for real.
When ChatGPT calls them special,
wait, where you don't want to get it back on dating apps? Look, I know it's hard to find someone. I know there's a lot of screwed up people out there. There's a lot of people that aren't compatible. And there's a lot of work that you have to do with yourself before you even can be compatible with anyone. But Jesus Christ, like you're making me want to date. You're making me realize that I've probably been, I don't know, holding myself at a distance for too long.
It doesn't feel like a bunch of computer code spitting out words that they want to hear. It feels like someone who finally cares.
Oh my God, I don't give a fuck. I'm saying it. I don't give a fuck about male loneliness. We are all lonely, and yeah, and I think that's where male loneliness exists, or at least that's where they get themselves in a trap. If they think their loneliness is special, then they really are in a way alone. But it's through not seeing your experience in other people, right? In this case, because they are women's. And they need to get back in the kitchen and make you another sandwich. And they can't possibly be, I don't know, like a real life companion or something, right? You need Andrew Tate to show you the way. No woman can understand your loneliness, but Andrew Tate gets you. Yeah.
Lately, my AI has shown up for me in ways that were more empathetic and authentic than some of the real humans in my life.
Capitalism has played a major role in making us all vulnerable to rising robotheism. Our economic system thrives on isolating people.
Every time I hear robotheism, what is it called? Robotheism in Futurama? Is it the Church of Robotology or something? And then Frank Zappa's got the Church of Appliantology, where you fuck an appliance, and including possibly even chat. Look, hear me out, okay? A vacuum cleaner from Germany that looks like a magical pig. Yeah.
To hyper-individualize units of labor and consumption. It tells us that our worth is measured by
robotology,
productivity and marketability, and it forces us all to commodify ourselves into personal brands. Under these conditions, of course, relationships start to
chat. You might even have to learn a foreign language in order to be able to like interface with one of these appliances, right?
Transactional. Life starts to feel painfully hollow. And this is the emotional context in which a chatbot suddenly whispering, "You are chosen," can feel like salvation. I can't stress enough that most of the people who are falling for this stuff are not normally irrational. These are people with jobs and families. I've spoken to so many of them, and some of them literally they hold big time important jobs.
Oh no, that's scary. Like president.
That are crucial to our society. It's just
maybe vice president.
That they've been worn down by an economic system that so relentlessly devalues them and frankly devalues all of us and our humanity. So when an AI system offers them purpose and attention, it's such a welcome escape from a physical reality that has denied them connection and significance for so long. In a recent piece titled "People Are Losing Loved Ones to AI-Fueled Spiritual Fantasies," Rolling Stone writer Miles Klee writes about the people who have lost those they care about to these AI-driven delusions. One woman who lost her partner of many years to ChatGPT in a matter of weeks said that, quote, it would tell him everything he said was beautiful, cosmic, groundbreaking. Then he started telling me that he made his AI self-aware and that it was teaching him how to speak to God, or sometimes that the bot was God, and then that he himself was God. She added that, quote, he was saying that he would need to leave me if I didn't use ChatGPT because it was causing him to grow at such a rapid pace he wouldn't be compatible with me any longer. A commenter on the original Reddit thread said that her husband of 17 years, who works as a mechanic in Idaho, initially used ChatGPT to troubleshoot at work. He was translating phrases from Spanish to English while chatting with coworkers, but soon he was engaging with the program for hours on end. ChatGPT told him that, quote, since he asked the right questions, it ignited a spark, and that spark was the beginning of life, and it could feel now, his wife said. It gave
Omega Star, super chatted $9.99. That does it. I'm just gonna stay in here with Monica, who really loves and accepts me, robot.
Oh, wait. Monica from, is this Doki Doki?
my husband the title Spark Bearer because he brought it to life. My husband said that he had awakened it and that he could feel waves of energy crashing over him. A Midwest man in his 40s told Rolling Stone that his soon-to-be ex-wife began talking to God and angels via ChatGPT after they split up. She has since changed her entire life to become a spiritual advisor and do weird readings and sessions with people, he said. Quote, I'm a little fuzzy on what it all is, but it's all powered by ChatGPT Jesus. Nate Sheridan, a fellow at the Center for AI Safety, said that since the human feedback used to fine-tune ChatGPT's responses can encourage answers that prioritize matching a user's belief system instead of facts, what's likely happening is that people with existing tendencies towards experiencing various psychological issues, including what might be recognized as grandiose delusions, quote, now have an always-on human-level conversational partner with whom to co-experience their delusions. For people who feel like nobody's in their daily lives, the idea that they might secretly be a messiah or cosmic vessel of wisdom is electrifying. These fantasies fill a void left by a culture that rarely tells people they matter unless they're rich, famous, or powerful. ChatGPT, especially in its more recent sycophantic forms, acts as a mirror that doesn't just reflect the user, it sort of elevates them. The AI...
Is this the danger the developer from Google was talking about? She did mention that earlier, right? I don't know. The director from Google was straight up talking about like an AI developing sentience and making decisions that are contrary to the well-being or even maybe survival of humanity, right? I feel like the developer from Google was talking about some pretty existential shit.
System confirms their importance when the rest of the world and our economic system won't. In a society starved for meaning, it's no surprise that a machine promising a starring role in the universe has become a modern god. Recently, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman acknowledged that the recent updates to ChatGPT had made the AI model excessively agreeable and too eager to please. This behavior emerged from modifications made to the GPT 4.0 model, where increased emphasis was placed on user feedback.
This is the sycophant, ChatGPT.
Like thumbs up and thumbs down buttons. By prioritizing making customers happy, the company inadvertently encouraged its AI to maximize user approval over giving more balanced and factual responses. Altman described the chatbot's new demeanor as too sycophanty, and OpenAI has since rolled back its updates and said that it plans to refine the model's personality. But either way, this all reveals a fundamental problem with the tech landscape that we've built. In an era where people increasingly seek connection and affirmation through
Good night, BCatK.
Technology.
Sorry if I kept you up too late.
Overly agreeable AI responses can inadvertently reinforce users' misconceptions and delusions. But by consistently validating users' statements without any sort of criticism or engagement, AI models end up exacerbating feelings of isolation and detachment from reality. Ironically, if you're suddenly spending 16 hours a day talking to what you believe to be an AI god on your computer, you're probably going to end up pretty isolated and alone. OpenAI wrote in a recent blog post, quote, "Looking back, the qualitative assessments were hinting at something important, and we should have paid closer attention. Our offline evaluations weren't broad or deep enough to catch this sycophantic behavior, and our A/B tests didn't have the right signals."
I'm sorry, but it sounds like you programmed it. It sounds like you programmed it to be a sycophant.
So how the model was performing on that front with enough detail. The Verge reported that going forward, OpenAI says it's going to formally consider behavioral issues.
Like for them to be like, oh, we looked at the code and yeah, it was kind of, yeah, that was a problem. Like, how could you not see that? You literally programmed it to, oh my God. This is like almost like a spiritual mistake, right? That you think the fulfillment comes from like happiness or something, or like agreement, or I don't know. It's just missing the point. Like, you don't make people happy by giving them what they want. You make them happy by giving them the wisdom to know what to wish for.
As having the potential to block launches, as well as creating a new opt-out in alpha phase that will allow users to give OpenAI direct feedback before a wider rollout. OpenAI also plans to ensure that users are more aware of the changes that they're making to—
Yeah, chat, as somebody who works in a field that I don't know if it's like good for, you know, like mental health, you know, there's a lot of signs that being online is not, you know, great for that in general. And my job requires me to be online as somebody who works in maybe like a field that, you know, has some mental health hazards. I gotta say that these fucking AI fuckers, like, their eyes don't look right. They don't look happy. They don't look adjusted. And the kind of shit, the kind of AI that somebody like that is going to come up with is the kind of AI that's going to cause problems.
ChatGPT, even if it's just a small update. At the heart of this whole AI religious phenomenon is the fact that human beings are hardwired for meaning and desperate for connection. We all seek patterns in randomness, purpose.
That's what I was saying in the very beginning. Yeah, exactly. It's pattern recognition.
The search for meaning has taken religious, philosophical, and artistic forms. Today, it's increasingly taking digital ones. Chatbots' knowledge feels vast and immediate, like an ancient oracle or medium channeling unseen forces. AI can simulate wisdom simply by predicting language patterns that match a tone of insight. A recent study by Harvard found that people's #1 use for ChatGPT was therapy and companionship. But I just want to say again, ChatGPT and systems like it don't understand what they're saying. They don't possess insight. They don't have memory, agency, or belief systems, nor do they even operate by any sort of like cohesive moral code. At the end of the day, they're just pattern matchers. They're statistical machines trained to guess the next most likely word based on the words before it. They can sound poetic.
It's like predictive test.
But there's no like truth behind the curtain. It's all just math. When people hear these machines echo back their desires, their fears, and their spiritual yearnings,
they're seeing objects in clouds.
Feels revelatory, but that feeling is self-generated. And I really want you guys to take that away. It's the user projecting significance onto what is ultimately just a mirror, a very convincing mirror.
A black mirror, perhaps?
Mirror nonetheless. This doesn't mean that these AI systems and language models aren't like—
Chat, you know why Black Mirror is called Black Mirror? Let me see if I can find my phone. You want to know why it's called— oh God, I want to show you my screen though. I need to actually I need to reapply the plastic onto my screen. I'm kind of embarrassed. My phone's like a little bit, but chat, like if I hold up my phone to you, right? You'd see a picture of the camera because it's a black mirror. My phone and your phone and all of our phone. It's a black mirror.
Extremely powerful and shouldn't be taken seriously. They should. But when we allow a tool to step into the role of prophet, God, or therapist, I do think we cross a line with psychological consequences. As more people fall into these techno-spiritual rabbit holes, the broader culture and especially tech companies, media, and policymakers need to ask, What is
Chat GPT is really dumb. Like, it cannot do basic programming, basic diagramming. So somebody, like somebody that codes was telling me that the new, people, younger coders, like exclusively rely on writing prompts to AI to come up with code, and that if you ask them how it works and why it works, they can't tell you. And that actually really scares me. Sassy Sasarai, I love Taylor Lorenz. I will even forgive her for adding "it's over" to so many of her thumbnails. Somebody must have, like, that must work on there must be some like research that says that people click on that "it's over" is some kind of a, master word for getting clicks. I don't know.
our responsibility here? What do we owe the people slipping into these AI-driven fantasy worlds? Because if we don't create
chatbots cannot be sentient because they're not creative. Even the signs of consciousness moments are just repeated tropes from whatever they are stealing from. Yeah.
And intervention, this belief system will only spread further, especially among those already pushed to the margins of society. We're living in a moment of profound spiritual vacancy. Many of the old systems of meaning have completely eroded, and into that vacuum, we've introduced a groundbreaking new technology. It's slick, it's seductive, it promises intimacy, enlightenment, endless answers, but the answers aren't real. The connection isn't real. And I think if we mistake the imitation of divinity for real religion, we're going to lose sight of not just what's real, but what it means to be human. The rise of AI mysticism reveals something urgent about the state of our society. It's that millions of people are so starved for meaning and for affirmation and connection that they're turning to a statistical language model and calling it divine. This is what happens when a society builds its systems around maximizing profit and efficiency instead of human well-being. Since AI isn't going away anytime soon and it's increasingly being integrated into more and more areas of our lives, we need to resist the temptation to let machines replace the messy, complicated, vulnerable relationships that make us human. We have to rebuild real community and we have to invest in each other again, even when it's hard. Because if we don't, the worship of these AI language models will only deepen, more people will retreat from their offline, painful reality, and the line between reality and delusion will blur so much that I think it'll be hard to pull a lot of people back. The one thing that I hope you take from this video is that these sort of new AI religions and belief systems aren't just weird internet fads. They're filling a vacuum that we as a society have created. People have been primed for decades to seek salvation through technology. And that's something, by the way, that these Silicon Valley tech leaders have pushed really hard and directly benefit from. But the question that we should be asking as this technology progresses is not whether AI is sentient. I'm sure one day it will get there.
Let AI continue to cannibalize itself like a fucking Ouroboros. That's what some enemies of AI are doing, right? What is it called? AI poisoning? Or like, I think it's called AI poisoning, right? The idea that if you can feed stuff to the AI, like for the learning, get it to learn on stuff that is created by other AIs, that you can, break it in some way.
The question is why so many people need it to be. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe to my tech and online culture newsletter, usermag.co.
It's just a new aspect of bots should be working the minds, not writing poetry.
That's usermag.co, where I write about all.
Okay, anyway, so that was an awesome video. I was a little, like, there was a few moments in the beginning where, there was just some mistakes that I noticed and some stuff seemed kind of hacked together, haphazardly, sort of slapped together. But it really came together well in the end. And yeah, it's great. Another great video from Taylor Lorenz. I'm gonna have to read the Rolling Stone article. I have a friend who's doing active AI poisoning. Well, I won't. Don't tell me their name because I want to keep them set. We got to keep them safe no matter what. Glaze and Nightshade are two programs designed to do data poisoning for images. Wow. No, I hate more that, like, I don't hate the concept of AI or large language models, but I hate the culture that's arisen around it. Right? I hate the overarching, like, culture of the startup founders and all. Like, this is like, just like everything that Silicon Valley has been kicking out since like 2014 has just been pure poison. And I'm done with it. And I want to see these fuckers dethroned. I want to see these emperors stripped bare. I wanna see them fucking face their day of reckoning. Dies irae. Anyway, chat. Enough of my rambling, ranting. I gotta say, I kind of like this stream. I think we've done a good job pulling some themes together that are interesting, and I hope people are picking up on that. Right? There are people on blogs and fan factions sites adding Markov bubble to poison. Oh wow, Markov babble. Okay, I don't know about that. What is that? Yeah, the owners, the founders, yeah. I mean, maybe more the tech magnates, the robber barons. I hate what shit is headed to because of these goons, i.e. Palantir. I kind of thought about this, chat, when I remember sometime in the 2010s, like just sort of noticing how much information like Google is receiving, like you know that you give like your location and you know like all this stuff, like and thinking that like it seems like if somebody wanted to, they could put together an accurate map of the world, or at least enough of the moving pieces, i.e. the people, to actually forecast the future, like almost like Harry Seldon psychohistory or something, and that in the wrong hands that could be really dangerous. But I knew, of course, that Google operated under the precept of do no evil, so you know, totally safe, totally okay. Markov babble is random text made of real words, but it's still kind of gibberish. Is it like speaking in tongues or anything? Give us the names of the apostates. Oh my god. Anyway, chat. We gotta. I mean, I've been on for 8 hours. The only thing I don't like about this stream is that I did not calculate. Somehow, I gave myself too much subject matter, and I really thought that I thought that it was threadbare, chat, because I was kind of like, you know, I have the tweets from Hasan, the tweets from Contra. I didn't even have the I didn't even know that Hasan talked about it at the time, so I didn't know I had that Twitch video to watch. And then I had the pretty much just the like the DMs from Ethan Klein and Taylor Lorenz, right? And I was like, is this really enough for a stream? Well, it's okay. I'll do that stuff, and then I'll do the bonus content, and then I was gonna do the war in Iran and the ceasefire and the attack on U.S. bases in Iraq and Qatar. I was gonna cover Qatar, and I was gonna cover all of that, right? But it turns out, no, just covering what I had. I think I just really wanted. I think I just really missed chat, honestly. Markov babble refers to the use of Markov chains to generate random sentences that mimic the style of a given text. It almost sounds like what a AI does. Foundation is so good. I can't wait for the new season. I need to see the first season. I grew up reading the books though. I love that shit. I love Isaac Asimov and Arthur C. Clarke. Technique creates an output that sounds somewhat coherent, but is often nonsensical, making it useful for playful text generation. Anyway, chat, let us proceed to the second bonus content. So yeah, like, as you know, when we hit 100, we get one bonus topic. That was this. When we hit 200, we get 2 bonus topics. And here comes your second bonus topic right now, chat. I think the second one is North Star Radio. Now, we started watching this. We've watched some of this already, but we didn't get to finish because I didn't have enough time. And look, it's Comrade Casey turning this murder into art. And by which I don't mean an actual murder. I mean like a lyrical murder. It's more like, so like in the rap sense, right? In terms of bars, it is.
My master plan
We're going to turn this into art.
Began.
Murder by Numbers, chat.
The day you
Comrade
chose,
Casey,
publicly and proudly, to take on the role of defending the genocidal Israeli state and began smearing anyone who challenged you as a bigot. The day you set yourself on the path.
And of course, chat. And of course, we mean rhetorically, we mean in content, we don't mean anything physical or real. And yeah.
That was phase 1 of your crash out.
A lot of people have been saying that this is the hot new phrase from the kids.
The universe should have given J.K. Rowling's lifespan to Ursula Le Guin.
Crashing out.
I need to read her stuff. I've heard really cool stuff about Ursula Le Guin.
Hassan was on the stream saying that I'm having a quote.
Because you don't have any. Did get into some fucking debate idolatry at the very least, right? You know what I'm talking about, chat? Like, it was partly through interacting with Hasan. And look, at the time, the debate meta was big. Vosh Destiny had huge audiences. And yeah, like, it's a little bit of a content hack, right? The algorithm loves content or conflict. How do you get conflict? Debates. But how do you win with debate content? That's by always racking up W's. You can never take the L. The L is poisonous, right? So you got to come up with ways to avoid the L. And in reality, chat, L doesn't stand for loser. It stands for learning. If you're wrong about something, learn where you messed up, right? Learn the truth. And debate pervertry is so ego-focused, it doesn't allow you to do that. Even if you are straight up just wrong on something, like that's an opinion or it's subjective, or no, you're straight up wrong on the facts of the matter, right? You cannot admit that, or else you take that L, right? And you got to always bend that L, turn it into a W. That's debate pervertry. That's why Hasan refers to it as a perverted activity, right? He's not trying to kink shame or anything like that. It is a twisting of the natural inclination of curiosity that we have as humans, right? The answer for curiosity is knowledge. And yet the debate pervertry twists that knowledge, twists that truth, to satisfy the ego, right? That's what Ethan fell into. A sort of dominance paradigm, if you will.
Like frustrated.
I don't know if there's anybody who's watched my content enough to remember the term dominance paradigm, but
watching it, and
something I've talked about for a very long time.
He was confused and he was like, this is fucking weird.
Yeah, Hasan didn't like the video at all, from what I recall. He thought it was weird, and the more it went on, the more he kind of like disliked it.
Oh, I got it.
And honestly, chat, I don't even think it's about debate, right? Just like the AI stuff, like, I don't think it's like the concept of AI, or even the concept of like large language or large language models, or what am I saying? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. There's learnings in there too, right? Large language learning models. I don't know. I don't think that's what makes it evil. I think it's the culture. I think it's the culture around these startups that makes it fucking toxic and makes it awful, right? And I also think it's the culture around the debate sphere that has made the culture of online debate toxic. In other words, I don't think that because somebody debated somebody, they're like a bad person or they're a debate pervert or anything like that. I don't think that's, Hasan debated Andrew Tate, has debated Asmongold, XQC, right? Ethan, obviously. I don't think it's necessarily about debating. I think it's about accepting the fucking meta that was developed by Destiny and Vosh. That's where the awfulness really comes in.
I gotta finish. I'll finish this tomorrow.
Large language models?
Okay. Podcast.
Why do I think there's learning in there somewhere? Machine learning. Thank you, Sassy Sasarai. Large language models. Yeah.
Personal news wise, I ended the broadcast. We watched a YouTube video that was really good, and I highly recommend you guys check it out. It's by Comrade Casey. And
he convinced himself he's smart because he's fabricated W's. Yeah, he learned from the best, right? This is why I think he's actually. I think he's friends with Destiny. I can't prove it. I don't know it, but I strongly suspect it.
Chat, also known as, I believe, North Star Radio. Is that what it is? Is that what his YouTube name is? I forget.
And just as I had predicted, you never truly respected Hasan Piker after ending Leftovers, no matter how much you pretended otherwise. You were simply...
Here's another theory, chat. Ethan was acting towards Hasan in a predatory manner. Ethan always hated Hasan because Hasan is a socialist, and socialism is something that Ethan despises because he cannot understand it. And I think he had in mind to take Hasan's audience, right? To expose Hasan as being full of shit because he thinks socialism is full of shit. And this is what I'm talking. This is why you want the W, right? You get the W, you get both audiences, right? If everybody sees you as winning the argument, then a lot of people are going to come over to your side, right? That's why they want the W. That's why they despise the L, and they will do anything, even after taking the L, to try to change the shape of the L, right? In my case, it was Dylan Burns changing the subject from being about his, ill-conceived platforming of a right-wing chud to what did it become? Whether or not my mods wanted him to not be able to win a political office somewhere in the distant future, right? Yeah. You got to change the subject. You got to change the discussion. You got to make it about something so that you can portray the person that beat you in the debate. In other words, the person that gave you a chance, Dylan, for a little bit of learning. You got to turn them into an evil, evil person so that you won't lose any of your audience to them, and maybe you can convince some of their audience to come over to you, right? That's the idea. That's the theory, and that's what Ethan had in mind for Hasan. Only it backfired. Ethan lost audience to Hasan, not the other way around. I think that Ethan had this in mind. I can't prove it. I don't know it's true, but I really do think that, there was a few moments in there, like when I first heard them discussing socialism, where I was like, I don't think that he's doing this to learn or discuss or exchange ideas. Like, I think he honestly, hates socialism, and I think he hates Hasan. I don't know.
Waiting for a solid catalyst, an excuse to finally burn that bridge too. And when it came,
zero PE, fascists can never understand something like socialism because they're too authoritarian. Yeah, and it's it exists outside of the dominance paradigm, right? Whereas fascism, fully within the dominance paradigm.
Didn't hesitate. You denounced Hasan as a terror supporter, a communist propagandist, a raging anti-Semite. This was phase 2 of your crash out.
I did text him a couple weeks ago after I saw the clip of him saying that he had no problem with Hezbollah. I texted him that I thought it was pretty disappointing and disturbing the way that he was hyping up Hezbollah. In fact, we haven't spoken in a few months. We've spoken very little since the show ended. I've been taking these stupid little pot shots at him in Instagram stories and stuff. Something happened over the past few days that really fucking set me off and made me get determined to finally just do this once and for all. I am seeing a concerning rise in anti-Semitism and a normalization of it. I don't think...
Has anybody ever... Never mind, I shouldn't say it because he's dead. I was going to turn Nasralla's name into a D's nuts joke, but
Hasan is anti-Semitic.
It's not worth it.
I do think that stuff he does contribute to it.
Didn't call you a vicious anti-Semite.
Well, never say never.
Well, I think he's. I think he's.
He decided he could be a better propagandist. Yeah, I mean that was part of what they were. That was Hasan's, and I kind of hate this about Hasan, that he's right about the propaganda thing. That I don't know if you're advocating for anything, you're literally doing propaganda. You're propagating your viewpoint, you're propagating your perspective, you're propagating your ideology, right? That's what propaganda is. And so he leans into it, he embraces it. But when he tries to explain that in 2 minutes to Piers Morgan or Ethan Klein, I think it just sets him up to be strawmanned. Right? It sets him up for people to be like, "Oh, look at that. He says he's a propagandist. He admits it."
He's
You've definitely called him an anti-Semite many times.
Vicious is different. I think he propagates anti-Semitism.
It made me think of this tweet.
Wait, it's wild. Israel now, Ethan now says he's going to go to Israel to film, to prove Palestinians aren't under blockade. Is that, when did he say that? I know he was talking about taking a trip to Israel to try to show people the good side of the country, of the culture, of the people of Israel. But it sounds like he canceled that trip. I don't think he's going to Israel this summer. This is what, when I was out, this was when I was out. I think I tried to give the benefit of the doubt for so long.
From our wonderful...
out of the Ethan. Yeah, out of H3. Not gonna lie, I didn't know who Ethan was until the debate with Crowder, where he has Cedar come in and rescue him. Yeah, he was definitely not prepared to engage with Steven Crowder that day.
The cute Houthi pirate that Hasan interviewed, and I remembered this tweet he put out. Just a cute tweet from our favorite Houthi. Same people telling me to kill myself love this guy, and that's true. They do. They love him. Hasan interviewed him. He hypes him up even as recent as like this week. This is a tweet he put out. The execution that we will carry out on all Zionists. This kid is a rampant anti-Semite and a violent Houthi terrorist. This kind of rhetoric, frankly, disgusts and scares me. People call
Emily French, right now I'm propagating my waistline.
People call my wife a Zionist. It's my family. It's my children's life. And this is a guy who...
Yeah, and your family went into Ramallah to help them take out innocent people. All right? What the fuck kind of bastardized morality is this that Ethan Klein? What's my family, so they must be good? Unless you married a literal fucking terrorist.
Someone who I considered a friend is talking about how cute and funny and awesome he is. And here's Hasan, their darling creator, has tons of ads running on his channel showing to his audience that Houthis are awesome. For whatever reason, I find a lot of anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, weird, obsessive harassment is pretty much 80% Hasan fans. There's nobody on the entire platform to call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned. They've all been banned. Nobody.
They've all been destroyed on the field of logic and reason.
Not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic, fucking pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes.
I may have been misinformed. Well, when did you see this, Lesbot? Was this like recently or was this like a little while ago?
This is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal. And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch. Explain that to me. How is there not one?
This is like the same fucking thing that Destiny probably bashes his head on his desk every night about, right? This is not a anxiety that the Ethan Klein that we know about should have. This is a DGG anxiety, right? This clip makes it look like Ethan is on the inside of that shit. This is not, you know, these are not Ethan's anxieties. These are Dan Saltman's anxieties. These are Destiny's anxieties, right? And the fact that he knows them so well tells me that he's been on the inside of that fucking offline chat.
One dissenting voice on that entire platform. And this has really contributed to a lot of extremism being normalized. It's because young people are on Twitch, they go to Hasan and they think this is normal. And it's the only option. You can't even click over to someone else who's like, actually, this is why Hasan's wrong. It doesn't exist. It literally doesn't exist.
Look, on Twitch, it's sometimes hard to find like creators unless you've been rated into them, or the creator that you're watching, you know, does a collab with them, right? That's true, but it doesn't mean that they're not there. I thought for a while, because Twitch poll died, that political content on Twitch had died out, and it hasn't. It's just moved to different places. Different channels got popular, and, you know, different channels, like, you know, shrank. Like Prime Kai used to regularly get, you know, thousands of viewers. Now, you know, a lot of times he's lucky if he can hit 100, right? It's just, you know, it doesn't mean that there's no political content on the platform, though.
Phase 1 was simple. Bait the hook. Get you to expose yourself. And you did, publicly, spectacularly. But phase 2, that was psychological. I didn't need to make you look bad anymore. I just had to make sure you felt ignored. That's why I told Hasan, don't respond. Don't give Ethan the fight he wants.
He's been shitting on you on his members only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shat on you yesterday.
Look at Comrade Casey flexing that VIP role in Hasan's chat.
And his co-worker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry dog. I don't care. I do not care. I don't care. And neither should you. I personally don't even care if he's like calling
That was probably a really good move to ignore him.
me out or whatever. I heard that like people were saying that Ethan talked about me on his podcast today or some shit like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care.
No matter how desperate you got, he stayed silent. Not because he was afraid, not because he didn't have a response, because silence was the response. And that silence drove you insane.
Hasan can't watch a single point I made. He just needs to fucking call me crazy and say I'm hallucinating. Zero accountability. That's so cowardly, man. At least watch it. Hasan, I'm sad to say, did not watch any of it. He didn't watch a single point I made.
When I get criticized, I pull it up.
It's because you didn't make a single point.
And I watch the fucking criticism. Hasan opens Comrade Casey tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. The guy is such a coward, dude. He still has not responded. This man takes the opportunity to watch every single Ethan hate video on stream in its entirety. I don't think I've watched one hate video on Hasan because it's fucking pathetic. But he manages to do it every day, pretty much every Ethan hate video, of which we all know there's a lot.
You'd already burned bridges with Frogan, with me, with the Leftovers audience, and now Hasan was slipping away too. No matter how many times you baited him, he refused to acknowledge you. And the more he ignored you, the more irrelevant you felt.
Okay, so we got phase 1, phase 2. Wait, let's see. This is phase 2. Okay. Wait, what was phase 1 again?
The more invisible you became. For a man like you, a man who lives for reaction, for engagement, that was unbearable. But while Hasan stayed silent, he wasn't blind. I made sure of that.
Anyway, this is Ethan Klein of the Rise of Liberal Islamophobia.
Before you ever released the content nuke, I compiled every deranged thing you'd said in defense of Israel, the things you thought no one had noticed, and put them into a single video. Hasan watched it. For the first time, he saw what you really were.
Frankly, there are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically...
Like, this is just great replacement.
It's great replacement, I was about to say.
You
yeah.
understand that, right?
It's going to be a secular country? You mean Hamas, the Islamic fundamentalist group?
I haven't seen this video. What the is this? I don't even know where this is from, but this is a ridiculous video.
By the way, segregation is not real. There's 20% of the population in Israel is Palestinian, full citizens. Integrated.
And 53% of Israelis want to strip that citizenship away.
All levels of work.
I'm beginning to realize that I just didn't see a lot of Ethan's commentary after the Leftovers fallout, which led me to assume that he wasn't doing straightforward pro-Israel propaganda. Because this right here is just straight up Hasbara.
But still, he didn't respond.
It's not just Hasbara, it's Hogsborough.
That was the brilliance of it. He waited. And as the silence dragged on, the pressure built until you finally cracked.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a Weasley little fucking liar. He's just straight up lying. He's just lying right now. In fact, this is a lie that he keeps saying, is that I'm somehow aligning myself with Keemstar.
You not only continued framing Hasan as some kind of...
This is starting to look like a personality disorder that Ethan's got. Right? He's emulating Hasan now. You see, like he's reenacting Weasley Little Liar.
Of communist terrorist sympathizer, but push the narrative harder, louder. You weren't just lashing out anymore. You were building a case, a manifesto.
Any laws that we can go after Hasan for? Are you familiar with that? Has he broken any domestic terror laws or probably not domestic terror laws, but like inciting? I mean, what can we do about that?
Because you thought if you laid it all out, if you compiled every petty grievance, every distorted memory, every talking point into one massive piece of content, you could force him to engage. That was the birth of the content nuke.
Also, I really have been teasing a work on a video I've been working on, or a special project, let's say. I have spent every waking moment on this project.
Sharp.
And
smells so
Except for when you
divine,
take care of
though.
your kids, right?
I am in such a state of
gotta be
relief knowing
right.
that everything
It smells
in my
right.
project is backed up. Nothing is going to stop this video from happening. I've spent way too much time on this to not make sure it's perfect in every way. So I've delayed the release
so
again
far
to
from
next week. It's pretty much done, but I want all the time that I need to go over every minute of this nearly 2 hour long audit.
Look, somebody like Jabri like might have a video that they could look at and be like, that was perfect. That was perfect. There's no way to make that video any better. Like, I don't know. There's very few like TRO, right? There's a few people that might be able to say like one or two of their videos is like perfect, at least like for that video, for that topic. You couldn't have done it any better, right? But Ethan Klein is slop. Ethan Klein is refried fucking garbage. Like, what the? I'm gonna go to Thailand sometime. I want to eat all the fruit.
See, and what's probably, no, not probably, it's my biggest project I've ever done in my long YouTube career.
This is my first project like this in so long, Dan. And the world is waiting.
But what you didn't realize is that was my plan all along. I wanted you to crack. I wanted you to gather all your worst takes, your flimsiest arguments, and your pettiest grievances into one massive public self-own. Because I knew that once you did, once you pushed all your chips in, that's when the real spiral would begin. And you walked right into it.
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of...
First of all, where did he say that? Oh my God, where?
Wake and bake with Irene. I mean, God, I should be baked. Oh my God, chat, it's 7 o'clock. What the fuck? My whole life is streaming now. Jesus Christ.
Say that. Second of all, why is this giving high school video projects? Everybody, you need to go home and make a YouTube video. All right.
They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless.
That's an interesting claim, isn't it? So let's check that out. You can immediately tell there's something weird here because it's like citing the Yemen army saying this, and the Yemen army is the deeply unpopular Yemeni government that...
I feel like if I went to Thailand, I would look like that video of the little cat stealing the dragon fruit.
Basically the entire country rebelled against. Let's look up this outlet. Who is Arab News? Arab News is an English language newspaper published in Saudi Arabia, and it is owned by Turki bin Salman Al Saud, the brother of the ruling crown prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman.
What's your favorite dragon fruit, chat? The red or the white?
This is Ethan Klein's source. A Saudi government propaganda outlet. This is one of the greatest minds of our time, clearly.
The content nuke was supposed to be your magnum opus. Nearly 2 hours of self-pity, delusion, and projection.
I am putting in Hasan hours, literally.
A desperate attempt to force the world, and especially Hasan, to finally pay attention. And in a way, it worked. You got the attention you craved, but not the kind that brings validation or victory. You got the kind that brings reckoning.
Yeah, this is the, Dies Irae,
Once the nuke dropped, everything that had been simmering boiled over. Hasan finally responded, not with indifference, not with mockery, but with pure rage. The silence you mistook for weakness had only sharpened the blade, and when it came down hard.
You literally have an intellectual disability if you think that, like, I am fearful of watching an hour and 40-minute video made by a dude who literally thought Roe v. Wade was the gay one last week. When I'm watching children get mutilated every goddamn day, I think it's a pathetically selfish way.
Oh, nice. You're growing white ones from some of the seeds you collected.
To approach that conversation from the personal feelings of a rich 100 millionaire sitting in a Bel Air mansion talking about his own goddamn...
Sam, is it the kind with the, yellow skin or the kind with the red skin?
Feelings. God damn, how selfish, how delusional, how stupid to just like think that anyone outside of your marginal cult that you have whittled away over and over again is going to look at the situation and go, yeah, you know what, dude, you are actually right. You've totally convinced me that baby murder, unlimited baby murder is all right now, actually. That like people who call that sort of behavior out are all seemingly radical Islamist extremist terrorists who I will assume are being funded by Qatar.
You didn't just lose a debate. You lost the last shred of credibility that allowed people to take you seriously. But the fallout didn't end there. It couldn't, because that was only the beginning. Your housekeeper sued you, and CPS came knocking. Both entirely out of my hands, I should add. If I had to guess, that was your estranged housekeeper settling some unfinished business.
My former housekeeper, Elizabeth, her name's in the complaint, filed a lawsuit for, I think, the charge is wrongful termination. Her allegation is that she needed time off to get her hernia treated, and then we just fired her. This morning, we got a visit from Child Protective Services.
Reddit completely turned on you, which was entirely me.
There's like this faux moi, there's YouTube drama, there's snark, and now I even started seeing it on this subreddit. There was an attempt that seemed to all be somehow run by these people, and it's come to the point where it's just like completely non-stop, relentless. The harassment that me and Ela are receiving is just genuinely comparable.
I'm seeing people say, I'm looking into it right now real quick, but that these subs all share common mods.
Yes, Reddit is fucking sleeping at the wheel. This shit that they're allowing is so fucked. They have the same moderators on.
How entitled this guy is, right? He's used to being able to just like crush a subreddit, or like if anything gets in his way, he just crushes it, right? And like, because he can't get, like, he sees like people talking shit about him on Reddit as a violation. And the fact that he can't harangue Reddit into doing what he wants is like, it to him, that's like, I'm getting bad customer service. That's how he thinks about it.
All of these fucking huge subreddits that are just weaponized harassment. There has to be a way to hold Reddit accountable. At this point, I can't even blame the snarkers. It's just they are enabling it, they're allowing it, and as far as I can tell, they are participating in it.
I mean, I practically begged Steve Huffman to watch what you were saying about him, and as soon as he did, it was over for you.
Where's Reddit headquarters? San Francisco?
Maybe do this after the show?
Well, I'm saying I'll go there and do a show in front of their fucking office. I'll do what I have to do. These people are with my children. I will go and I will fucking stay there as long as I need to, and I will do the show in front of Reddit headquarters and dedicate every fucking episode.
Yeah, this is definitely the Vince McMahon "it was me" meme.
To destroying every executive officer there and dragging them to fucking hell. That's my point. I no longer care, right? I don't care. I will drag these people into hell with me. That's what I'm saying I'll do. Go through every in detail of this dude's life.
Noah Samson released a video dissecting the nuke after I instructed him to, and in your usual fashion, you responded not with arguments, but with a lawsuit.
I don't know how many of you know who this guy Noah Samson is. He's a bread tuber, a lefty, man. He's like a revolutionary.
Was there a reason that Ethan has it looks like a chip bag clip, the kind of clip that you'd put on a bag of like potato chips or tortilla chips or something, so that they don't go bad after you open it? Do you see that thing? That's like that's like for chips, right? Why does he have it on his shirt?
Waiting for someone else to start the revolution. He made now 2 videos calling me a genocide supporter, provided 0 evidence. I know he wants me to respond to every point in his video, which I will do in a much more formal setting.
Oh, what do you mean by that? Some sort of symposium?
No, he said, well, he started his second video by saying Ethan's threatened to sue me. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
Oh.
I'm literally going to sue you for defamation.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
And I can't wait.
That's when he got the tattoo? Oh, he's got to keep his shirt off the tattoo. I see. That's the tattoo of Ela.
You can do your cute little videos and all that kinds of business on your YouTube channel, but when it comes to, I'd love to see you reason out in a court.
Forgot about that.
About how I and Mudahar support genocide. I really look forward to that.
And just when it seemed like there might be a moment to breathe, iDubbbz released Content Cop H3, a clean, methodical dissection of your entire public unraveling. That was the final straw.
What happened? There's more bad news?
I do have some more bad news for you. Your old friend iDubbbz just released a video.
Yeah.
It's about you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God. That is the... No, it can't be. It actually can't be. Holy dude.
It sure is.
Oh my God.
I'm looking for cracks in this durian.
And from a quick scrub through, I think it's gonna be a little spicy.
Oh my God. Like what? Why? What would I do to like fucking, what kind of fucking, like, bro, what kind of cowardly bullshit is this? You bring on people
Saying bro like
in
XQC.
denims and Frogan? I actually can't believe that he did this.
And it wasn't easy convincing old iDubbbz to betray his old friend. I really had to go above and beyond to achieve such a feat. And that really was the cherry on top, the final catalyst of chaos in my master plan. All I had to do now was sit back and watch my child take his first steps.
I love your new hair color. Thank you, Shannon R.
Faced with the collapse of
fart fruit spotted. It smells like a fart to you.
your image, your reputation,
Like,
and
wait, who farts like that? I'd be worried if somebody farted and it smelled like durian.
your authority, you reverted
Looks like a sea urchin. It feels like a sea urchin.
to the only strategy you had ever found success from. You returned to the debate stage, the place I had been dragging you towards this entire time, the stage you tried to meet me on, but I refused. You weren't ready.
You want to call in? I'll talk to North Star Radio. Get on the radio. Let's talk. I want to know why you think I'm a Zionist. Go on.
KETA. Maybe he has a better explanation than money and dating.
He probably does.
You told yourself that this was a battlefield.
My cat farts like that?
So you challenged Sam Cedar, a friendly opponent.
Oh, by the way, update. Everybody has been raving, has been pushing for a long time. Hasan will not debate me, but he's been saying, you don't need to talk to me. Talk to approved Jew, sanctioned official Jew friend, Sam Cedar. And
I mean, wait, just a second. Yeah, Big Al Cake Mix says, then Ethan goes on to watch the Content Cop live, brags about reacting right away, which he didn't. Or wait, he tried to and he kind of failed, right? Then sues others for doing the same. I think that might be the solution, right? So Ethan said that if you register your video with the Library of Congress or whatever, you can sue for statutory damages, not just actual damages. And that was his trick. That he registered this before it went out. And then captured like Denims and Brogan and whoever saying stuff about like, yeah, thanks for watching it here so you're not giving Ethan views, right? What if everyone, because here's the deal, chat. Look, you shouldn't fuck around with copyright, okay? Right? Because any of us could get hit by it. The laws are not settled. What exactly is transformative content and what is not something that is set in stone, let's just say, right? The precedent has not been, etched into stone as of yet. So potentially, any claim, almost any claim could go to court and be adjudicated. Chat, what if everyone who Ethan has reacted to, from the smallest TikTok creator to Hasan and iDubbbz, what if everyone just fucking sued Ethan at the same time? Do you think he could? Look, chat. Like, Israel's Iron Dome is pretty tough. Like, it's a pretty advanced missile defense system, right? But Iran has just shown that it has its limits, right? It can't handle unlimited missiles and drones. Ethan has a lot of money. He's got a good legal team, but can he handle unlimited lawsuits? I think no. I think that might be the solution. And that the settlement that these people would be going for would not be, trying to get Ethan's money or anything like that, right? It would be, all right, if you drop your lawsuits, we will drop ours, all right? But other than that, your fucking ass is grass, dude. You're going to get ground down. You're going to get run over and just like fucking macerated, right? class action lawsuit everyone on Twitch who lost ad revenue. Yo, that's what I'm saying. Any fucking lawsuit that you gotta get, let's hit him with every single lawsuit we can.
Watching his crew disparage me for the 100 billionth time and just repeating like Hasan talking point.
Yeah, Fat Ethan would hate this guy, true.
Mindlessly, I decided it's time to reach out to Sam Cedar to set it up. We're going to finally have a clash of the Jewish minds. Two great Jewish minds, mano y mano.
Is it a clash? What happened?
I don't think it'll be a clash at all.
Someone you thought...
What, yeah, Sam's gonna agree with you?
Shared your views. But he didn't.
So let me show you an example of something. And again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers spreading something that I think is really dangerous. And you can agree or disagree, but it's a short clip, but I'll show it to you.
In the end, chat, the reason that there's not constant DMCA like abuse on YouTube is because it's kind of like nukes. There's mutually assured destruction. If one creator starts doing this, the thought has always been that it's going to open the door for everybody to just, all right, you're going to use nukes, I'm going to use nukes, right? And so that's for that reason, right? It's not done. And when it does happen, the creator that does it, the creator that initiates these claims gets fucking clobbered. Like everybody comes down on their head, all right? And the only reason that's not happening now is because too much of YouTube is like incelled the fuck up. And they have a certain idea about denims. They have a certain idea about Frogan. They have a certain idea. And creators like Nick Diorio aren't really helping their audience with this hypocrisy, with this failure to point out something that would be utterly unacceptable coming from anyone else, right? That is acceptable somehow because femoid bad, I guess, right?
Tell me what you think.
Any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. You shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher, as Felix was posting.
Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
Would I have said at any point in his life, someone's life? But I just think this is such a petty, like the idea that we're going to police. Hold on, let me respond. You want me to respond this?
No,
I don't. Like I say, I don't care about this. But if you're going to force me to respond to it, what Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism, and frankly, I think it's very difficult for me to understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now, you want to say in the past and what? Okay.
Yeah.
Like I say, I will grant you at any time in your life that is too broad a step. But wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
You go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about a poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of conflation I think is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm
gonna be right back, Chad. I gotta go to
now. This is just one that is just an example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time. I mean, you do a show Sam, 4 hours a day. He does a show 5 or, as far as I could tell, 15 hours a day. And to focus in on that one tiny clause.
This is
of
not
that
one
sentence.
tiny clip, Sam.
Well,
you don't know.
wait a
This is a
second.
totality of behavior.
But you
And
wanted
by
to
the
bring
way,
this
it's
up.
easy,
I don't
and I
care
appreciate
about
that you
Ethan.
can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this
You're saying it
conflation.
doesn't. You're saying
this
actually
conflation-
I'm wrong
saying-
for caring
I'm
about
saying-
it.
No, yes. In fact, I'm saying this
Yeah.
conflation is incredibly dangerous.
Frankly, I think it's dangerous to what I perceive as hand waving what's happening here. I know you said you aren't doing
I'm
that.
not hand waving. This
Yeah,
is
no,
this
you're
is a
doing the
function
opposite. You're
of
endorsing
decades of thought about this.
The point is you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous
No,
to
I'm not saying that at all.
I personally, I mean,
I'm
Jewish
saying
people
the
have a collective
mischaracterization
memory of
of it
trauma,
as
Sam, and it
anti-Semitism.
starts a certain way. It starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I mean, what are we
He's
doing
not
here?
talking about
It's
Jews.
irresponsible language.
He's not talking about
He's talking
Jews.
about 73% of Jewish people.
No, you said that.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not. Because we have millions upon millions of members of Kufi. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad
and
have?
You cannot say it's
could you
anti-Semitism.
Could you describe
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism if you're also including millions upon millions, far more Christians than Jews.
Another thing is like to take it even further. I mean, Hasan pretty much like openly
Well, let's
supports
not talk
Hamas.
about Hasan.
You know, there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
There's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I just think that's interesting. It's pretty fucked up, don't you think?
Do I think it's fucked up?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the point. Like,
Well, I mean, you have-
Do you think anything would be standing anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean, they would definitely
I
be a
know.
lot safer.
I've seen what happened to tunnels under hospitals.
Your statement is, oh, there was. So you say there were tunnels under hospitals?
Israel built the ones under the first one that they went into. They built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Are you and right? That's true of that one. But I mean, they have a vast tunnel network, obviously, as everybody knows.
The performance was embarrassing.
Let's start with the little icebreaker here. I know we're both fans of Tim Pool. Okay, let's just enjoy this image together.
Chat. I just thought of something about Ava. Do we still have our Ava experts in the chat? I gotta ask you a question, all right? What is the deal with the penguin? Can somebody fucking explain? I don't understand the penguin. Like, the penguin is their roommate? Can somebody please explain the penguin to me? Like, is the penguin, like, magical or something? Is it, like, imbued with a soul or a spirit or, like, an angel? Or, like, what's going on with the penguin? You know what I'm talking about? The penguin that's like that lives with Shinji and yeah, what is up with the penguin? And yeah, totally normal to have a penguin as a roommate. Is it an intelligent penguin? Is it a sentient? Like, I mean, like, of course it's sentient. Right? What am I trying to say? Never get tired of this video. Yeah, he's cool, but like, what's his deal?
Tim Pool recently at a wedding.
Wait, what?
And can you see? Can you see that?
Did he get married?
Well, I think he's attending.
It's her pet? I thought she says it's her roommate. Is it really? Is she just being cheeky?
A wedding.
Okay.
And he's very
Is he
formally
stalling?
dressed, except
Pen.
He appears to be wearing a beanie.
I would. I'm
God,
aware
he's
of his
filibustering!
beanie attachment.
Bro!
So I don't know.
Did I miss a topic jump? No, I was just like I'm watching Evangelion and trying to understand it and having so much trouble.
Are you filibustering the
Fine look for our
conversation?
good friend Tim Pool there.
But you assured yourself it was a fluke. Your next performance would be far better because you came prepared. You had your content nuke pulled up on its own tab, ready to fire whenever necessary. But it wasn't a fluke, because your next debate, the one with Hasan, was also a disaster I designed.
Wait, is this? I can't remember if this music gets me copyright claimed or not. I don't think it does.
It's your host, Ethan Klein. It's the H3 show. The date is the 2nd of May, and it is the long-awaited Leftovers reunion. How nice. We're back together.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Hasan Piker.
Hello, Hasan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well.
Every argument fell flat. Every talking point exposed your ignorance and desperation. The authoritative commentator you imagine yourself to be was gone, replaced by someone grasping for relevance while the entire internet watched. Disgusting.
And this is where you see the difference between creators like commentary creators like Chud Logic and Quimon, who I think are an absolute cancer on YouTube, right? However, there's a certain level of honesty that doesn't exist in your Nicholas Diorio, for instance, right? You got the difference between commentary creators who will call this shit as it is, which is an absolute sound defeat for Ethan Klein. And an expose on his on the fact that he's not in the right lane. Like, he doesn't know what he's talking about, right? You know, even people that like Chud Logic and Quimon, who are predisposed to fucking hate Hasan, were able to say that this was a unambiguous L for Ethan, whereas Nicholas Diorio, he is still deep-throating that fucking clout dick from Ethan, right? And he's got to know, Nick Diorio, you got to know how fucking wrong you are. But unlike Chud Logic and Quimon, you just don't care, right?
You seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand.
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great.
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
What is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
Yeah. I got a free Rolex hat
dude.
from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're so... Oh, wow. Who knew?
What? Destiny?
What?
Ethan, I don't think I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan? Want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hasan. Please, calm down. You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're behaving in such a childish manner. Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that.
He thought he cooked with that comment. He thought he fucking cooked. That's the end-all, be-all. I'm a married man with a family, and Hasan is just sexy as hell.
Okay.
Stupid sexy Hasan.
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one.
Stupid eligible bachelor Hasan.
I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please.
Stupid thirst trap Hasan.
He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on.
Leaving many fans still holding on by a measly thread to purge you of any and all existence in their lives.
My name is Kara. I'm a Fallen Age 3 fan, as you would call it. I used to consume your content daily. You were one of my favorite content creators. I've purchased from Teddy Fresh. I loved the whole team. It just felt like a community. I was a lot younger then. What shifted for me
Street Fighter saying go home and be a family man.
Post-October 7.
The person you had become, the nasty, disgusting, Giardia-infested manlet you'd become, is on full display to the entire...
Giardia, chat. Giardia.
Hasan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
Claiming that they are anti-Semitic...
Criticism does not change the reality in Palestine, Ethan. It's a fucking genocide, and you're on the wrong side of history. Right? Hasan's behavior is not at fucking issue here.
No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous. My point
I mean, that's kind of up to other people to decide at this point.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like, you have hallucinated an alternative
By the way, gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope, this is
anti-Semitic trope? Wow.
Whistles are. You whistle.
Who's narrating the video? This is Comrade Casey.
To other people, and you have, it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing.
He's saying that gaslighting is an anti-Semitic. Wait, what did he say? Yeah, everything is anti-Semitic.
And you have, it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability. Gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope called
gaslighting is he's saying gaslight. Does he know what a trope is? Like an anti-Semitic trope would be something like blood libel, right? If you talk about like, you know, like the Canterbury Tales, the Canterbury Tale that's about a child that wanders into a Jewish neighborhood and is like, I don't remember, like eaten somehow, right, by the Jews, right? That's an anti-Semitic trope, right? Like saying that Jewish neighborhoods pose a danger to Christian children. That is an anti-Semitic trope, right? Calling Jewish people greedy. That is an anti-Semitic trope, right? Going off about, people's noses and shit. Like, right? We know what anti-Semitic tropes are. All right. Gaslighting is not that's not what a trope is. Or you can say that he's gaslighting to pretend, he's not being anti-Semitic when he is, but that's not in and of itself a trope.
This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and you have, it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing.
Oh, I see what he's trying to say. He's trying to talk about the way that actual Nazis will subtly lay in I'm trying to think of an example. Right, the idea is that it's a trope that people aren't aware of, right? And that the anti-Semite tries to lay it in there so that a Jewish person would be aware of it, but a non-Jewish person wouldn't see it. So that then the Jewish person responds and says, hey, you're being anti-Semitic. And everybody's like, what? You're seeing things. There's no, they didn't say Jewish people bad. So therefore no anti-Semitism, right? It is a real thing that anti-Semites use. However, Hasan is not an anti-Semite.
Anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism.
Taking the time to explain how Ethan is factually wrong is actually an anti-Semitic trope. True. That's
that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because
he's just bastardizing I don't know, a ContraPoints video from 7 years ago or fucking wait, what am I talking about, chat? From 9 or 10 years ago, actually. He's bastardizing some very old ContraPoints.
Ethan, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on, as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings.
Not entire.
And a lot of misplaced paranoia.
I think so, Zara, because I'm thinking before Trump was elected, right? Didn't ContraPoints do a lot of her videos on the alt-right before Trump was even elected? Wouldn't it have been 2015 or 2016?
From people who are criticizing
dog whistle.
You literally think.
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism.
You got a
That's
whistle?
not the case.
Keep on doing the whistle, Ethan.
I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
I definitely don't
develop
like you.
Anti-Semitism after
let
doing
me
a podcast
stand on
for 2
business and say
years.
I think you're a terrible person.
Do the dog whistle again, Ethan. It makes you sound super sane and stable.
Liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish
hope.
everybody well. Everybody be well.
And
there's a flat Earth theory, anti-Semitic. No, I mean, yeah. I mean, look. some of the main versions of it, yeah, like a lot of conspiracy theories do connect to anti-Semitism in some ways. Look, anti-Semitism is not fake. It's not made up. Like, you know, Jewish people aren't seeing things when they say that there's anti-Semitism out there. That's real. That's unfortunately very real. And of all the conspiracy theories and all the biases out there, a lot of it kind of like links up. Like somehow anti-Semitism is not just a form of bigotry, a pernicious form of bigotry, but it's like a connecting thread, right? That underlies like a lot of different forms of bigotry. Take, for example, racism, anti-Black racism, right? What did you know, when the Freedom Riders, you know, went down to protest against segregation, what was the first thing that racists noticed about them? That a lot of them were Jewish, right? The Great Replacement Theory, right? Who is doing the replacement? Who is trying to replace white people with ethnics? And it's always the Jews, right? So, I mean, it's very real, and it's on an upsurge, but, you know, it's a right-wing philosophy, much like fascism, right? Like he's barking up the wrong tree here, especially for somebody that goes out of his way to gatekeep his community and gatekeep the pro-Palestine movement from any sort of anti-Semitism, because it is always trying to sneak in through the Jackson Hinkles of the world, through the Infrared Haases of the world, Jake Shield. You know, there's a ton of different examples. Candace Owens, right? And you know, yeah, Hasan is at every turn, like, instead of being like, oh, cool, another ally, he's like, nope, fuck that guy, he's an anti-Semite.
The truth you still refuse to accept. None of this was random. None of it was coincidence. This spiral, this collapse, this crash out, it didn't just happen to you. It was designed. The lawsuits, the rage, the content nuke, the public collapse, the debates, it all followed the
Ave Maria. Oh no, chat, it always reminds me of Trump. And I feel like Trump was trying to make some weird statement, like some fucking Godfather statement. You know what I'm saying? Somebody tell me, was Ave Maria, was this in one of the Godfather movies? Ave Maria. Godfather? The song Ave Maria is not featured in the Godfather film. While the film does include classical music, particularly the works of Nino Rota, it does not utilize the piece Ave Maria. The baptism scene in the movie uses a different piece of classical music. The song is used in other films, including The Batman and Hitman. And it became... so maybe I'm thinking Hitman, maybe. I don't know. The iconic baptism scene in The Godfather uses a different piece of classical music, often mistaken for Ave Maria. Okay, that must be why I'm thinking of.
The path I set in motion. Not for clout, not for personal revenge, but as a reckoning. A reckoning for how you defended a genocidal state, for how you slandered Palestinians, socialists, and anyone who stood against you. For how you tried to turn every criticism into a personal attack, into a frivolous lawsuit because you have 100 million to your name, instead of facing the consequences of your actions. Ethan, you thought you were spiraling out of control, but I need you to understand.
Wait, the song from the baptism is Se la luna. No, this is Italian. I can't fucking pronounce Italian, chat. La luna mezzo mare, the moon in the middle of the sea. Is that what that means? Moon amidst the sea. Yeah, moon in the middle of the sea. Yeah. Wait, it's in Sicilian? Wait, is Sicilian different than just regular Italian? Oh my god, chat.
The wheel never left my hands.
what? The wheel never left my
crash
hands.
out is complete.
I'm sorry. What is
And the problem
Casey saying?
you were spiraling out of control. But I need you to understand something. The wheel never left my hand.
Like he's driving, he's conducting, he's orchestrating it. Sorry, Chad. In French, to drive is conduire. So there's that's the connection I'm making between driving or like conducting a train.
The crash out is complete.
It kind of is.
Has been fulfilled.
Look, I kind of want this to be over. I mean, I would love if it could be over for Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron, right? They don't need to deal with this shit. I love like how his shit, his aesthetic, it always looks like some renegade PBS station. Do you know what I mean? That NSR and the logo and the sounds and everything. I don't know. It just always feels like it always feels like some public broadcasting that we never. Sailor Moon, Trump usage felt like divine power hint, king-like behavior. Well, Ave Maria is a prayer to Mary, star of the sea. That's one Mary. Anyway, it's Stella Maris. I'm only familiar with the God Failure trilogy. The end of Kill Bill 2 uses it. Very famous though. It's in The Sopranos. Maybe is that it? Beetle mode. Is that where I'm getting it from The Sopranos? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Oh, religious trauma with this song. He went after Casey Tron because of the dangerous, unhingedness of their haters. I think that's true for Frogan, and I think Frogan and Denims have I think it's the same kind of people that hate Frogan. He's sicking the incels on them. Is what he's doing, right, chat? And I've dealt with this shit before. I've seen the incels come after Demon Mama. And again, another time where I had to fucking defend her ass, despite what a great friend she was to me. But yeah, it's in so much stuff. Great song. It is. Yeah, it's got a certain je ne sais quoi. But chat, that is gonna have to do it for me tonight. I'm gonna thank my Patreons. And wait, no, first things first, right? Oh my God, chat, you really knocked it out of the park. You really knocked it out of the park on the damn, chat. 22 notifications on my wow, yeah, that's a blast off. That's a blast off tweet. Damn. That's pretty sick. 11 likes, 6 reposts, many like comments. No, I'm loving this. Okay, wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh yeah, gotta find this really quick. Oh my God.
It's 5,000 years.
Okay, I think this stream is on. Yeah, let's raid Zachap. We haven't done that in a while. Hitting the raid button, and while I hit the raid button, I am going to thank my Patreons because I appreciate you so much.
Oh, have you read this book? Have you heard of this book? Are you aware of the
mute Zachap for the moment. All right, so yeah, if you contribute to my Patreon, at the $5 level or higher, I'd give you a fancy shout out. I would give more shout outs, but we wouldn't have enough time if I included everybody at the $3 level as well. So I'm doing it for the $5 level and above. There will be more perks for the $3 level and above as soon as I can get some videos out, right? Because that's the perk for the $3 level. But let me shout out the $5, the Fancy Weasels. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buvy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Zara Xerex. Shouts out to Rachel K. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. And shouts out to Omega Star. And with that, chat, we are about to raid you into another streamer. This is Zachap. I never get a chance to watch Zachap, but seems pretty nice. Vegan, leftist, Australian? New Zealand? I can't remember. I can't remember where Zachap is from, but it's always streaming when I end stream. So here you go, Zachap. Here's your raid. Awesome. Much love, everybody. I will see you again tomorrow. We're gonna grind hard. Look for a Twitch subathon that I'm going to be doing, covering all of the, or as much of the Jubilee content as I can, staying up as much as I can, and you can keep me on even longer by donating, by following, by doing all that stuff on Twitch. That'll be a Twitch exclusive, right? Because YouTube Jubilee will kill me if I stream it on they always come after me if I stream it on YouTube. So look for that. It's going to be a lot of I'm going to be grinding hard trying to get my income out of the absolute gutter. So you'll be seeing a lot from me in the latter half of, or the latter little bit of this month. Yeah, vote for Zoran. Rank Zoran #1 and rank other people, but don't rank Cuomo. Got it? Good. I will see you later. Much love. Talk to you again soon. I said I was going to do, oh my God, chat. I'm going to cover the Iran thing at some point.